A girl descends from the stairs as she recalls a quiet, intimate moment. As she hears noises inside the room, she realizes someone is engaged in an intimate act with a girl. She opens the door, knowing she has seen this before, questioning whether it was in a movie or if it was just a dream. Once a person witnesses their spouse in such a situation with someone else, there is no going back. Seeing her spouse with another, she knows things can never return to the way they were. The scene shifts to the present. She jolts awake, gasping as she realizes it's that dream again, the one where her husband is with another woman. She must have dozed off for a bit. She grabs her phone and notices that break time is almost over. Getting up, she reminds herself that she has to get back to work. A voice calls out to her, addressing her by Na-hee-soo. She turns and sees that it's her boss. Na-hee-soo acknowledges him respectfully. He asks her to step inside, saying they need to talk. Once inside, he hands her a packet of money, reminding her that she requested her salary in advance. He asks if 1.5 million is enough. He then grumbles about having to withdraw the money in a hurry because she told him not to deposit it into her account. Despite his frustration, he admits that she is hardworking, and he doesn't want to lose an employee who feels like family. Na-hee-soo bows deeply in gratitude and tucks the money into her coat. The boss asks if her financial troubles are still ongoing. Na-hee-soo sighs, explaining that with high interest rates these days, paying back debts isn't easy. He then inquires about her husband, mentioning that he heard he got a job recently. Na-hee-soo clarifies that her husband is still in his apprenticeship, so earning a stable income is difficult. However, she reassures him that her husband is working hard and that things will improve soon. As Na-hee-soo exits, the boss watches her leave, noting how tirelessly she works without rest. He murmurs that seeing her dedication makes him want to work harder as well. Na-hee-soo dismisses the sentiment, saying they should get back to work. At the counter, as they handle customers, a waiter calls out, asking Na-hee-soo to add 2 more servings of pork belly. She acknowledges the request, promising to bring it shortly. As she serves the food, a young woman at the table whispers to her partner, questioning why he gave all the food to her since he hasn't eaten much. The young lad smiles and reassures her, saying that he is taking care of himself and eating well. Watching her eat makes him feel full. Rojong teases him, saying she will feed him. Na-hee-soo observes them and thinks that couples in love are beautiful. Whether it's their first romance or their third, their hearts shine as one. Maybe it's because youth itself is beautiful, a time of passionate love and heartbreak. She wonders if this means her lukewarm life has already passed its prime. Thinking if she has lost her beauty, the scene shifts as Na-hee-soo's friend, Hwajong, suddenly screams at Na-hee-soo, complaining that customers keep calling her auntie. Hwajong finds it unacceptable in this day and age. Na-hee-soo, unfazed, responds that she is a married woman and a householder, so it makes sense. Hwajong, undeterred, grabs Na-hee-soo's face and insists that she is pretty, the prettiest 33-year-old she knows. She points out that even though Na-hee-soo wears the same clothes every day, she still glows, even in broad daylight. Na-hee-soo humbly brushes off the compliment, saying that flattery won't change anything. Hwajong, laughing, insists she's just happy to work with such a beautiful coworker. Na-hee-soo chuckles and suggests they finish their shift and head home. On her way home, Na-hee-soo climbs the stairs, lost in thought. She once believed her spouse thought she was pretty when he told her so. She used to be easygoing, bright, and effortlessly likable. Back then, youth seemed beautiful and radiant, but now, she no longer feels beautiful. As she opens the door, she sees her husband drinking. Without looking at her, he orders her to dress up and put on some makeup, complaining that she walks around barefaced. He grumbles that it makes him not want to come home. Na-hee-soo pauses before responding. She says she can't afford makeup when she can barely afford rent. Her husband, Mitsuro, irritated, retorts that even part-time workers making $180,000 a month wear makeup regularly. He accuses her of being lazy and making excuses. Na-hee-soo doesn't respond aloud, but inwardly she wonders if he even knows how expensive cosmetics are these days. She trembles at the thought of spending even a single extra $1,000 on herself. Minchul, slurping his noodles, insists that she should wear makeup because he would like that. As she watches him eat, she wonders if love ages just like people do. Their relationship feels worn out, like an old damp basement, a love that withered faster than youth. She questions if time drained her beauty, or is it the endless struggle to fill the growing hole in their finances. Minchul suddenly complains that the food isn't even good. Na-hee-soo bites her lip, questioning whether it's him who makes her feel less beautiful, or if she lost her shine because she still loves him. The scene shifts again, where Hwajong stares at her in disbelief and asks what all this is. She lists off Na-hee-soo's packed schedule, working in a butcher shop on weekend afternoons, manning a motel counter on weekends, and opening a florist shop in the mornings. Shocked, she jokes that this is like Hermione's timetable from Harry Potter. Na-hee-soo dryly responds that she isn't living 48-hour days. Hwajong, still incredulous, asks if a person can even handle such a schedule. Na-hee-soo dismisses her concerns, telling her to calm down and put on an apron because they need to open the store. Hwajong huffs, saying Na-hee-soo is always thinking about work. As they chat, Hwajong suddenly asks if Na-hee-soo knows about MBTI personality types. Na-hee-soo shakes her head. Hwajong is visibly stunned. She exclaims if she means to tell that she doesn't even know about MBTI, to which Na-hee-soo shrugs to deny. Hwajong laughs, saying that Na-hee-soo really does nothing but work. Since becoming an adult, she hasn't taken a break, except for the time she went to the ER with the flu at 24. At first, she was busy managing married life at a young age without any help from her parents. Then came the financial burdens. Minchul would apologize, trying to cheer her up, but it never really worked. One day he approached her, looking guilty. She immediately asked how much this time, how much money he had borrowed under her name. Instead of answering, he hugged her and asked if she was willing to forgive him. When faced with debt, she didn't feel particularly sad or depressed. She simply accepted it. She thought if she worked hard enough, she would pay it off someday. But every so often, an unexpected wave of emotions would hit her so hard that she just wanted to cry. And yet, she still had debts. Their love faded faster than light. Suddenly, a young handsome man enters the restaurant. Hwajong excitedly points him out, calling him the rose guy, making Na Hae-soo look confused. Hwajong explains that he is a good-looking man who buys roses every day. Since no one knows his name, the part-timers gave him that nickname. Hwajong rushes off, eager to take his order. As Na Hae-soo watches, she thinks to herself that she is still young too. Hwajong greets the young man and asks if he is here for flowers again. As he lowers his high collar, her eyes sparkle. But instead of answering her, the young man turns to Na Hae-soo and calls out to her, saying that he would like to order. Na Hae-soo was taken aback, Hwajong equally startled. The words of her colleague echoed in her mind, mentioning a handsome man who purchased roses daily. In that moment, it became clear that he was no ordinary customer. There was something different about him, something almost weird. His gaze was fixated upon her. As Na Hae-soo questioned if it's the usual bouquet of roses, the handsome man affirmed, saying that he is glad that she remembered it. Na Hae-soo, while taking out the roses, reflects on how the world seems to have two kinds of people. Those who stand at the center of everyone's attention, like the protagonist of a novel or movie, and those who are mere extras in a story no one cares to hear about. Glancing at the man nearby, she assumes he belongs to the former group, while she sees herself as part of the latter. As she picks up the bouquet and hands it to the man, she remarks that he's back with the bouquet he previously offered, thinking that he always seems to take the lead, much to her annoyance. Perhaps that's why this man, who suddenly barged into her life, once indifferent to everything except work and her husband, has left such a deep impression on her. After he leaves, Hwajong praises how amazing it was and asks if she noticed how he stood right there but only wanted her to handle the order. Na Hae-soo replies that she suspects the man came because of her, noting that he only appears on weekend mornings when she's around and has never spoken to her boss. To her surprise, Na Hae-soo admits it's her first time truly noticing him, which shocks Hwajong. Can't believe Na Hae-soo never saw such a man, considering he's been coming in for several months to buy flowers daily. Na Hae-soo, slightly taken aback, wonders if that's true, recalling that she did seem to prepare a similar bouquet each day. Hwajong, checking the schedule, comments that it's understandable given how busy Na Hae-soo stays, but still questions how someone like him could go unnoticed. After all, she still remembers the face of a handsome man she saw on the subway 10 years ago. With a teasing smile, she suggests the man might actually be interested in Na Hae-soo. Na Hae-soo shrugs it off, asking her to stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Hwajong insists it's not nonsense, questioning if Na Hae-soo didn't notice how he was looking at her earlier. Na Hae-soo, unimpressed, jokes about whether the young man had taken some strange medicine to fancy an older woman, adding that he looks at least 10 years younger than her. Hwajong dismisses the remark, claiming Na Hae-soo knows nothing. After all, dating older women has become a trend, and one never knows. Maybe he's genuinely interested, considering how pretty she is. While Na Hae-soo quietly smiles, smelling the roses, she remarks sarcastically that if she's considered pretty, then all the truly beautiful people must already be dead. Hwajong, unfazed, insists it's true, and asks if people don't often tell her that. Na Hae-soo recalls how someone did mention it recently, though she knew it was nothing more than a kind lie meant to comfort a tired woman. It had felt more awkward than flattering, though slightly amusing, given how unloved she was by the man at home while hearing such compliments from others. When Hwajong playfully suggests they might make a good match, Na Hae-soo cuts her off by revealing that she already has a man. This revelation leaves Hwajong stunned, prompting her to question if it's really true. Na Hae-soo nods, affirming her words. Hwajong, still in disbelief, remarks that she had no idea and scolds Na Hae-soo for not sharing it earlier, expressing surprise that Na Hae-soo has a husband and asking what kind of person he is. The scene shifts to Na Hae-soo's home as Min-chul enters, cursing about how tired he is and asking for a glass of water. He grumbles, wondering if there's anything besides plain water. Na Hae-soo informs him that there's barley tea, though it hasn't cooled down yet. He asks her to add some ice, mentioning that he's going to shower. After his shower, he lies down beside Na Hae-soo, clearing his throat as he tentatively reaches out to touch her. Min-chul finds it strange that despite not working out, her body still seems the same. Not long ago, one of his friends had boasted about dating a younger woman, though her figure wasn't as good as Na Hae-soo's. Still, he had let it slide, assuming it was because Na Hae-soo often wore baggy clothes. He notices her body, thinking how good it feels in his hand, though it's been a while since they've desired each other. Yet, he can't help but wonder why she doesn't react to his touch. He asks if she's asleep, prompting Na Hae-soo to open her eyes and deny it. Frustrated, he questions why she isn't responding, adding that she's not a wooden doll. He grumbles about wanting things to be enjoyable and expects her to reciprocate. When Na Hae-soo quietly explains that she's just a little tired, he snaps, asking if she thinks she's the only one working. He reminds her that he's juggling several part-time jobs as well. Eventually, he sighs and tells her to forget it, muttering that he shouldn't have expected anything different as he turns away. Na Hae-soo drifts off to sleep and the next day begins. Her weekends start at 6 a.m. The flower shop doesn't open until 8 a.m., but she has to wake up early to prepare breakfast for Minchul. Of course, she must close the door quietly and cook carefully so that Minchul isn't disturbed by the noise. Since Minchul dislikes reheated food and refuses breakfast without fresh soup, Nahesu makes him a new batch every morning, no matter how simple it is. In the end, the one who prepares breakfast often leaves the house on an empty stomach, rushing to work on time. Nahesu sighs, thinking about how quickly time passes. Arriving at the store, she stifles a yawn, thinking she just needs to hold on until lunch, as her hunger is already creeping in. When a customer walks in, she greets him, asking if he's there for flowers. The young man nods, confirming her guess. Nahesu realizes it's that man, the rose guy. She asks if it's the rose bouquet, stating that it's about 10 roses, and the man politely affirms. Now that she looks at him closely, Nahesu notices that not only is his face strikingly handsome, but his voice is equally captivating, a slow, low tone that responds with a courteous yes. For some reason, the sound leaves her ears feeling oddly ticklish. Handing him the receipt, she informs him that there are a few pending orders, so it might take a while. She invites him to sit and wait. The young man lingers near her, lightly touching the receipt beside her. Startled, Nahesu wonders if he heard something just now. She suddenly becomes conscious of her stomach rumbling and flushes with embarrassment, questioning whether he noticed. Meanwhile, Hwajong catches sight of the young man and immediately recognizes him as the rose guy. Curiously, she wonders if he knows the person standing in front of him as he grabs a coffee. Watching him move, she muses that even the way he walks resembles a model, and finds herself questioning just how tall he might be. She laughs quietly, wondering who his father must be to produce such a stunning man. As Nahesu finishes preparing the bouquet, she calls out, informing the young man that his order is ready. He accepts it and steps outside, but Nahesu freezes upon noticing a sandwich box left behind. Nahesu runs out to him, calling for him, stating that he forgot his sandwich. The person states that it is a gift, asking her to please accept it as a way to take her back, but Nahesu holds him, stating that she can't, as if receiving something like this from him. The person questions why, not to ask if by any chance it is because she has nothing to drink it with. He hands her the coffee cup, stating that he only had one, but it didn't poison him, which confuses Nahesu. The young lad pleads with her to accept it, taking Nahesu by surprise. After entering the shop, Hwajong reassures her, saying that the person clearly likes her. She adds that he intentionally left the sandwich for her. Nahesu is baffled that he even left a coffee as well. She states that if that's not a sign of interest, then what is? Quite taken aback, Nahesu wonders if she really looks that pitiful because, when she glanced at her reflection in the window, she saw a haggard woman without makeup, covered in patches of blushy skin all over her body. The man's actions felt more like pity and charity rather than genuine interest. She thinks that her stomach must have growled so loudly that if she were him, she would have found it hard to walk by too. But she thinks, what if this really is a sign that he's interested? Thinking about whether she should draw a line immediately, she figures that considering she is imagining things that might never happen, her job has become a bit easier. Hwajong then asks what she is going to do now, reminding her that she said she had a boyfriend. Giggling, she teases Nahesu, asking if she's going to turn down the roses or maybe switch from her boyfriend to this new admirer. Nahesu takes a pause before clarifying that she does not have a boyfriend, she has a husband. Hwajong, quite surprised by this, reacts by saying that when Nahesu said she had a guy, she meant a husband, not a boyfriend. Apologizing, she admits she didn't know Nahesu was married. Nahesu recalls how her husband always insisted they not make it obvious that they split their debts ages ago and should only refer to him as her husband at home. He wonders why she always has to share their business, thinking that it's not exactly something to brag about, living together after divorce. Annoyed, she thinks it's frustrating, but she confirms to Hwajong that he's her husband and that they should drop the subject, prompting another apology. The scene shifts to Minchul as a girl calls out to him, handing him a cup of coffee, suggesting he have some while he works. As Minchul looks at it, he chuckles and thinks to himself, struggling to believe what's happening. As Minchul and the other employees smoke, they chat about how Ari is really pretty, questioning whether she really said she's 25, remarking how great being in one's 20s is. Someone comments on how smooth and firm their skin is at that age. Minchul, amused by the conversation, notes that the way older folks talk is different, but admits that Ari has a lot of charm and that being young is nice. Another mentions that Ari seems really interested in the new guy, Minchul. They note that her gaze is totally different when she looks at him, and recall how, when they tried to set her up with someone, she snapped, insisting she wasn't interested. Another employee comments that Minchul is good-looking and must be around 33, which is the perfect age to meet someone, especially since he's single. As Heiji and her friend walk just beside the alley, Minchul confirms that he indeed is single. The others urge him to give it a try, pointing out that Heiji is quite pretty. Minchul considers it and asks if he should go for it. The scene shifts to the home where Minchul is watching TV. Nahesu asks how work is treating him, to which Minchul responds that it took her long enough to ask, questioning whether whether she is suddenly worried about her husband. He remarks that every job is tough and questions the point of asking, stating that she is nagging him while he's trying to rest. Na Hae-soo insists that she's not nagging and explains that once he gets his salary, they can pay off their debt faster and then remarry. Min-chul scoffs, stating that all she talks about is remarriage and questioning whether she really thinks he'll do it once they clear their debt. He asks how she could live without him and warns her not to push it, claiming that when a woman nags, a man is bound to run away. He then brings up needing some spending money as he gets close to Na Hae-soo, hugging her from behind. He tells her he wants to buy some cologne. Na Hae-soo, skeptical, asks why, since he doesn't use cologne. Min-kil explains that now that he's working, he sees many well-groomed guys, even older ones, wearing cologne, and he can't be the only one in the office smelling musty like an old man. Na Hae-soo asks how much he needs, and Min-kil reveals it's about 200,000 KOW. He insists that at his age he should at least get a department store brand, saying he won't buy the cheap kind that kids use. Shrugging, he tells her that if she doesn't want to give him the money, then forget it. Na Hae-soo thinks about how they had a lot of expenses this month due to Min-chul getting the job. They spent a lot of money on a new suit and shoes, and it's true that when someone starts working, expenses tend to exceed income for a while. No matter how much they save, they're still in the red. She wonders if she might even need to take on more work. She considers that she already works at the motel on weekends from the afternoon to the evening, and if she takes a night shift at the convenience store afterward, their schedules shouldn't overlap. She just needs to cut down on sleep, she thinks, as she takes out her salary packet, remembering that Min-chul said cologne costs about 200,000 KRW. She writes a memo to buy the cologne with money set aside later. To Na Hae-soo, it feels like she's been given 24 hours to solve a puzzle. She divides her day into pieces, filling the remaining time with work, all for their happy family, their happy home. The scene shifts to a couple of friends who question each other about what made one of them suggest dinner today. They joke that wonders never cease, since he actually offered to buy dinner first, calling the rose guy Beom-tae. His friend, Dong-wook, asks if he's really okay with this, noting that he usually doesn't like noisy places. Beom-tae states that it's nice to get together. He questions who they should call, and Beom-tae responds with people he knows. When Dong-wook asks anyone, to which Beom-tae confirms, Dong-wook comments that if he says he's having dinner, a lot of girls will come running. He finds it strange that even the guy who refuses to go to cheap restaurants would do this. Dong-wook states that he has called two of his friends, asking if he is ready to go. Beom-tae answers that he's already called someone. As they prepare to leave, Dong-wook notes that he's been rushing decisively lately and seems happier. The scene shifts to a restaurant where someone calls for 2 beers, stating that men go crazy over movement, remarking how simple they are. They comment that if a wife is wise and affectionate, she will naturally earn money and sacrifice for the family. Na Hae-soo thinks about Min-chul's words, that men crave excitement and fun but aren't necessarily affectionate toward their wives. He wonders if it's even possible to say that men don't develop apathy over time. At one point, they were very affectionate once. She used to be like that too. She questions whether she wasn't wise enough or affectionate enough. Suspecting if she ruined their relationship, a voice calls out to Na Hae-soo, informing her that there's a customer. As she turns to welcome them, she greets them and asks how many are in their party, only to see Beom-tae standing in front of her. Recognizing him, she realizes he's Rose's guy. As Beom-tae passes by with his friends, the waitress calls out for a table for 4. The girl confirms it's a table for 4, stating they are a group of 4, for which Na Hae-soo apologizes, explaining she was in a daze. As she welcomes them to sit down, she prepares the food, recalling her friend's words about how the Rose guy seems to like her, suggesting he is interested in her. She thinks that she is not interested in that. She hasn't even considered it, and, even more, she has never wished for such attention. Although she feels embarrassed by the young man overhearing that conversation, for some reason she finds it difficult to look at him. She wonders if the girl next to him is his girlfriend, as they look great together. She speculates that the bouquet was probably for her. Working with younger people, she never knows what they might talk about as she tries to pull herself together. The girl then calls out for Beom-tae, questioning what he is looking at, noting he's been staring for quite some time. Dong-wook addresses her as Heeji, mentioning that it's like a disease. Beom-tae only has the slightest bit of interest in her, and that's why he always does that, whether he's looking around or simply minding his business. He questions why Beom-tae keeps staring at people's faces, for which Heeji shushes him, stating it's not a disease. She curses Dong-wook as he sarcastically asks if she really scares people like that. The friend tries to calm the situation, but Beom-tae pokes his foot, reminding Dong-wook that he is burning the meat. Dong-wook acknowledges it, saying it'll be fine, and asks him to just eat. Heeji then calls out to Beom-tae, questioning why he keeps staring at the lady and whether they know each other. Beom-tae smiles, admitting it's obvious they do know each other. Heeji, taken aback, wonders what he means, thinking she had a feeling but wasn't sure if he truly knew her. The scene scene shifts to Nahosu's home, where she is doing chores and notices a cloth, a t-shirt, of Minchul, torn. She thinks he'll be annoyed and considers that it hasn't been long since she bought it, so it's a shame to throw it away. She might as well sew it up. While Minchul is lying down, he questions what Nahosu is doing instead of resting, to which she replies that she's sewing. Minchul, curious, asks what she's sewing and takes the cloth, calling it pathetic. He questions if she's seriously asking him to buy clothes for her right now. If that's the case, she should forget it. Nahesu questions why she would throw it away, saying it's still wearable. But Minchul insists that men don't like such pitiful behavior. He dislikes worn-out underwear and hates stretched ones even more, saying it makes him feel like an old man. Nahesu reflects, realizing everything reminds her of him. She doesn't know what they discussed, but the whole conversation was a misunderstanding. She wonders why she keeps recalling embarrassing and shameful memories despite trying so hard to forget them. Nahesu asks Minchul to give the cloth back, for which he sighs, saying whatever he says always ends up sounding depressing. He pulls her up, stating she has no charm, no mood, and no clue about being a woman. Yet, despite all that, he still wants to live with her, claiming he is the only one for her, to which Nahesu quietly agrees. In winter, a chilling cold pierces through the walls of their semi-basement apartment, stinging their skin. Trapped in a narrow, run-down house, their lives remain strictly ordinary, yet unfortunate. She might hate living like this, but she endures it all because of him. The next day, as Nahesu packs food, the weather report mentions a chance of rain in the afternoon, expected to continue until late at night. Nahesu thinks it will probably rain until evening and decides to take an umbrella with her. She wonders which one is still intact, concluding that one looks fine while the other is tattered. Since the worn one still works, she decides to use it a little longer and let Minchul use the better one. The scene shifts to the office, where Minchul calls out for Ari, asking where she's headed. She replies that she's going to get some office coffee as she slides beside Minchul. He questions if they ran out of instant coffee, to which Ari asks where the new pack is. Minchul mentions he once saw it there. As Ari tries to grab it, she suddenly screams and jumps beside Minchul. He, startled, asks what's wrong, and Ari nervously explains, "There's a bug over there." Minchul, relieved, jokes that he thought he'd done something wrong and questions if she's really that scared of bugs. Ari reveals that she's more than terrified, as she's extremely scared, clinging to Minchul. He finds her reaction cute and offers to capture the bug, asking where it is. However, as he looks around, he finds nothing, while Ari insists it was definitely there. Minchul thinks about how Nahesu has never been afraid of bugs, making someone like Ari seem refreshing. It almost makes coming to work worthwhile. The scene shifts to the shop, where Nahesu mentions that someone is running late today. Nahesu asks who she means, and her friend reveals it's the Rose guy, adding that it's somewhat comforting to see his handsome face at least once during this tough part-time job. Spotting him, Nahesu announces his arrival. Nahesu, feeling awkward, quickly decides to tend to the flowers out back, prompting her friend to question her sudden departure. As Bionte enters the shop, he notices Nahesu leaving and heads to the counter. Nahesu asks if there's a specific flower he's looking for, to which Bionte responds that he'll take the usual bouquet of roses, making her question how he didn't even glance around before deciding. Later, at dawn, rain pours down. Nahesu thinks it's fortunate she didn't run into him today, but she realizes she can't avoid him forever. Embarrassing moments quickly fade after a few days. She reflects on the heavy rain forecast, noting it's really pouring now, and hopes Minchul remembered his umbrella. As she opens hers, it crackles and falls apart. She recalls it seemed fine this morning, but is now completely broken. While the convenience store isn't far, it's not close enough to run through the rain. Since the rain is expected to continue until night, she can't wait here indefinitely. As poverty quietly defines people, even a cheap umbrella could have spared her this situation if only she hadn't procrastinated and bought a new one in advance. She wonders what to do, knowing Minchul will likely be annoyed if she calls him, especially since he's been tired lately from adjusting to his new job. She decides to wait a little longer. Just then, an umbrella appears over her. It's Bionte. He asks where she's headed, but Nahesu insists she'll be fine, explaining her place is a bit far, so he should go ahead. However, Bionte remains, pointing out that the rain is supposed to last until dawn and suggesting they share an umbrella. Hearing this, Nahesu thought it was as if the sky was mocking her for making such a presumptuous mistake. The whole situation made it nearly impossible for her to avoid this man. She believed he had only made a kind offer out of the goodness of his heart. If she had continued to refuse, it would have been strange, as the situation was already a little awkward. But Nahesu thanked him, thinking they might as well share the umbrella. Walking through the rain, Nahesu realized they were on their way home. Contrary to her expectations, the man didn't say a single word. However, thanks to the heavy rain, sharing a one-person umbrella didn't feel as awkward as she had imagined. He walked at an unusually slow pace for someone of his his uncommon height. Even Minchul, who was also tall, always lagged behind when they walked together. Perhaps it had become a habit ingrained in him from once being concerned about someone. Na-hee-soo eventually mentioned that his girlfriend might not like this, questioning what would happen if she found out he had shared an umbrella with a stranger. Beomtae simply asked who said he had a girlfriend, prompting Na-hee-soo to question if it wasn't the woman she had seen with him at the barbecue restaurant. He clarified that she wasn't his girlfriend, just a friend, making Na-hee-soo wonder if that was truly the case. He moved closer to Na-hee-soo, insisting that it was true and asking her to believe him. Taken aback, Na-hee-soo replied that she did, though the words felt strange to her, as if she couldn't fully grasp the situation. Just then, from behind, a car rushed by, and Beomtae quickly pulled Na-hee-soo aside to protect her from the splashing water. Apologizing, he explained that the car had come too fast, and he had been worried she might get hurt. Na-hee-soo reassured him she was fine, though she couldn't help but think how frightening the situation had been. Feeling uneasy, she remarked that he was tall, noting how he had completely shielded her from getting splashed. He simply affirmed it, and Na-hee-soo couldn't shake the thought that this was more than just her imagination. There was no way someone would do such a thing for a complete stranger. Now that she noticed the other side of his coat was completely soaked, while her clothes were barely wet, she wondered if she should ask if he was interested in her. If that was the case, she thought she should draw the line immediately. Na-hee-soo asked why he was being so kind to her, prompting him to smile and admit that she had figured him out, saying he had motives. Na-hee-soo flinched at his words as he clarified that he simply wanted to get to know her. Na-hee-soo dismissed it while Beomtae questioned why not. She pointed out that he was young and seemed popular among women, asking why he was trying to date an older woman. In response, he questioned why being younger and popular should stop him from getting along with someone older. Na-hee-soo firmly told him it couldn't happen and asked him to stop, as they had already arrived. Standing at her doorstep, Na-hee-soo thanked him for the day, to which he asked if they would continue being strangers. Na-hee-soo confirmed they should, and the man nodded, saying he had heard her clearly before walking away. Watching him leave, Na-hee-soo thought he would have been more stubborn, but he had accepted her words more easily than expected. The sight of his retreating figure after such an obedient response felt strangely solid and poignant. Descending the stairs, Na-hee-soo wondered how he had ended up interested in someone like her. Perhaps it was because he was still young, and sometimes it was just curiosity. Entering her home, she realized Minchul hadn't taken the umbrella with him. Remembering the words spoken at her shop, she thought someone would have to pick one up in front of the company, and Minchul would probably appreciate it. The scene shifted as Na-hee-soo, carrying the umbrella, arrived at Minchul's office. Standing outside, she rang out for him, but there was no response. It seemed their plans had fallen through, and he hadn't even seen the text she had sent about picking him up, likely because his phone battery had died. She regretted coming all this way without confirming or making any plans and decided to head back home. Until she saw Minchul sharing an umbrella with another girl. Approaching them, Na-hee-soo stared intently, prompting the girl, Adi, to question Minchul about the woman watching them. Minchul tried to act casually, asking Na-hee-soo what was going on and whether she had come to pick him up despite the heavy rain. Attempting to smooth things over, Minchul explained that it was just a family matter, prompting Ari to apologize. Minchul quietly whispered that Na-hee-soo was a close friend, almost like a relative, hoping to make Ari leave without further questions. Bidding farewell, Minchul told Ari he would use the umbrella instead, to which she nodded and walked away. Turning to Na-hee-soo, Minchul asked why she had come all the way to pick him up without asking first, noting how unlike her it was to do something so considerate. When Na-hee-soo didn't respond, Minchul pressed further, asking what she was doing and whether they were leaving. Na-hee-soo, still bothered by what she had seen, asked about the girl's identity, referring to the woman from earlier. Minchul clarified that it was Ari, someone he worked with at the same company. Seeing Na-hee-soo's expression, he asked if she really thought everything came down to attraction between men and women. Na-hee-soo tried to deny it, but Minchul urged her to calm down, suggesting that maybe it was because she had few friends or people to contact. He reminded her that, while it might have been uncommon in the past, their society now allowed for colleagues, friends, and other relationships between men and women. Pleading with her not to be so embarrassing, Minchul left Na-hee-soo standing there, deep in thought. Beomtae's words about wanting to get to know her echoed in her mind, the low voice lingering like the sound beneath the umbrella. She now realized she had thrown away an opportunity, treating it as nothing special. The next day, Na-hee-soo and Na-hee-soo were exhausted. Na-hee-soo complained that it wasn't even peak season, yet there were so many group orders, adding that customers should pay extra for such demands. She joked that her body might collapse from the workload. Na-hee-soo told her to rest, offering to handle the orders herself. Grateful, Na-hee-soo wished for a quiet day without more customers, except for Roses. Seeing his face, she said, always gave them strength. Just then, the door opened, making them flinch as Beomtae entered, taking a quick peek at Na-hee-soo. Na-hee-soo thought it was crazy how Rose Guy had really shown up, and even today he looked just as handsome. Na-hee Nahe-soo, amused, said she would go rest, leaving Beomtae to order from Nahe-soo. As Nahe-soo asked about the order he would make, however, instead of ordering, Beomtae ignored Nahe-soo and quietly walked past her. Afterwards, 2 weeks passed and Minchul often came home late, working even on weekends because he was busy. Other than that, everything seemed like any other day, until she told the Roses guy that they would never be acquaintances again, and Beomtae quickly moved out of her life. Thinking about those words, Nahe-soo found it odd how obediently he had stepped away, making it seem like his interest in her was nothing more than fleeting curiosity. She thought it was fortunate that it hadn't been a profound feeling. Deep emotions often left scars that couldn't be erased. She fell asleep the night before without even seeing Minchul come in, and hadn't heard from him since, making her wonder if he had gotten to work safely. As a customer called out to order 4 servings of pork belly, Nahe-soo offered to take care of it. The customer's employee asked how he felt about coming here, suggesting that he must be feeling better after his divorce. The boss agreed, saying he was glad not to hear his ex-wife's annoying nagging anymore. He added that he didn't feel awkward sitting next to a young employee at work, mentioning how the company was growing steadily. They agreed that once business stabilized, they could enjoy their second youth. The boss took a peek at Nahe-soo, thinking it would be perfect if he could start a new life with someone like her. He had been watching her during company dinners at the restaurant, noticing how hardworking she was, someone unfamiliar with luxury. They were only about 10 years apart, and since he was a regular customer, she probably knew he was a boss. He figured she'd be thrilled if someone like him showed interest. Calling out for a drink, his employee offered to pour it, but the boss refused, saying he wanted Nahe-soo to pour for him. His employees reminded him that it was still a regular restaurant, but the boss insisted Nahe-soo hurry up. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the restaurant. The boss asked if she knew who he was. The boss rushed over, questioning the situation, and the waiter called him to come quickly. The boss muttered about that damn bee chasing Nahe-soo, identifying him as the future president of a tech store. The boss, clearly agitated, demanded to know how many times he had visited the store and helped their business during tough times. He complained about how the employees were treating him. Bowing, the shop owner admitted fault, apologizing on behalf of his staff and offering extra meat as compensation. But the customer rejected the offer, ordering Nahe-soo to kneel. He thought to himself that she was acting too proud for someone working in a place like this. He believed her spirit needed to be broken. The shop owner firmly refused, saying that no matter how angry the man was, he couldn't treat employees that way. The customer scoffed, questioning why he couldn't, especially since he'd supported the shop during the recession. He threatened to spread the word among friendly business owners, ensuring they'd all stop coming. Without hesitation, Nahe-soo knelt down, apologizing and asking for forgiveness. The shop owner urged her not to, but Nahe-soo insisted it was her fault the customer was upset. She pleaded for him to continue visiting their store in the future. Later, in the kitchen, the shop owner questioned why she had gone that far, saying he'd heard enough to know the man was truly awful. Nahe-soo simply replied that company dinners were rare these days, and losing customers like them would hurt business. She appreciated how considerate the boss had always been, and didn't want to cause trouble. The shop owner sighed, acknowledging how tough the world could be, filled with bad people and like-minded followers. Nahe-soo assured him she was fine, genuinely meaning it. She had worked all kinds of jobs when she was younger, enduring many sleepless nights filled with sadness. Her heart had toughened, becoming desensitized to pain. The shop owner then asked if she planned to walk home, offering her a ride. Nahe-soo declined, explaining that she'd taken a part-time job at a convenience store for the weekends, shocking the shop owner. He asked when she'd even found the time, joking about whether her body was made of steel. Nahe-soo reassured him, saying it was only on weekends, so it was manageable. The shop owner sighed, hesitating before asking if she was dealing with a lot of debt. That question triggered a painful memory for Nahe-soo. Min barging into her house, destroying things while Minchul desperately apologized. He had begged her to pay off the debt, promising that once it was cleared, they'd remarry and live happily ever after. Taking a deep breath, Nahe-soo brushed off the memory, smiling faintly at the boss. Even now, when the wind rattled the old door, she wondered if it was a debt collector. But she still held on to dreams of a better future. As the unpleasant customer stumbled out, dizzy from drinking, he muttered how refreshing it had been to see her on her knees. If he had spoken nicely, she would have obeyed right away, but she hadn't. He wondered if she even knew who he was, convinced that someone pretty like her shouldn't expect to go unnoticed. He believed he had to break her spirit first, so she'd treat him well later. Now that he'd scolded her, he figured if he acted kind next time, she might fall for his unexpected charm. Chuckling to himself, he didn't notice Beomtae quietly following him. The man thought he'd return next week and speak to Nahe-soo privately. Just then, Beomtae kicked him, sending him sprawling. Furious, the man demanded to know who he was and if he had a death wish. Without flinching, Beomtae grabbed his head, coldly asking who really wanted to die. The man, shocked by the pain, froze as Beomtae demanded he hit back, daring him to try. Cursing, the man man barked that Beomtae didn't even know how to respect his elders. He bragged about his boxing days and threw a punch. Beomtae barely flinched, smirking as he asked if that was the best the man could do. Confused and angry, the man snapped, questioning who Beomtae even was. Beomtae simply replied if he doesn't know, as this is his chance to find out, before knocking him down with a flurry of punches. The scene shifted to the convenience store where Nahae-soo was working. There was plenty to do at night, but the peace of working alone felt easier. With few customers around, she leaned on the counter, dozing off until someone walked in. She looked up and froze. It was Rose's guy. Seeing him, she wondered if they really lived in the same neighborhood. They'd already run into each other at the flower shop, the restaurant, and now here. Since she was the only one working, there was no avoiding him. Thinking they were supposed to be strangers, Nahae-soo resolved to treat him like any other customer. But as she turned to face him fully, she noticed the bandage on his face. As she turned to his face, she was left shocked as she questioned what the hell happened to his face. She was bewildered to see Beomtae's face, realizing that he had bruises and a busted lip. No matter how she looked at it, it was real. She wondered what kind of wicked person would beat a child to such an extent. Troubled, she questioned what she should do, as they were supposed to be strangers. Turning her face away, she mused that this wouldn't do. If he just put a bandage on without applying any medicine, it would only get worse. As there was no response from Beomtae and Nahae-soo for a minute, Nahae-soo speculated whether he thought she was meddling. It did seem a bit reckless to suddenly intervene when she wasn't supposed to, but just then Beomtae smiled and asked what he should do. He moved closer to Nahae-soo, asking her to teach him. Nahae-soo noticed that strangely polite tone of speech once again. She questioned if he was still young, deciding to let it slide. Telling him to follow her, Beomtae realized it was an informal speech pattern, thinking it was quite unusual, as Beomtae followed her outside. Nahae-soo handed the packet back to Beomtae, explaining that it was medicine that revitalized skin. When Beomtae admitted he didn't know how to use it, Nahae-soo told him to be more sensible. Pausing for a moment, she asked him to give it to her. As she took it out, Beomtae tried to stop her, but Nahae-soo told him to suck it up, even if it stung, and applied the ointment to his lips. She asked if it hurt a lot, but Beomtae denied it, saying it only tickled a little. Curious, Nahae-soo asked how old he was, and Beomtae claimed to be an adult. His answer sounded strange, making Nahae-soo question his age further. She wondered why a grown-up kid was running around fighting, but Beomtae denied it. When she asked what had happened to his face, he insisted it wasn't his fault. It was just because he was poor. Nahae-soo quietly admitted that her house had been a bit like that, and those words made her heart sink. A poor life, just like hers. The younger version of her, unable to escape violence and wandering in poverty. In that moment, she saw herself in that man. She realized she couldn't afford to ignore him, and when she looked into his deep black eyes, her heart suddenly ached. Seeing her expression, Beomtae asked if she was weak-hearted. Nahae-soo affirmed it, recalling that the last time he had asked if they could be acquainted. This time she agreed, saying they should get to know each other. Beomtae teased, asking if he could call her Nuna, but Nahae-soo firmly denied it, telling him to call her Auntie instead. Beomtae agreed, and then, smiling, he praised God. When Nahae-soo asked what that was for, Beomtae turned his face away, thinking it was because he felt sorry for her. The scene shifted to a bar where Minkle was partying with his employees. He was only on his third round, wondering why he would even want to go back to that shitty house. Adi, sitting nearby, was already drunk. When her boss offered her another drink, she hesitated, prompting him to ask if she was refusing his offer. Ari quickly denied it and poured the drink. Minchel knew it was a mix of soju and beer for 5 people, while Ari, feeling lightheaded, realized she had already had so much soju that her complexion was off. She was on her third round because of Minchel, and she wondered why they were all so excited. It was getting annoying. Minchel poured another drink, slid it toward Ari, and took her glass, trying to impress her. He told her to drink, claiming it was just beer. Ari felt butterflies in her stomach, excited by the moment, as if she loved it. The employees teased Minchel, asking about his taste in women. Giggling, they asked about his ideal type, and on the contrary, what kind of person he disliked. Minchel pondered for a moment, thinking about Nahae-soo. He revealed that he found women who acted sullen, like an auntie, showed no emotions, and wore stretched-out underwear for comfort to be a real turnoff. The employees laughed, agreeing with him. One employee commented that Minchul sometimes talked like a married man, even though he was single. They questioned why his description of the type he disliked was so specific. It was common for celebrities to give vague answers about their ideal type, but once they had a lover, they became incredibly detailed. It seemed like Minchul was a bit like that too. Even if he denied it, perhaps he secretly desired everyone's love. Minchul sighed, brushing it off, claiming there was no way that was true. He insisted he preferred well-dressed young women, not gloomy, unattractive, middle-aged ones. The scene shifted back to Nahae-soo as she recalled her previous conversation with Beomtae, when she had asked for his name, and he introduced himself as Beomtae. In the present, Nahae-soo remarked remarked how unusual the name was, but she guessed it was a good thing they had decided to get acquainted. She noted that Minchul still hadn't answered her last message. He must be very busy, and it must be hard to adjust to company life. She decided not to contact him without a reason. Meanwhile, Minchul was helping Ari, who was clearly too drunk. He asked where her house was, offering to grab her a taxi if she could go home by herself. Ari nodded, but as she tried to speak, she hugged Minchul. She found it strange as he was different from other guys, and she really liked him. Conflicted, she wondered what she should do, commenting, "Why was it so annoying?" All she had to do was pretend she didn't know anything. She asked him to do the same, just like other men would. She insisted on one more drink, just one more. Minchul, without much expression, simply asked where she wanted to go. While Nahesu was in the store, Minchul was having a delightful time with Ari. Meanwhile, an ominous feeling weighed on Nahesu, like the sticky humidity of a summer night, dense and suffocating, clinging to her like tar on melted asphalt. It was as if life itself was warning her that, despite all her past misfortunes, an even deeper pit awaited. Minchu, on the other hand, was enjoying every moment with Ari. After work, as Nahesu walked down the road, she thought about how hard it was to stay up all night and how much she needed sleep before her next shift. When she finally reached home, she was shocked to find that Minchul hadn't returned yet. The scene shifted to the next morning, where Minchul, waking up, called Nahesu. He explained that the company dinner had run late, so he had just slept at a nearby bathhouse. He added that he wasn't a child and questioned if she was really planning to file a missing persons report just because he stayed out twice. He sarcastically asked if it bothered her that he wasn't around for her to nag. But as Minchul noticed Ari approaching, he quickly ended the call, saying he had to go. Nanhaisu leapt with her thoughts, wondered if Minchul was causing trouble again. Anxiety crept in out of habit, but she was more stunned by his indifference. Like a fool, she convinced herself it was nothing, unaware that her heart was slowly withering and dying from sorrow. The scene shifted to a boy walking by, as Beomtae greeted him, calling him Jihu. Jihu, standing nearby, was surprised, wondering what was going on since Beomtae usually didn't even remember names. Yet here he was, greeting him. When Beomtae greeted Jihu again, Jihu turned to face him, questioning how he even remembered him. Beomtae explained that they had been in the same second-year class, which Jihu confirmed, recalling how Beomtae's desk had always been surrounded by other students. He wondered if Beomtae had even been part of their group back then, as he originally had a good image for not bothering quiet kids, though guys like him usually didn't care about others. Beomtae suddenly asked Jihu for a favor, making Jihu suspicious, wondering if this was some kind of new scam. When Jihu asked what it was, Beomtae simply asked for his foot size. Jihu, puzzled, replied that his feet were relatively large for his height, so he wore a size 290 in them. Beomtae found that perfect and suggested they swap shoes, shocking Jihu. Beomtae's shoes were Herman brand, worth around 1,000,000 KRW, while Jihu's were worn out, costing barely 500,000 KRW. Jihu was speechless, unsure of what to say. When Beomtae asked if it was a no, Jihu hesitated before agreeing, though he couldn't believe it was really okay to swap such expensive shoes. He even wondered if this was some form of bullying, but Beomtae assured him it was fine and thanked him for doing the favor. Jihu shrugged, saying there was no need for thanks, though he couldn't help feeling like he'd just lost a few 100,000 K-Racks. As he watched Beomtae walk away, Jihu couldn't shake the thought that maybe the girls were right. Beomtae did seem like a good kid, yet he carried an odd sense of loneliness and detachment. Beomtae later lay down outside a store, drifting off to sleep. Just then, a girl approached and took one of his earphones. It was Hiji, who curiously asked what he was listening to. Hearing the tune, she was baffled by the weird song about aunties. Beomtae nonchalantly claimed it was a good song, making Hiji mutter that he was an ignorant fool. She then pointed at his shoes, asking what was wrong with them, clearly confused. Yezi remarked that they didn't look like something he would wear and asked when he had started wearing shoes like that. Beomtae simply said they were nice, prompting Yezi to question if he was serious. When he affirmed, she called him crazy. Outside, Dongwook and his friends were strolling by when one of them pointed out Hiji, standing next to Beomtae. Jealous, Dongwook's friend wondered why people seemed to like Beomtae so much. Dongwook scoffed, saying it was obvious. It was all because of his pretty face. He mockingly asked if the guy had even looked in a mirror. Dongwook's friend cursed, calling Dongwook a fool and telling him to look at his own face. He sneered, saying Dongwook was far from Beomtae's level, and mockingly pointed out how quickly Hiji had left Dongwook behind. This angered Dongwook, who told him to shut up as he stared at Heeji, who was still gazing toward him. Jealousy burned within Dongwook as he quietly walked away. The scene shifted to the convenience store where Na-hee-soo suddenly apologized. Confused, Na-hee-soo asked what was wrong. Na-hee-soo sighed, explaining that she must have been mistaken in thinking the rose guy was interested in her, as he now only bought flowers for someone else. Every time she saw that, it made her feel like she had caused an unnecessary misunderstanding, and she felt a little guilty. Nan-hee-soo silently recalled a previous encounter between them and decided not to mention it. After all, Nan-hee-soo looked happy, even daydreaming about Beomtae, saying his voice was so nice that she couldn't wait for him to visit again. Just then, Beomtae entered the shop, smiling. Na-hee-soo froze, shocked to see someone had scratched the face of what she considered a natural treasure. As Beomtae approached Na-hee-soo, he casually mentioned that he was there to buy flowers. Na-hee-soo, taken aback, suddenly realized how close he was. She asked what he would like, but Beomtae smiled, saying she already knew his order. They knew each other now after all. Na-hee-soo stood up, saying she'd prepare the rosé bouquet, and asked him to wait. As she stepped outside to get the flowers, Beomtae followed her, glancing around before asking if the store had any special deals for acquaintances. Na-hee-soo flatly replied that there weren't any. Beomtae then joked about whether there was at least a discount for someone the employee knew. Na-hee-soo, watching the interaction, was frozen in shock, wondering what on earth was happening between the two. Beomtae shrugged off the discount and casually asked what Na-hee-soo was doing later, prompting her to warn him that if he kept pushing, he'd definitely get scolded. Inwardly, Beomtae couldn't help but smile, almost wishing for that scolding. After work, as Na-hee-soo left the shop, Beomtae asked what she was planning to do. She apologized, explaining that she had to return to work and didn't have time to spend with him. Beomtae acknowledged that he already knew, mentioning they had met at the meat restaurant the other day. Na-hee-soo agreed, recalling that it was true. Beomtae commented that they had barely gotten to know each other, yet she was always so busy. Na-hee-soo simply remarked that all adults were busy, prompting Beomtae to question if that was really the case, adding that he didn't want to become an adult. This left Na-hee-soo a bit surprised, as she noticed how tired he looked. She wondered if all kids these days were like that. Beomtae then asked why she was looking at him like that, while Na-hee-soo silently wondered if he was around 190 cm tall. She compared his height to Minchul's, who was 180 cm, but Beomtae definitely looked taller. Beomtae teasingly pointed out that she seemed to know a lot about men's heights, to which Na-hee-soo quickly denied, thinking it was only because she had lived with Minchul for 13 years, always picking out his clothes and even his underwear. Beomtae stepped closer, joking that he was jealous, making Na-hee-soo ask what he meant. She reassured him that there was nothing to be jealous about since he was already much taller, prompting Beomtae to chuckle. When Na-hee-soo asked what he was laughing at, Beomtae brushed it off and offered to walk her to the store, to which she agreed, finding the gesture oddly endearing. While walking, Na-hee-soo, without realizing it earlier, noticed how worn out Beomtae's shoes were. She thought he looked good enough to pull off old shoes, but she wondered why he was spending money on flowers instead of something practical like new footwear. Curious, she asked how he could afford to buy flowers every day, suggesting that the money might be better spent elsewhere. Beomtae smiled and replied that there was no rule saying poor people couldn't buy flowers. This took Na-hee-soo aback, as his words bloomed like a single color in her otherwise dull world. She suddenly felt ashamed of her own narrow-mindedness, realizing she had always prepared banquets for others, but never thought of giving something beautiful to herself. She quietly agreed with Beomtae, thanking him for walking with her. Beomtae responded with a grin, suggesting they should see each other more often, handing her the flowers. The scene shifted as Ari searched for Minchul, wondering if he had gone out for a smoke. Just then, an employee called out to Minchul, asking if things were going well with Ari. Hearing the conversation, Ari quietly listened from the corner. The employee commented that he was jealous, mentioning how Ari had seemed arrogant at first, but turned out to be approachable. He added that young women often changed their minds quickly, and as they got older, became more focused on wealth than look. He crudely advised Minchul to catch them while they're young, even asking if Minchul had already gotten that far with her. Annoyed, Minchul cut him off, asking if he was really an assistant manager. When the man confirmed it, Minchul coldly stated that despite a few years at the company, he was still stuck as an assistant manager and probably didn't have the time to gossip about others. He sarcastically questioned why the man kept smirking, calling him a BT and telling him to shut up. Minchul left, leaving the assistant manager fuming in the alley, cursing under his breath. Minchul meanwhile chuckled to himself, finding it amusing that a man who had only ever encountered women at bars was trying to lecture him. Just then, Ari ran up to Minchul, hugging him tightly. She admitted she had been unsure at first, worrying they were moving too fast, especially since she had heard men often lost interest once things got physical, but somehow, she felt Minchul was different, a special man. Minchul pulled her closer, and Ari, overwhelmed by affection, promised herself that she would never let him go. This man, she thought, was hers forever. Back home, Na Hae-soo had left dinner out for Minchul with a note reminding him to heat up his favorite spare ribs. But while Na Hae-soo sat alone, Minchul was enjoying dinner with Ari, the atmosphere cooling as the night wore on. Feeling lonely, Na Hae-soo received a message from Baeom-tae wishing her good luck, which brought a smile to her face. She thought that Baeom-tae, with his fresh and innocent demeanor, still seemed untouched by the harshness of the world. He appeared like a typical romantic boy, someone who bought flowers not just for others but for himself. Later that night, while working at the hotel, Na Hae-soo encountered a customer asking for a room. He then demanded she call some girls for him. Remaining professional, Na Hae-soo insisted she needed his credit card for payment, not this sort of request. The man, confused, handed over the card, muttering about getting a room. Na Hae-soo stood her ground, firmly stating that she couldn't accommodate such demands. Just then, another customer walked in, asking if any rooms were available. When Na Hae-soo confirmed, he handed her his card and told her to book all the remaining rooms. Shocked, Na Hae-soo asked if he really meant all of them. As the man nodded, Baeom-tae received a notification on his phone in the hallway that the customer was coming out. The first customer stormed out, cursing about how businesses only worked with arrogant people, muttering under his breath while Baeom-tae quietly followed him. Back at the hotel, the owner arrived, surprised to find all the rooms booked. She happily told Na Hae-soo that business seemed to be picking up and suggested she head home early. Tired but relieved, Na Hae-soo prepared to leave, feeling oddly lucky. Even the dark streets, usually intimidating at night, seemed unexpectedly cozy. Yet, as she walked home, unaware of what lay ahead, she didn't realize that this rare moment of peace was merely the calm before the storm. Afterward, as Na Hae-soo chopped vegetables, she received a message from Baeom-tae, mentioning that it was colder than usual and advising her to dress warmly, while frequent messages from him reminded her not to work too hard. Na Hae-soo felt quite happy, thinking that youth was frighteningly refreshing, as each unexpected message from him made her feel as though a fleeting youthful scent was spreading across her cuffs. At the club, Baeom-tae smiled at the messages while Dong-wook, sitting beside him, questioned what was going on, wondering why he was laughing all of a sudden. Baeom-tae mentioned that someone was ignoring his calls, a girl, prompting Dong-wook to tease him. Dong-wook assumed Baeom-tae was in contact with the woman and suspected she was the one ignoring his calls, further questioning if Heejee was aware of the situation. The scene shifted to Na Hae-soo's house as Minchul approached from behind to hug her, asking what she was making, to which Na Hae-soo replied, seaweed soup. Minchul mentioned he would taste it and asked her to feed him. Na Hae-soo warned that it was hot and told him to be careful, but Minchul insisted she blow on it and feed him. As Na Hae-soo cooled the soup for him, she asked how it tasted and Minchul replied that it was fine, playfully asking whose wife was a better cook. The reason Minchul spoke in a way he normally wouldn't wasn't due to guilt from spending the past few days with another woman. He simply felt a little melancholy watching Na Hae-soo cook for him in their home. Regardless of what he did outside, her life seemed destined to remain the same, always. He wondered if it was true that such dynamics could actually strengthen a couple's relationship. Na Hae-soo snapped him back to reality, asking if something had happened, but Minchul denied it, expressing gratitude for the money she had given him to buy perfume. When Na Hae-soo asked if he had bought it, Minchul admitted he hadn't, explaining that he'd been busy and, after seeing how hard she worked to earn that money, felt reluctant to spend it. Na Hae-soo reassured him that it was okay and that he could buy it. Minchul thought, as expected, Na Hae-soo was a kind, boring, and peculiar person who seemed fine with anything. Minchul placed his hand on Na Hae-soo's clothes, making her visibly embarrassed. He couldn't help but compare her to Ari as he leaned closer, suggesting they do it just once. Na Hae-soo, taken aback, questioned if he had lost his mind, to which Minchul denied, asking if he looked like a beast who would get angry over such a thing, before telling her to get back to work. To him, Na Hae-soo resembled a flower he had carelessly picked in his youth, a pretty yet unremarkable flower that couldn't thrive without attention, and one that had forgotten how to display its colors. While lying down, Minchul messaged Ari, claiming it was the weekend and he was simply resting at home. Ari asked if he missed her and suggested they meet up. Minchul pondered whether he should go with her, considering he needed to buy perfume anyway, or if he should go with Na Hae-soo instead. The scene shifted to the past, where Na Hae-soo had been strolling around, examining the tag of a piece of clothing and thinking it was far too expensive. Minchul had approached, asking what she was looking at, but Na Hae-soo had brushed it off and moved toward a purse. When Minchul asked if she liked the bag, Na Hae-soo denied it. Minchul remarked that it was a luxury item, likely worth at least 1,000,000 K-rucks, leaving Na Hae-soo shocked. She wondered what kind of bag could be that expensive before dismissing the thought and suggesting they leave. Minchul cursed under his breath, suddenly reminded of that moment and realizing that Na Hae-soo knew nothing about brands or luxury goods, which made him question why he would choose to go with her. Without further thought, Minchul messaged Ari, suggesting they meet later. The scene scene shifted to Beomtae, who was notified about photos of Minchul with Ari. Without hesitation, he burned them to ashes. The next day, Nahae-soo felt drowsy, thinking her eyes kept closing despite having a shift at the convenience store later. Just then, she received a message from Beomtae, asking if he could see her for a bit after work. Nahae-soo wondered if something had happened, feeling slightly worried, especially after seeing him walking around with a wound. She thought it was odd to worry about someone who wasn't even nearby, but decided to meet him quickly on her way to the next part-time job, figuring that talking while walking might help her stay awake. As Beomtae waited outside, Nahae-soo eventually came out. Nahae-soo commented that he looked a little different that day, to which Beomtae simply agreed, making him smile. Nahae-soo couldn't help but think that his aura seemed unusually mature. While walking down the alley, Nahae-soo mentioned that she could only spare a little time, prompting Beomtae to ask if she was heading to work again. He reassured her that it was fine and offered to walk her to the convenience store. Nahae-soo wondered if she had even mentioned the store, but Beomtae continued, remarking on how dark and dangerous the alley was at night. Nahae-soo, unfazed, reminded him that she was an adult and not easily scared. In response, Beomtae admitted that he was the one who was scared, leading Nahae-soo to jokingly comment that given his size, he was like a walking barrier. To make her sigh, he moved behind her, asking if he should follow her like that. Nahae-soo brushed it off, telling him to just follow quietly. As they continued down the alley, Beomtae suddenly noticed marks on her neck and reached out to stop her. Nahae-soo questioned what was the matter, to which Beomtae replied that it looked like she had a mosquito bite up there. Nahae-soo pointed out that it was winter and it didn't hurt. Beomtae asked if it was really a bug bite, but Nahae-soo insisted there were no bugs during winter. As she recalled Minchul's bite, embarrassment washed over her, and she hastily claimed that it must have been a bug bite. Beomtae stepped closer, saying he knew it, and offered to put a band-aid on it. Nahae-soo paused for a moment before letting him, thinking how kind he was and how embarrassing it would be if someone else saw it, deciding to just leave the band-aid on. While applying the band-aid, Beomtae asked why she hadn't replied to him all this time. Nahae-soo explained that she had saved his number. Beomtae clarified that he wasn't asking about saving his number but about replying. Nahae-soo hesitated, questioning what she should have replied. Beomtae mentioned that he had been sore from where he got hit yesterday, making Nahae-soo wonder if he had tried putting on a band-aid without applying any medicine. Beomtae chuckled, saying he'd get sad if she didn't reply. Recalling his cute message, Nahae-soo realized it was the first time she had ever received such a sweet message from someone. She hadn't known how to respond or if it was even the kind of message that needed a reply. But after hearing him say he'd get sad if she didn't respond, she felt she might finally understand that feeling of disappointment after repeatedly sending messages without receiving a reply. Turning to Beomtae, she apologized, admitting that she hadn't known what to say and that she wasn't used to this kind of contact. With a shrug, she added that it probably wasn't fun being friends with an older woman like her. For Nahae-soo, her relationship with this kid was more about keeping herself grounded, a lucky encounter she had embraced because of Minchul, who often complained about her lack of friends or regular contacts. Beomtae reassured her that there was no need to apologize. He had reached out because he wanted to, and he had only been throwing a tantrum like a little kid. He emphasized that she didn't need to take responsibility for his one-sided emotions. No apologies, no obligations, just do what she wanted, whether it was to avoid making someone sad or simply because she wished to. The scene transitioned to the next day as Nahae-soo found herself drawn to some flowers. She called out to the shop owner, asking for a single rose priced at 1,000,000. The owner waved her off, insisting she take it for free since it was just one flower. But Nahae-soo declined, explaining that it was a gift for herself and she wanted to pay for it. As she headed home, she reflected on Beomtae's words and how they had lingered in her mind all day. In the midst of her hazy thoughts, one thing became clear. She wanted to buy a flower for herself. She gazed at the rose, thinking how beautiful it was. Just a single flower, yet it made the house feel warmer and more inviting. She pondered whether she should take a photo and send it, wondering if it was too trivial. But upon seeing Beomtae's previous messages, she decided to send the picture anyway. Just then, Minchul entered the house, speaking on the phone. He mentioned that he was just stopping by to change clothes, finding the suit uncomfortable, and would wear something casual before heading out. He casually asked Ari if she wanted to come to his house, but quickly changed his mind, suggesting they go to her place instead. As he noticed Nahae-soo in the room, he abruptly ended the call and approached her, questioning why she was home at this hour. Nahae-soo explained that she had just stopped by briefly and asked if he had finished work. Minchul denied it, saying he had to go back and was only changing into more comfortable clothes. While heading to the bedroom, he asked where she usually kept his underwear. Nahae-soo offered to help find them, but Minchul declined, saying he'd manage on his own. As he passed by, his eyes landed on the flower. Curious, he asked what it was. Nahae-soo explained that she had bought it because she thought it would brighten up the house. She added that it was just one flower, something unnecessary given their situation. Yet for some reason, Minchul felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Looking at Nahae-soo, dull, dry, and boring, the symbol of his youthful misery. He couldn't understand why her simple act of bringing home a flower stirred something inside him. He had planned to spend the night with another woman, yet seeing her standing there, unremarkable and tactless as ever, made his head spin. Without warning, he dashed toward her and kissed her. Minchul was full on his instincts as he tried to ground himself, but Na-Hae-soo tried to deny it, saying it was dangerous without precautions. Hearing this, Minchul's mood shifted as he grew aggressive. Choking her, he coldly remarked that she won't get pregnant anyway. As reality snapped back, he let go, frustrated, remarking that this is so annoying as to leave it, and with that, he stormed out. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Beom-tae, who smiled upon receiving the photo of the flower. Just then, some girls approached, surprised to see him there. They called out, impressed that Beom-tae was around, noting how unusual it was for someone like him to visit such a suspicious neighborhood. One of them mentioned that Dongbuk had also had a meal with Beom-tae here once. An odd coincidence. But Beom-tae, with a knowing smile, thought, coincidence? Behind every seemingly plausible coincidence lie countless inevitabilities, each interwoven to shape a single consciousness. He mused that it probably wouldn't be long now. The end of this story had already been decided from the start. It was destined to be a short story, one that would inevitably bring tears. As the scene shifted back to Na-Hae-soo, she walked to the washer, only to find lipstick marks on the shirt, leaving her frozen in place. The scene shifts toward Minchul in the parking lot, where Ari comes in to ask what they should have for dinner, while Minchul pulls her into the car, making Ari wonder what they are doing. Since this is her first time experiencing this, she feels embarrassed, and the last time, she was too drunk to see properly. However, she thinks it's hard and big as they get into the act. Ari mentions that today is a safe day, prompting Minchul to go at it harder. The scene shifts to Na-Hae-soo, who is worried about the lipstick mark as she stumbles upon the glass, causing it to break. Just in, Na-Hae-soo asks if she got hurt, to which Na-Hae-soo denies it, saying she's fine and will clean up the mess. Although it was clearly another woman's mark and she herself doesn't wear makeup, it seemed unlikely to be a big deal. There must have been some unavoidable circumstances or an amusing incident. Perhaps someone failed to see ahead and bumped into Minchul. It couldn't be anything serious, just a trivial thing, as nothing significant had happened. Yet seeing Minchul's scary eyes and hearing his threat not to be anxious made her heart tremble. She muffled the sound of her crying as if to hold back tears that refused to fall. Just in, a customer was berating her friend, claiming that the person had cheated on her. She reminded her friend that she had warned her from the very start, questioning what kind of nonsense it was about not being able to settle down simply because there were no kids. She further argued whether it was their fault that she couldn't have children, and wondered how anyone could be sure that the man wasn't the problem. Frustrated, she stormed out. Na-Hae-soo reflects on how work used to keep her busy and helped her quickly forget sad things. But today, all the memories she had worked hard to bury resurfaced, one after another, ultimately ruining her entire day. Whenever life felt overwhelming, she would try to muster strength by imagining a better tomorrow for both her and Minchul. But now, she wasn't so sure anymore, wondering where they stood. Beom-tae arrives on a bike and notices Na-Hae-soo is saddened. He finds it ironic how the more one tries to let go, the more the past returns like a ghost. He wonders how many times she might have been upset that day as he steps into the convenience store, thinking of ways to ease her distress. Na-Hae-soo, feeling uncomfortable, wonders why the person isn't picking up any items and just staring blankly. She notices that he's really tall and reminds her of someone. He then shows her a phone screen with a message indicating that he can call her Nuna. Na-Hae-soo shrugs it off, remarking that he must really want to be scolded. Beom-tae removes his helmet, prompting Na-Hae-soo to question its purpose, to which he replies that he just came back from work. Na-Hae-soo asks if he does delivery work, and Beom-tae confirms it's something like that. Concerned, Na-Hae-soo advises him to be careful, saying it's easy to get hurt doing that kind of job. Beom-tae then teasingly asks if she's worried about him, making Na-Hae-soo question why he's smiling. She insists she only said it as a joke, but finds it hard to believe he's actually doing such work. She wonders why he's grinning so much while standing there, and eventually asks why he's even there. Beom-tae reveals that he's hungry. Na-Hae-soo questions if he hasn't had dinner, and Beom-tae denies it. She then criticizes the situation, wondering what kind of business leaves a kid hungry, calling it a real joke. Beom-tae recalls spying on Minchul and witnessing what had happened. He states that he has no choice, moving behind Na-Hae-soo and emphasizing how important it is, making her think he must be struggling. After all, he can't afford to take breaks from work, but letting someone go hungry still seems unacceptable for someone like him. Na-Hae-soo urges him to stop standing around and pick something to eat, offering to buy him a lunchbox or cup noodles at the very least. Beom-tae agrees, saying he'll grab a lot, prompting Na-Hae-soo to tell him to pick only 2. He then asks if she's really going to buy them for him, while Na-Hae-soo, though aware of her limited budget, decides to consider it a good deed. Beom-tae smiles, saying he'll accept the gesture but can afford to buy his his own meal, insisting he's not so incompetent that he can't make a living. Instead, he asks her to pick the most delicious one among the options, leaving Na-hae-soo confused. Upon seeing his wrist with an unusual tattoo, Na-hae-soo questions what it is. As Beomtae quickly covered it up, he wondered if she disliked tattoos, considering whether she thought it made him look like a thug. She then asked what was the reason. Beomtae, unsure of her thoughts, questioned if she hated it, adding that he would erase it. However, instead of responding to that, Na-hae-soo asked him to tell her the truth, wanting to know why he had such a scar. As Beomtae recalled the memory of how he got it, he hesitated. Na-hae-soo, noticing his pause, asked if he had done it himself, questioning whether it had been that difficult. Her voice attempted to remain calm, but a slight tremor at the end betrayed her emotions. Her eyes, which seemed on the verge of tears, made him pause. He realized he liked it when she looked at him that way. When her expression made it seem as though she was about to cry, she continued questioning him, while he debated whether he should tease her further, considering if he should push her a bit more just to see her upset. Eventually, Beomtae affirmed that it had been an accident, reassuring her that it wasn't what she was thinking. He added that she didn't need to worry, deciding to change the subject by suggesting that they eat as he picked up the cup noodles. Na-hae-soo, however, remained skeptical, thinking that he was better at lying than she had assumed. Yet, since it was an old scar, she decided to overlook it for now. Instead, she suggested he try another brand, handing him a different box. When he asked why, she explained that it was 300 KOW more expensive and insisted that when an adult offers to buy something, he should simply accept it without complaints. Seeing no reason to argue, Beomtae agreed and took out a table. As he turned to Na-hae-soo, she seemed lost in thought. Even though she had already been exhausted due to the strange kid who had drained all her energy earlier, she couldn't shake off the odd feeling that she didn't entirely dislike the situation. She questioned whether it was because, for a moment, she could forget the gloom she had felt all day because of Minchul's work. Struggling with the thought, she realized that Beomtae was in many ways a strange person, someone covered in scars and wounds, someone whose behavior was peculiar, whose tastes were unusual, and who was, in every sense, truly odd. The scene then shifted toward Minchul, as Ari called out to him. Without hesitation, Ari declared that she wanted to marry him, catching him off guard. Noticing his reaction, she questioned why he seemed so shocked. She admitted that she hadn't initially planned on marrying Young, but after meeting him, she had started wanting to. Minchul, still surprised, questioned why she was even bringing up marriage when she was only 25. Ari, unfazed, stated that 25 was the perfect age for marriage, questioning if it wasn't great to have a younger girlfriend early. Amused, Minchul laughed, admitting that she wasn't entirely wrong. Still, he pointed out that while he had always been that way with younger girls, wasn't it somewhat undesirable to spend all of one's best years trying to fit into someone else's life and getting married too early? He suggested that instead of thinking about marriage, she should just enjoy her youth. His words made Ari tear up. In response, she hugged him tightly. Minchul, who had only been trying to have fun, realized that she was far more serious than he had expected. Maybe it was because she was still young and innocent. She had attended a prestigious school, owned a car, and wore nice clothes. Everything about her suggested she came from a wealthy family. At a glance, she gave off the impression of a well-raised daughter. Her hair was soft and smooth, and unlike Na-hae-soo, she always smelled of cosmetics or perfume, which was rather pleasant. After a moment, Ari asked if he had ever thought about marriage. Minchul responded that it would be a lie that he hadn't. Curious, she pressed further, asking how he would like to live if he did get married. He answered that it was nothing special. He would be satisfied with a well-heated apartment that wasn't cold, a car that could fit the whole family, and a cute child who resembled them. Ari, intrigued, asked if he wanted to be a father. Minchul affirmed that he once had, which made her immediately question why he had used the past tense. Laughing, he recalled how Na-hae-soo had once mentioned that due to her weak body, it would be difficult for her to have children. He had found himself frustrated by that at times, but deep down, he knew that even if it hadn't been for Na-hae-soo's condition, having a child would have been a luxury for them. Minchul then told Ari that raising a child in today's world wasn't easy, and that was why he had given up on the idea. Feeling a surge of sympathy, Ari hugged him again, assuring him not to give up, believing that his dream would one day come true. The scene then shifted back to Beomtae as he recalled someone asking why his wrist looked the way it did. A peer had commented that it seemed like a tattoo, resembling a Buddhist proverb, which had made Beomtae smile. He questioned how anyone could even notice the white scars beneath the black ink before seeing the ink itself, yet Na-hae-soo had managed to. He thought about how impressive she was. Even without trying to push him, she had already reached his limits. He had wanted to wait as long as possible until the unhappy relationship came to a definite end, but it seemed like it wouldn't work out that way. He took a deep breath breath, reminding himself that the source of all suffering was attachment. He could already sense the onset of suffering instinctively, and there was no way to resist it. Attachment had already taken root, and only suffering remained. Meanwhile, Nahe-su was walking when she recognized someone from before. As the person confronted her, he suddenly seemed to tense up, his body shaking as he caught sight of a shadow near the alley. Overcome with fear, the person abruptly ran off, leaving Nahe-su surprised. She questioned what could have made them react like that. Later, when she arrived home, she found that Minchul was already asleep. She wondered if work had been particularly tough, as he used to stay awake at that hour. Considering how busy he had been lately and how rarely he came home, it was no surprise that he was exhausted. Quietly, she sat beside him, thinking that she should go to sleep as well. Just as she was about to slide down, however, Minchul's phone rang. Seeing Ari's name on the screen, she froze in shock. The next day, Nahe-su speculated for a long time, wondering whether she should accept the call or give it a try. A burning emotion welled up within her chest, urging her to move forward. She wanted to ask the caller, the one who was so young and beautiful, the reason for calling at such a late hour. She thought about questioning Minchul, wondering if his relationship with her was really just an acquaintance. There were so many things she wanted to ask but never did. She feared that she might not be able to handle the answers. While she hesitated, the call disconnected. She reassured herself that it was surely a work call, but even so, she couldn't quite get it out of her mind. In the present, Hwajong snapped Nahe-su back to reality by showing her a photo and questioning whether the girl in it was pretty. Her sister had sent her a picture from her wedding, and seeing someone close to her get married made her feel emotional to the point of trembling. She hoped that someday she would have the chance to wear a wedding dress. She then added that Nahe-su had said that she had gotten married as well. She had heard that preparing for a wedding, including the dress, suit, and makeup, could be incredibly hectic. She questioned where Nahe-su had gone for her honeymoon and what design her dress had been. She assumed that Nahe-su would have looked beautiful in anything, and that her husband must have been thrilled. The scene shifted to the past, where Minchul and Nahe-su had submitted a form, which was quickly granted. Nahe-su questioned how it had been completed so quickly, thinking it would be more complicated. Minchul admitted that marriage was different from what he had expected, and then asked if they should go out for a meal that day. Nahe-su declined, stating there was no need as they had already spent a lot on finding a house and needed to save for a while. Minchul hugged Nahe-su from behind, urging her to lighten up and calling her a mood killer. He pleaded with her, saying he was craving meat and that they should go out for a meal. Eventually, Nahe-su agreed, suggesting they get some meat. Minchul mentioned that next year or the year after, once things improved, they should have a wedding. She assured him that she would wear a beautiful dress, and for the ring they would get a really expensive one with a huge diamond. He questioned where they should go for their honeymoon, suggesting that famous places must have their reasons for being well known. Hawaii was decided upon, making Nahe-su smile. After Hawaii, Minchul assured her they should go to Hong Kong, which made Nahe-su blush in embarrassment. She giggled with him. The promise of that day was never fulfilled. To this day, when she was legally a stranger to Minchul, she believed that all they needed was for their hearts to remain unchanged. She prayed that he would not stray too far from that day, more radiant and dazzling than the diamonds they could not have. Meanwhile, Beomtae had questioned that he had messaged Nahe-su quite a bit without receiving a response. Seeing the mark on his neck, he thought she is still soft towards him, and now she did not even read his messages now. He questioned what he should do about it. If he had known things would turn out this way, maybe he should have taken a few more hits that day. Suddenly, a person lit a lighter in front of Beomtae, offering to light it for him with a grin. Beomtae stared at him and then apologized, stating that he did not need a light. He took out the lollipop from his mouth, making his guard laugh. The guard, Jay, cursed himself under his breath and apologized to Beomtae, stating that he was sorry and that he had just wanted to light the fire for him. He admitted that it had been a bit of a fantasy for him, like in a noir or action movie. Beomtae, amused, told him to go ahead and light it, taking the bodyguard by surprise. Jay had not expected Beomtae to humor his fantasy. Beomtae then stated that he could not recognize him, prompting the guard to introduce himself as new. Beomtae questioned whether he had ever buried a person before, surprising Jay. Recollecting, Beomtae stated that there might soon be a need to bury someone. Jay, startled, admitted that he had not been informed of any such involvement. However, if he handled the aftermath well and was provided with proper compensation, he would manage somehow. But Beomtae handed him the lighter, asking him to relax and saying he was just joking. As Beomtae walked away, Jay remained taken aback. Jay questioned his companion whether that had really been a joke, stating that from the look on Beomtae's face, he did not seem like he was joking. He wondered aloud if they were really going to bury someone. He then laughed nervously, stating that he was not sure. His companion affirmed that he did not know either. Jay pleaded with him, asking him to say it was not true as he felt like his life might be at risk. He then added that, by the way, blood did not lie, and Baeum-tae looked just like him. He admitted that, to be honest, Baeum-tae resembled the chairman so much that it was frightening. The scene then shifted to a restaurant, where a girl was sobbing, questioning how her husband could have done that to her. It seemed that someone who had never looked in a mirror in his whole life had suddenly started buying expensive clothes and even luxurious underwear. Back then, he had not wanted to work and had spent his days unemployed, which she had hated. But now, he was even coming to work on weekends. Her friend, questioning whether she was an office wife, she cursed the husband, making Nae-su shiver and tremble. They discussed how even if one devoted herself to a man, it was of no use. Her friend consoled her, telling her not to shed tears for such a person and to just drink instead. Nae-su stated that work had been hard to focus on. Minchul's frequent late nights, decreased contact, and an unsettling sense of discomfort surrounded her. She could not pinpoint exactly what it was. If Minchul were to have another woman in his life, then Nae-su, in utter despair and disbelief, questioned what would happen to her. She tried to calm herself down, thinking that her anxiety was turning into tangible pain, pressing down on her chest so much that even breathing felt burdensome. Nae-su called for her boss, as the restaurant owner noticed her distress and asked if she was feeling unwell, questioning whether she needed to leave early. Nae-su apologized, stating that she was not feeling well. The owner affirmed that her face looked very pale and questioned whether she needed to go to the hospital. Nae-su affirmed to it, assuring him that she was fine. The restaurant owner told her not to worry about work and to get some rest, urging her to hurry home. Nae-su thanked him and dashed out while tears welled up in her eyes. She did not know why, but Baeum-tae's voice popped into her head at that moment, telling her to do what she wanted to do. She ran, wondering what had compelled her, someone who never spent her money impulsively, to boldly go all the way to Minchul's company. Questioning, was it that slow voice in her head? Nae-su arrived at Minchul's office, questioning whether she was supposed to enter. She had never been inside, so she did not know. She assumed he must be there since he had mentioned working late. From behind, an employee approached her, questioning where she had come from and whether she was there for work, as outsiders were not supposed to be there. Nae-su stated that she was there for something, that she needed to check if someone was around for a moment. The employee asked whom she was looking for, to which Nae-su answered that it was an employee named Kang Min-chul. The employee then asked about her relationship with Min-chul. Trembling, Nae-su hesitated before stating that she was a family member. The employee observed that she did not look quite similar to him. Nae-su then questioned whether Min-chul was working late that day. Nae-su repeated the question, only to have the employee deny it, stating that he did not think so. Since she was family, he decided to let her in just this once. Opening the door, he called out to Min-chul, stating that someone had come to see him. On the way, Nae-su was thinking that it seemed as if people's voices were speaking to her, reminding her that affairs were always bound to be revealed. If one did not want to be completely taken advantage of, one must gather evidence, and she knew she had to do it even if it was difficult. However, she reminded herself that the reason she had come this far was not for that. She wanted to prove to herself that her anxiety was unfounded, to show her aching heart that Minchul could never be that kind of person. The pillowcase was different, and so she had to prove that the dreams she had every night were nothing more than nightmares. She wanted confirmation, even if the relationship was no longer what it used to be. She wanted to believe that the lingering affection would remain where the initial passion once was. The employee at the entrance, recognizing her as family, informed her that he would let her slide this time. He called out for Minchul, stating that someone had come to see him urgently. Another employee questioned who she was, and in the meantime, Ari recognized her. Minchul, upon hearing the commotion, denied having anyone waiting for him. However, when he saw Nae-su standing before him, the employee insisted that she had claimed to be family and questioned if that was not true. Minchul denied it, stating that she was, and informed them that he would step out for a moment. As he moved outside, he grabbed Nae-su and threatened her, demanding that she follow him. Once they were outside, Nae-su asked Minchul to calm down, mentioning that her arm hurt. Instead of responding gently, he slammed her against the wall and demanded to know what she was doing. He questioned why she had come to his workplace and caused such a fuss when nothing was wrong, asking if she had lost her mind. Nae-su was unable to say anything, but Minchul shouted at her to stop stuttering and speak clearly. Struggling to find the right words, she asked him not to be angry, stating that he was scaring her. Minchul, getting closer to her, threatened her again, asking if she was truly scared of him. Nae-su denied it, explaining that it was not him she feared, but the memories it brought back. Minchul, frustrated, reminded her that he had told her to stop bringing up the past and demanded to know how long she intended to hold on to it. Nae-su had not meant to hold on to it for so long, but her body tensed up whenever she heard loud noises. The accumulated misfortunes had instilled something in her, an almost instinctual fear. Minchul questioned her again, demanding an answer as to why she had come. Her lips refused to move at first, but she eventually gathered her courage and stated that there had been makeup on his clothes. She did not wear makeup, so it could not have been hers. She asked him why such a thing would would be on his clothing and whom it belonged to. Taken aback, Minchul laughed mockingly, realizing that she was acting this way because she thought he was involved with another woman. He taunted her, asking if she was jealous. Na-hee-soo, with a trembling voice, denied it, insisting that she was not jealous. Minchul, however, dismissed her denial, stating that coming all the way to his workplace just because of a stain on his clothes was irrational unless she was crazy. He added that perhaps it had gotten there from bumping into someone or for some other trivial reason. He then questioned whether she was seriously ill, calling the situation annoying. Announcing that he was done, he turned to leave, ordering her never to come there again. Na-hee-soo walked away soullessly, lost in thought, when she stumbled into someone. The person she bumped into questioned her roughly, asking what she was doing. Na-hee-soo did immediately apologize. The man's girlfriend remarked that she seemed a bit strange. However, before anything else could be said, another figure intentionally bumped into the man, catching him off guard. The young man, feeling the impact, questioned whether he had just run into a telephone pole or something. The figure, none other than Beomtae, called out to the young man, threatening him to watch where he was going. The scene shifted as Beomtae followed Na-hee-soo. He counted the distance between them. At first, it was 100 feet. Then it was 10 feet. By now, he should have been caught, but even if he had been 3 feet away instead of 10, she still would not have noticed him. Her attention was directed elsewhere, as if she was lost in thought. Though Beomtae pretended to be good, it was all deceitful. He tried hard to hide his true intentions, but in reality, he wanted to be caught. Circling around her like a habit, he suddenly longed to be noticed. He wanted his wicked intentions to be exposed, but Na-hee-soo, covered in her own world, did not even notice the first snowfall. She simply gazed at someone's back, missing the season, missing her youth. The falling snow would soon turn to rain, and once work was over, she would head home quickly. Beomtae sent her a message, but she did not immediately respond. As she recalled Minchul's threatening gaze, tears fell from her eyes. She cried heartily, overwhelmed by emotions. Seeing this, Beomtae threw his umbrella aside, realizing that she was struggling. It was hard to hold back because he had spent so long pretending to be a good person. He recalled a past conversation with Na-hee-soo, in which he had told him that despite his hardships at home, he had not gone down the wrong path or become twisted. Life was tough, she had said, but if he continued to push forward, things would eventually get better. However, as Beomtae recalled those words, he thought she had been wrong. He was not a good person, just a fool. He had foolishly believed that everything would eventually fall into place, but now he could only look at her crying back, knowing that today was the last time. Next morning, the scene shifted to Thurflower Shop, where Hwa-jung noticed Na-hee-soo's puffy eyes and questioned her about them. Na-hee-soo excused herself, saying she had eaten ramen the night before. Hwa-jung, unconvinced, asked if she had eaten ramen that came from hell. Na-hee-soo changed the topic, mentioning that only 10 minutes remained until opening. As she called out to Hwa-jung, she excused herself for a moment. As Na-hee-soo walked away, she thought about how Minchul had not come home the previous night. She had waited to reconcile with him, but it seemed that might be difficult for a while. Their wedding anniversary was approaching, and she planned to apologize while sharing a small meal outside. She considered taking some time off work for the occasion, wondering how she should adjust her schedule. Just then, the cold sensation of a coffee cup pressed against her cheek. Beomtae greeted her, stating that she was slacking off. As Beomtae touched Na-hee-soo's puffed eyes, she stated that she was not slacking off and that they had not opened yet. Beomtae questioned whether that was really the case as he offered her coffee, suggesting that she drink it while it was still warm, for which Na-hee-soo thanked him. He then asked if she was not going to say anything, prompting Na-hee-soo to question what he meant. Beomtae stated that he had thought she would scold him for showing up without contacting her first. Na-hee-soo remarked that he did seem to know he would get a scolding, to which Beomtae playfully asked if he should be punished again. Na-hee-soo quickly dismissed the idea, telling him to forget it. When she questioned if he was into that sort of thing, Beomtae asked what she meant by that. Na-hee-soo remarked that he seemed to know about things like getting scolded and all that. Beomtae barely managed to hold back his laughter as Na-hee-soo told him not to laugh, insisting that she was being serious. He then stated that he was not into that sort of thing, but in a way he was okay with anything from her. He added that he would just start picking her up without asking for permission from now on, to which Na-hee-soo told him to do as he pleased, but not to come this Friday. When Beomtae questioned why, Na-hee-soo revealed that it was her wedding anniversary. Though taken aback, Beomtae did not let it show on his face, assuming that she was talking about her wedding anniversary with her husband. Na-hee-soo stated that she would be busy spending time with him and asked if Beomtae knew she was married, mentioning that she did not recall telling him. Beomtae was aware of it but also knew that she was divorced. He briefly imagined what kind of expression she might make if he told her that. Beomtae touched a stray strand of her hair, stating that he had kind of guessed it, though he was a bit confused. He mentioned that if it were him, he would have hated it. He elaborated that if she were talking to someone else, if someone else picked her up, held an umbrella for her, or bought her coffee, he would have hated it. If he were her husband, he would have been the only one allowed to do those things for her and would have ordered the man to stop. He then asked if her husband had not said anything about it. Nahesu argued that he was still young and did not understand yet, explaining that in social life it was common for colleagues or friends to do such things sometimes. Beomtae, unimpressed, inwardly called her stupid, thinking that her husband was secretly seeing a younger woman while she worried about him out of kindness. He agreed not to contact her that day and figured he should not pick her up at all that week, but Nahesu replied that it was not necessary. Beomtae then wished her a good time, telling her to eat something delicious, have fun, and enjoy her time with her husband before he left. The scene then shifted to Ari's home, where she remained skeptical about her earlier conversation with her friend. They were talking about Minchul, who did not look 33, was very handsome, and appeared to be around their age. Her friend affirmed this, questioning why all the girls who dated older men seemed to have the same reasoning. Ari further commented that on top of everything, Minchul had incredible stamina, able to go for 2 or 3 rounds and could still lift her easily. Her friend, visibly weirded out, dazed at Ari. She added to question if it was not strange for a man of his caliber to be single and not have a woman until he was 30. 3D. Still doubtful, Ari called out to Minchul, stating that she wanted to go to his house instead of her own or a motel, directly asking if she could visit his place. Minchul, clearly frustrated, muttered that she was at it again, questioning why she was so eager to go to his house. He asked why she would want to go there when her own house was nice, a place that could not be obtained with an entry-level salary. He briefly considered that an office-tel, a mix of an office and a hotel, was designed to be a self-contained space where occupants could live and work in the same building, minimizing commute time. He then thought about Nahesu, acknowledging that even if he left her behind, she would still be there, waiting for him to return to that tiny, rundown place. Even though Nahesu never expressed it, he knew she loved him, but he wondered if she really did. To him, she was like a wooden plank, always stiff, showing no confidence or affection. It frustrated him how, no matter what he did, she remained emotionless, like a doll. He recalled Nahesu's words when she had questioned why he had something like that in his shirt and who it belonged to. Smiling slightly, he dismissed the thought. Ari, noticing his sudden expression, asked why he was laughing, but Minchul denied that he was. Although he was annoyed, he found himself somewhat enjoying her reaction. Ari questioned what was so funny, irritated, but before she could say more, Minchul pulled her in and kissed her. He thought that an affair was like a diversion, something he should not get caught in but could not stop. The morbid pleasure of the possibility of being caught was irresistible. Minchul later thought that he could not continue living like that, mentioning that he was living off a family member because he was broke. He speculated that if Ari saw his house, she would probably want to run away. However, Ari insisted that she did not care. Minchul, almost as if testing her, admitted that he had no parents, was uneducated, and had nothing, as there was no response from Ari, making Minchul think that most people would distance themselves after such a confession, but Ari instead hugged him, affirming that it was okay. No matter what kind of person he was, she assured him that she was fine with it. Minchul then asked if she could come over to his house, to which she remained silent. The scene shifted to home, where Nahesu asked Minchul if he was awake, noting that he had gotten up early. Minchul responded that he needed to head to the office quickly. She asked if he was busy that day, but Minchul replied that he was not sure and would find out once he got there. As he went to wash up, Nahesu assumed that he had taken his workload seriously and decided to ask him again later. She hurried through her tasks at work, thinking that she had asked Minchul to contact her earlier, wondering if he would actually reply. When she checked her phone, she saw that he had messaged her, stating that he had to work overtime. Since she was also working late, he reassured her that it was fine. Smiling, Nahesu affirmed that she too would be working late and told him not to worry. Deep down, she had hoped he would remember that it was a special day. However, she knew that living without expectations was best. Meanwhile, Jay thought to himself that he should contact his boss and head to his part-time job. The scene then shifted back to Ari, who commented that she had enjoyed the night and had not expected to be taken to his home so soon. She had assumed that since he always seemed uninterested, it would not happen this time either. Minchul asked if she really liked it that much, to which Ari affirmed, stating that going to his home made their relationship feel more serious and mature, compared to the kind of dating she had experienced when she was younger. Since it was him, she felt it was even better. Minchul then mentioned that the heating in his house did not work well, warning that it would be cold. Ari reassured him that it was fine and that she would simply cuddle with him, adding that she liked how warm his hands were. Minchul then stated that if she wanted him to hug her, he would. If she wanted to hold hands, they would. He would do whatever she wanted. Arie laughed while Minchul thought about how some women willingly walked into their own version of hell, like Nahesu, who had waited in vain for 10 years. While Beomtae, seeing all of this, called out to Jay, stating that he was going to change clothes, deciding that the sooner he left the better, as he was in a bit of a hurry. In the house, Minchul asked Ari if he had told her that the place was old, and that she should not look too closely at it since it was embarrassing. Ari stated that it was spot spotless, but mentioned that their mother always said that no matter how much one cleaned an old house, it never truly looked clean. She added that it must have taken a lot of effort to maintain it in such a condition. Praising him, he remarked that Minchul was truly amazing, while Minchul internally knows that it was all thanks to Na-hae-soo. Although feeling good about the compliment, Minchul noticed that Ari was shivering and questioned if she felt cold, suggesting that they should go inside since the living room was cold. Upon entering the room, Minchul commented that someone like her would easily catch a cold if she stayed there for just a day, suggesting that next time they should go to her house instead. Ari responded that she had already told him it was fine as long as he was holding her. With someone as warm as Minchul, she did not need any additional heating. As Minchul kissed her, he recalled Na-hae-soo's shivering body and wondered if she was feeling particularly cold that day. He questioned if the sudden chill in the weather that week was affecting her, suggesting that they should stay close together for warmth. However, upon recalling her recent actions, he shrugged it off, deciding that whatever it was, he would eventually forget it and sleep peacefully on his own. Despite feeling a sense of discomfort, he continued kissing Arii. There was something strangely exciting about doing this in a place where Na-hae-soo had spent a significant amount of time. Na-hae-soo, on the other hand, turned away from him as she lay down, her back traumatized by past experiences. The pain remained within him like an internal scar, and as time passed, he continued to break and shatter, crumbling over and over. The love they had once shared seemed suffocated by poverty and misery. Meanwhile, Beom-tae changed his clothes before heading out to a convenience store. As he arrived, a girl at the store welcomed him and silently praised about how tall he was and how good-looking he appeared. However, she questioned what was going on, wondering if someone had gotten stranded, considering the amount of food he was purchasing. When asked to calculate the cost, the girl was taken aback by the sheer quantity of items, questioning what he planned to do with so many hot packs. She guessed that he might be going on a hiking trip, but he denied it, explaining that he needed them for a specific reason. As the scene shifted, a girl was seen smoking outside. Beom-tae approached her, apologizing and asking if she could call Na-hae-soo for him. The owner of the restaurant got inside to call out for Na-hae-soo, noting that her face appeared slightly flushed, and asking if she was feeling unwell. Na-hae-soo stated that she had a mild cold and a slight fever, but reassured them that she was fine. She then questioned why she had been called. The owner explained that someone had come looking for her outside. Upon hearing this, Na-hae-soo immediately wondered if it was Minchul. Despite trying not to get her hopes up, she could not help but let her expectations rise. The owner further stated that since there were no customers at the moment, Na-hae-soo could go and check it out quickly. Na-hae-soo thought that perhaps Minchul had pretended to forget their wedding anniversary, but was secretly planning a surprise. The mere thought of it made her heart race. As she stepped outside, she called out for Minchul but found no one there. She then questioned if it had just been a prank. Before she could think further, she suddenly felt arms wrap around her from behind. Beom-tae hugged her and called her Nuna. Na-hae-soo immediately scolded him, reminding him that she had told him not to call her that and questioning why he insisted on doing so. She warned him that if he continued, she would really scold him next time. However, upon sensing his heavy breathing, she became concerned and asked if he was hurt. She told him to come closer, but as he did, Beom-tae suddenly apologized, admitting that despite being told not to contact her, he had done so anyway. Na-hae-soo noticed that he was burning up and quickly stated that he seemed sick. She asked where he was feeling unwell and urged him to tell her more. He, however, simply responded that he did not know, only mentioning that he had a fever. She then questioned why he had come all the way there with such a fever, insisting that he should return home immediately to take medicine and rest. Beom-tae, however, stated that he could not go home. Na-hae-soo, now even more concerned, asked why he was unable to do so. Looking into Beom-tae's blank and unresponsive eyes, she realized something was wrong. He had previously mentioned being in an unfortunate situation, and if he returned home, he would not be able to rest comfortably. Remembering the marks she had seen on him earlier, Na-hae-soo told Beom-tae to wait for a moment, but as she turned to leave, he grabbed her wrist. However, she reassured him that she was not abandoning him. She simply needed to ask her boss for some time off. Seeing him smile weakly, she asked him to stay put. He then encouraged her to go ahead. After speaking with her boss, Na-hae-soo asked Beom-tae to follow her, deciding that since Minchul had mentioned he would be late that night, she could let Beom-tae rest for a bit before sending him back. She estimated that she could allow him at least 2 hours to recover. Though her house was shabby and old, she figured it was good enough for him to lie down for a while. However, she wondered if the room might be too cramped for someone as tall as him. She questioned whether it would be okay for him to crouch down in such a space while he was sick. Seeing Beom-tae smiling despite everything, Na-hae-soo asked why he was grinning. She found it absurd that a grown man would be happy even while sick. Beom-tae simply responded that he was glad to see her after such a long time, to which Nahesu teased that he is happy about the strangest things. She then told him that instead of avoiding her on purpose, he should just visit like he used to. She admitted that she felt a bit lonely since the kid she used to see all the time on her way to and from work was no longer around. Beomtae, hearing this, promised that he would visit her every day from then on. Smiling at his words, Nahesu silently prayed that he would keep smiling, finding herself unable to look away from his innocent and carefree expression. As they arrived at her home, Nahesu guided him down the stairs and mentioned that although he had been to her place before, she wondered if he still remembered. She admitted that the space was a bit cold and cramped, but assured him that it was still better than sending him home in his condition. She then urged him to take some medicine and rest. As she approached the door, she suddenly hesitated, finding it strange that the lights inside were already on. She questioned why that would be the case. Just as she reached for the doorknob, she froze upon hearing voices coming from inside. A shiver ran down her spine as she tightened her grip on the door handle. In that moment, she heard Ari's voice calling out for Minchul from within the house. Nahesu speculated that adultery did not only tear love apart, but also trust, faith, and the memories they had built together. It shattered everything. As Nahesu listened to their words, she heard them clearly, but before she could react, Beomtae pushed her from behind, asking her not to run away. He whispered to her, pleading that she should not flee and should listen until the end of their love. A cold voice, one she had never heard before, merged with reality, and that languid voice conveyed the truth. This love from long ago had already ended, just as their marriage had. The relationship was no longer as radiant as the past she had clung to. It had faded. Nahesu asked Beomtae to let her go, screaming as she dashed inside, desperate to get inside. Beomtae watched her, expecting her to run away, but he had not anticipated this reaction. Meanwhile, Ari was talking with Minchul, stating that she did not want to go home. However, Minchul insisted that they had to leave since she needed to go to work the next day. Ari struggled with his thoughts, realizing he had not asked her to stay until the end, and urged Minchul to take her home. As Minchul heard a noise, Nahesu suddenly burst in, screaming about him. Ari stated that this woman had been a family member from the past, but Minchul was taken aback, questioning why Nahesu was there already. With desperate eyes, Nahesu confronted Minchul, demanding to know whether she was just a family member to him. Inwardly, Minchul cursed, wondering what had happened. He hesitated before asking why she had arrived so early, but Nahesu dismissed the question, exclaiming that it was not important at that moment. Minchul shouted in frustration, insisting that if she had not come so soon, things would have been different. Nahesu clung to Minchul as he attempted to deflect, suggesting they talk later, but she screamed at him, demanding to know where he was going. She pressed him to answer quickly, asking whether they were just acquaintances or merely family. She questioned whether, after living together for 13 years, she was still considered just family. Ari, with a ruthless tone, inquired about what was happening. Minchul attempted to explain, but Ari abruptly stated that she was leaving. Minchul pleaded, insisting it was not like that and asking her to listen to him. He claimed he was trying to say that she meant nothing to him, but Ari cursed at him, demanding that he move aside. Minchul desperately tried to convince her that they were married, but it had been a long time since they had divorced. It was true, she was not even family anymore. She had become nothing more than a stranger, and that realization crushed her soul. Nahesu snapped when she heard him refer to her as a stranger. She grabbed Minchul's hair, screaming, while he yelled at her to let go. Minchul could not believe what she was doing. In response, Nahesu demanded to know how he could call her a stranger. Overwhelmed, Minchul pushed her away, declaring that he had grown tired of living like that. He confessed that he had started seeing another woman, someone young and sweet. He stated that she was cute and then sarcastically asked whether that explanation was enough, questioning if Nahesu wanted to break up or something. He challenged her, saying that if she wished to break up, she could go ahead. As Minchul called out for Ari, asking where she had gone, his voice echoed through the silence. Nahesu turned her face, seeing a broken bottle and the lone flower that had once stood on the table. Tears streamed down her face as her hands trembled. She sobbed uncontrollably, her heartbreak manifesting in the rivers of tears running from her eyes. Outside, Minchul urged Ari to wait, but she struggled against him, threatening to leave. He tried to convince her that if word spread at work, it would not be good. He suggested they talk things out, explaining that he had hidden the truth because he feared she would dislike him if she knew he had been divorced. He apologized, claiming he had been sincere about his feelings for her. However, Ari questioned whether a sincere man would still be involved with his ex-wife. Minchul attempted to justify his actions, claiming that Nahesu was obsessed and had always been around, just like she saw in his workplace. As he spoke, Beomtae realized the gravity of his words. He wondered if he should just kill him, hearing the conversation unfold before him. Nahesu, whose youth had been drained and whose spirit had been worn out, stood before him, barely able to contain himself. But he denied that things could end so easily. The harbinger of destruction was slow and profound in the most malicious and cruel cool way. He did not know how much love had once filled his heart as he walked the path he had chosen. He had always been running away, but now she had discovered his dirty and disgusting secret. Only now, at last, had she learned the truth. She would abandon him, yet his heart ached. It was the downfall of the relationship he had once longed for, but seeing her collapse made it feel like his heart was bruised all over. He wanted to shut it out, but the sound of her crying pierced his ears. He questioned what she truly wanted. If it was her wish, he would listen to anything she asked. As he entered the house, he thought that if she desired something, he would give it to her. If she wished to do something, he would do it with her. If there was a place she wanted to go, he would go there with her. If she asked him to kill, he would do it. But she would not ask for that. She would never wish to hate or curse the one who had made her this way. She, who had burned from the inside out with no love left unscathed, desired nothing from him. As he watched her, staring at his back, he found himself unable to do anything. Beomtae contemplated affection, realizing that being bound and dragged around by emotions was his first love. He questioned what made it so special despite the pain it had brought. He consoled Nahesu, telling her to stop crying, reminding her that if she continued, her eyes would hurt and her throat would become sore. She already had so much work, and if she ended up ill, it would only make things worse. However, as Nahesu lunged toward him as to take Beomtae by surprise, at the hospital, Nahesu was lying on the bed while Beomtae extended his hand as if to touch her, reaching toward her face as he pondered over it. He thought that, slowly, one by one, without missing anything, he would erase everything like that. As long as she was breathing, wounds would eventually heal. The scene shifts outside as Beomtae moves out, and Jay greets him, stating that it was still a relief. Beomtae questioned what it was for, to which he replied that after getting the fever shot and resting well, she would feel better. Beomtae stated that it was not something to be taken lightly. Jay added that at the very least it was not a serious illness. More than that, having that kind of fever made it clear she had not been feeling well for a while, and the fact that she had not even considered taking a day off seemed extreme. Beomtae questioned why that was and whether he did not understand, to which Jay replied that honestly he did not. He could not even imagine living like that, even if someone held him back and threatened him, and he was surprised that a person could be so. Jay questioned if he had thought about what he had really asked earlier, to which Beomtae chuckled and smiled. Jay asked him not to smile and to answer him as he would prepare himself. As Beomtae and Jay moved, Beomtae stated that if everything was ready, they should go, to which Jay asked where he was referring. Beomtae stated that they were going to the flower shop, taking Jay aback, remarking that he had a weird feeling as he was caught off guard. In front of the rose shop, Beomtae stated that he could leave if he was tired, since he could handle the part-time job by himself. Jay asked if he said so, he might just go home and get comfortable while the young master took care of what he needed to, adding that he would wait for him outside. Beomtae entered the shop, remarking that it was good that he had perseverance, which Jay affirmed, thinking that he affirmed it because he was Beomtae's lackey after all. As Hwajong welcomed the customer, she realized and corrected herself, apologizing and stating that they were closed for now. However, seeing the rose guy in front of her, she was quite surprised. Beomtae stated that he was not there as a customer today, but as a part-timer, surprising Hwajong. He added that he was there to cover for Nahesu, further surprising Hwajong. Hwajong questioned if Nahesu was sick, as it was unusual for her to be late like this. She found it hard to believe the situation and questioned what kind of relationship the rose guy had with Nahesu that he was covering for her like this. Afterward, Hwajong and the flower shop owner pondered over it. Hwajong stated that they should send him back as they could handle it by themselves, but the owner denied it, stating that she did not want to. She questioned if Hwajong was saying they should send away such a handsome face when he had come on his own. Hwajong stated that it was not something he could learn quickly, to which the owner agreed but got an idea, suggesting that they would just have to have him stand outside and attract customers. Hwajong got angry, questioning if the owner was crazy for wanting him in a mascot costume. She questioned why she would want to cover such a perfect face when he was already perfect as he was. The shop owner, slightly bleeding from her ear, stated that this was the most passionate she had ever seen her. As Hwajong approached Beomtae with a cat face, Beomtae questioned if she was done talking, to which Hwajong affirmed. She asked him to listen carefully and explain what he needed to do outside the shop. As a little girl strolled with her mother, she took a peek at Beomtae with the board as they made eye contact. The girl greeted Beomtae and approached him, questioning if she liked flowers. The girl asked if he was referring to everything there, to which he affirmed. She called for her mother, stating that she wanted to buy this brother. The mother apologized, stating that her daughter kept asking to buy whatever she liked. However, the daughter affirmed that he had said everything was for sale. The mother corrected her, questioning if she was trying to embarrass her and reminding her not to use the expression buy for people. As Beomtae laughed, he stated that it was okay and apologized, revealing that he had already been sold. The girl questioned if he was serious, to which Beomtae joked that some lady had already bought him. The girl said it was okay since she had already bought a kid in kindergarten, as Jiyeon had told her that if she bought him they would have to marry. To Beomtae laughed as they continued their conversation. Jae, overlooking this, pondered over a fact as he recalled his conversation with the chairman. The chairman had questioned if he knew why he had called for him, to which Jae replied that he did not. The chairman stated that it was nothing special, as his son sometimes acted in ways that were very hard to understand. That was why he assured Jae to just let him know when he acted strangely and asked if he understood, to which Jae abided. In the present, Jae thought about how he had been told to report whenever Beomtae acted strangely, but everything he did seemed strange. He questioned what exactly he should be reporting as he felt like he was losing his mind. The scene shifted toward the hospital, where Na-ha-soo was huffing. She called out for Min-yeol, pleading for him not to go, but suddenly she opened her eyes and realized she was in the hospital. She questioned how she had gotten there and what time it was. Realizing it was 4:14 in the evening, she called her boss, apologizing for missing work without prior notice. She cried out that something had come up, recalling the horrifying scene from yesterday. However, the boss revealed that there was nothing to be done when she was sick and her substitute was doing a fantastic job. Na-hae-soo was quite surprised about the substitute, questioning what she meant. The owner affirmed that there were too many customers at the moment, so she could not stay on the phone for long. She asked Na-hae-soo to take care of herself before hanging up, leaving Na-hae-soo petrified in confusion. The scene shifted as Beomtae's phone rang. He had hoped she would get a bit more rest since it was her first good sleep in a while. Jae asked if he had gotten a message, to which Beomtae replied that she had woken up and he guessed he needed to go. He then asked Jae if he had ever worked at a meat restaurant, to which Jae questioned if he would leave him if he said he had. Beomtae laughed, while Jae scoffed, stating that there was probably no employer other than him who would use a high-end worker costing over 12,000 kW per hour for a 10,000 kW part-time job. Beomtae asked him to do him this favor, to which Jae demanded a night shift bonus as well, to which Beomtae agreed. Jae wondered whether it was out of curiosity or for fun, but he just could not figure it out. At the hospital, as Na-hae-soo dressed up, she recalled the horrifying scene involving Min-chul and Ari. From behind, Beomtae entered, checking on her. He placed a hand on her forehead, calling her auntie and questioning if her fever had gone down. As Beomtae questioned whether she could stay a little longer, he mentioned that he could still feel some fever. In response, Na-hae-soo stated that staying in the hospital for an extended period would not make her heal any faster. When Beomtae asked if she was going home, Na-hae-soo affirmed. He then inquired about the man, prompting Na-hae-soo to pause. Observing her hesitation, Beomtae asked if he still had to refer to him as her husband. After another pause, Na-hae-soo revealed that she did not know, questioning what she should call Kang Min-chul now and how she was supposed to manage on her own from that point onward. Na-hae-soo admitted that strangely she could not shake the feeling that it was not truly over. She reflected that it was love she had lost, a love that had eluded her for so long, and she had never once considered the possibility of it ending. She recalled how he had seemed like someone who would always be by her side, regardless of the misfortunes that plagued her life. To her, he had been the only stroke of love she had ever received, urging her to keep going. She acknowledged that her relationship with Kang Min-chul had already ended, and that the remnants of their shattered emotions were all too clear. She understood that they could never piece them back together again, yet she still found herself almost expecting him to return. Na-hae-soo questioned whether she should be angry and to what extent she should express that anger before forgiving. She found herself stuck in such thoughts, which she deemed foolish, pathetic, and ridiculous. However, despite recognizing this, she admitted she still did not know what to do. Turning to Beomtae, she stated that it must sound ridiculous to him, remarking that she must seem pathetic. Beomtae, however, denied this, stating that it was not ridiculous. As he touched Na-hae-soo, he remarked that if it were an emotion that could be severed so easily, then it might not have been love in the first place. Hearing this, Na-hae-soo was touched, commenting that he truly was a strange kid. When Beomtae asked if that was really the case, Na-hae-soo affirmed. Na-hae-soo then thought about how strange it was that in moments like these, Na-hae-soo realized that the one who spoke the words she needed to hear most was the odd kid standing in front of her. Na-hae-soo questioned what he was doing, as Beomtae pointed out that her hair was sticking out. Na-hae-soo mentioned that it was because she had tied her hair without looking in the mirror. Laughing at her reaction, he was interrupted as his phone rang. It was Hee-ji. Na-hae-soo, realizing it was a girl's name, questioned whether he was going to answer. Beomtae denied it, stating that it was not important. However, Na-hae-soo insisted that she did not believe that was the case. Sitting beside Beomtae, she reflected on how she had only ever received calls from debt collectors. Recently, however, she had experienced something different, a call that was not out of necessity, but because someone simply wanted to hear the voice. This sensation of anticipation was unfamiliar to her. She considered how, after waiting through multiple rings, a call that persisted for so long was either something urgent or an indication of deep care. Beomtae Beomtae stated that he had accidentally hung up and asked Nahae-soo not to worry about it, suggesting they talk about something else instead. Nahae-soo, however, told him he should have answered, mentioning that she thought the girl liked him. When Beomtae asked how she knew, Nahae-soo stated that it was simply because it was a girl. Beomtae affirmed this, prompting Nahae-soo to remark that there was no such thing as mere acquaintances between a man and a woman. She referenced Min-chul's past claim that he and another woman had been just acquaintances, calling it a complete lie. Beomtae then questioned what that meant for their own relationship, pointing out that they two were a man and a woman who contacted each other daily and spent time together after work. Nahae-soo, however, dismissed his concern, telling him not to be a joke, reminding him that he was still a kid. Beomtae in turn noted that the girl he was speaking about also seemed quite young in her mannerisms. Shrugging it off, Nahae-soo told him to forget it, questioning who would ever like someone like her. Even those who once had eventually grew tired and left. Hearing this, Beomtae revealed that he liked her. Nahae-soo, taken aback, accused him of joking and warned that she would scold him, but Beomtae insisted that he was not joking. As Beomtae leaned in closer, Nahae-soo quickly stood up, stating that he tickled and that his voice was too low. Beomtae recognized that she was pretending not to hear, wondering how long she would continue doing so. Outside the hospital, Nahae-soo questioned how he had paid the hospital bills. Beomtae stated that he had used the money he had saved. Nahae-soo, surprised, told him he should have let her rest at home instead, and questioned where he had obtained the money for that. She then stated that she would pay him back. Beomtae, in response, told her that he would visit every day to remind her. Nahae-soo, slightly annoyed, asked him not to trick her, making Beomtae laugh. Nahae-soo, suddenly remembering, exclaimed that she needed to go to her part-time job at the meat restaurant. Beomtae reassured her, stating that he had already sent a substitute. He explained that it was someone he knew from the shop. Meanwhile, Jae was having a great time doing the job, receiving praise from customers for his excellent grilling skills. They complimented the way the meat melted in their mouths. The owner, however, was too shocked to see him finish cleaning up. Noticing Jae taking down bottles in one go, a customer made a noise, but Jae, with a menacing smile, threatened him, telling him to eat quietly. The customer, intimidated, affirmed. In the kitchen, Jae questioned himself about what he was doing. Elsewhere, in an alley, Dongwook called out to Heji, questioning why she had that expression. Laughing, he asked if Beomtae was not answering, advising her to give up. Dongwook mentioned how many girls Beomtae had been involved with, and noted that some women mistook his friendliness for something more. Heji, however, snapped back, asking if Beomtae was like him. Taken aback, Dongwook questioned what she meant by that. Heji accused him of always smiling at every girl and getting excited when they spoke to him. Dongwook, shocked, asked when he had ever done that. Heji ignored him and walked away, leaving Dongwook screaming after her, demanding an answer. Heji, frustrated, muttered that it was annoying as she continued messaging out for Beomtae. Meanwhile, Min-chul repeatedly called out for Ari but received no response. Cursing, he questioned why he could not reach her. Wondering if she was really breaking up with him, he feared that she would spread rumors at work. Desperate, he sent a voicemail pleading for her to pick up, thinking he had nowhere to go until Nahae-soo calmed down. The uncertainty was driving him crazy. Just then, someone from behind threw something at him. Back with Beomtae, he was dealing with debt collectors while messaging Nahae-soo, telling her that he missed her. Nahae-soo replied, telling him to hang in there until tomorrow. Jae then stated that he had something urgent to say. Beomtae, noticing his tone, told him to go ahead, just as a guard reported that he had received an important call. It was reported that he had received the call, with the message stating that the eldest young master would be arriving soon. It was mentioned that it had been a year, so the chairman had insisted that the whole family should gather to welcome him. Beomtae acknowledged the news, remarking that it had already been a year, and questioned whether the chairman truly cared about sibling bonds. He expressed doubt, wondering since when such concerns had mattered to the chairman. He further commented that if his brother were to see his face, he could bet that the Korean food he had not had in a while would get stuck in his throat. Laughing it off, Beomtae turned to Jae for confirmation, but Jae simply laughed as well. Jae was taken aback, realizing that the tension between the young masters was intense. However, his attention soon shifted as he noticed that the lighter in Beomtae's hand belonged to him. Internally, he lamented the expense, feeling the pain of its loss. The guard, observing the situation, questioned what Beomtae intended to do. Beomtae, appearing indifferent, asked what he meant, suggesting that he should simply be declared dead. The guard was baffled, but Beomtae conceded that his brother would likely prefer such news. It was then suggested that they offer him a sweet lie as a welcome gift. The scene shifted to Min-chul, who was visibly frustrated. He was cursing and questioning why Ari was not answering his calls. He noted that she was neither coming to work nor at home. Suddenly, from From behind, a packet was thrown toward Michul, accompanied by a mocking remark calling him a jerk. Turning around, he saw Ari, who immediately asked when he had arrived. As Michul attempted to reach for her, Ari recoiled, screaming at him not to touch her. Shivering, she struggled to maintain her composure. With anger in her voice, she dared him not to lay a hand on her, accusing him of using those very hands to sleep with another woman while still being with her. She called him filthy, her disgust evident. Minchul attempted to defend himself, insisting that he had never slept with the other woman while he was with her. However, Ari was not convinced. She demanded to know if he truly expected her to believe such a claim. As she continued to punch Minchul, she questioned whether he genuinely thought she could trust his words. Minchul, standing firm, admitted that everything she had seen was indeed true. He explained that due to the circumstances, he had to live with the other woman, as he had nowhere else to go. However, he maintained that despite their cohabitation, he had never been unfaithful to Ari while they were together. He also revealed that they were now divorced, which was another undeniable truth. Minchul confessed that he had brought Ari there despite knowing she would want to break up if she discovered the living arrangement. He stated that he had not wanted to hide anything from her. Placing a reassuring hand on her, he told her not to worry, promising that he would not come back anymore. He had come only to apologize one last time, as he was not completely heartless. Before leaving, he advised her not to drink excessively, as she could not handle alcohol well. He reminded her not to skip breakfast, as it would only make her oversleep, and suggested that she get some hangover soup when needed. He encouraged her to find someone better than him, apologizing for being a man with no abilities, nothing to offer, and a dark past. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Minchul's retreating figure, Ari tried to convince herself that it was all a lie, that everything he had said was false. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered for him not to go. Overcome with emotion, she ran after him, attempting to grab hold of him while screaming for him not to leave. She called him a bastard, sobbing uncontrollably. Despite her harsh words, Minchul smiled, thinking that this was exactly what he had expected. Meanwhile, Nahesu found herself back in her insignificant and shabby home. As she picked up the scattered condoms, a painful realization dawned on her. She wondered what her 20-year-old self would have thought if she had known that one day she would be cleaning up the remnants of Minchul's infidelity in her own home. She questioned whether she had been foolish and naive to pledge eternity so easily. Desperately trying to hold herself together, she found herself on the verge of collapse repeatedly. She wanted to throw everything away without hesitation or regret, yet in the end she could not even bring herself to discard her belongings. As her phone rang, she wondered if it was the debt collectors again, finding them persistently intrusive even at such a late hour. She pleaded internally to be left alone, just for tonight. However, the phone continued to vibrate, once, twice, 10 times, creating an unsettling sense of foreboding. She considered that when someone waited this long for a call to be answered, it meant either that something was truly urgent or that they cared deeply about the person on the other end. To her surprise, it was Beomte calling her. Upon answering, Nahesu heard Beomte express surprise that she had picked up. He apologized, explaining that he could not wait until tomorrow to hear her voice and asked if it was all right for him to call. Nahesu assured him that it was fine. When Beomte inquired whether she was sleepy, she responded that there was no way she could sleep in that place. She admitted that it would be a miracle if she did not have nightmares. Seeing her home again had been even more horrifying than she had anticipated. Nahesu apologized for allowing a child to witness such a disturbing scene. She noted that he had been hurt as well, yet she had not even paid attention to him. Beomte reassured her that everything was fine, explaining that the cold must have gotten startled and run away. But Nahesu commented that it was a sight that would make anyone want to flee. Beomte asked how she was feeling, to which Nahesu replied that she was okay. However, when pressed further, she admitted that she was not okay at all. Just thinking about it made it difficult for her to breathe. The traces of Minchul scattered around the house had burrowed deep into her mind, leaving an indelible mark. Though the harsh words of the world had made her stronger, her emotional heart remained vulnerable to the scars left by those she loved. Beomte then suggested an idea that confused Nahesu. He proposed that they break free, leaving her uncertain about what he meant. He explained further, urging her to consider something she had never done before, something she had always wanted to do but had given up for the sake of someone else. Nahesu paused before admitting that one particular thing came to mind. The scene shifted as Nahesu, on an impulse, purchased cigarettes. She reflected on how embarrassing it felt to buy them, likening herself to a rebellious teenager. She questioned why she had thought of this, especially since she could not even afford such an expense. Nonetheless, she had always been curious. She wondered why people smoked, recalling that Minchul had always held a cigarette in his hand. When they first met, she seemed bad about his smoking habit. She had called for him, prompting him to throw away the cigarette after taking only one puff. He had told her that he discarded it immediately, asking if she found that cool. She had questioned whether she was supposed to find such an act impressive. Smiling, he had replied that he could not allow his wife to breathe in the smoke. At At the time, his words had made Na-Hae-soo's young heart flutter foolishly, but over the years, smoking had become a habit for him. On cold days, she would watch the thick smoke disperse and wonder whether smoking provided some form of comfort. She pondered whether sorrow could vanish like a sigh in the heavy smoke. Now, searching for a designated smoking area, she wondered if she had wasted money on the cigarettes. They had been expensive, and she reasoned that she would only smoke once, as it felt wasteful to throw them away. Attempting to light one, she found the process unexpectedly difficult. She muttered in frustration, questioning why the lighter would not work. At that moment, Byung-tae took the cigarette from her and remarked that she was doing it wrong. In Ari's room, as Ari had consoled Minchul not to go to that house again and never to see her face, stating that he could live without her, Minchul revealed while sleeping over with Ari that it had been ridiculously easy to lure a naive young girl who did not even know the ways of the world. He mentioned that she had been an innocent girl, easy to coax and play with for a while, but that was all. She had considered moving on, but honestly, he had not wanted to. He questioned whether the story would have been different if Ari had looked the same as Na-Hae-soo, questioning if he would have felt even slightly inclined to leave Na-Hae-soo and settle somewhere else. However, he abruptly denied that possibility, stating that it would probably never happen. He acknowledged that couples persistently clung to each other to the point of being annoying, and it seemed like that was true. He thought that, for now, he would stay here and not go home. Without a husband figure, Na-Hae-soo would come to realize his worth. At first, she might feel betrayed and angry, but he knew that the Na-Hae-soo he had known would never abandon Kang Min-chul, even if he hurt her over and over again. If it was him, he was certain that she would ultimately embrace those wounds again. As there was not just ignorance, Na-Hae-soo was already so pitiful. The scene shifted as Byung-tae took cigarettes from Na-Hae-soo's hand, stating that that was not how she did it. Na-Hae-soo questioned why he had stalled her inquiry about how he knew where she had been. Byung-tae explained that he had overheard her saying she was going to the convenience store earlier, and this was the closest one to her house. He opened the lighter, demonstrating how it was done, questioning whether she wanted to try again, as he would light it for her. Na-Hae-soo assumed a posture, finding it strange as she had never smelled anything like that before. She asked if he smoked since he had a lighter. Byung-tae stated that he did not smoke. When she inquired about the lighter, he responded that it belonged to his friend, affirming that as the truth. Na-Hae-soo remarked that an adult who only did things like this when told to rebel was a bit off, stating that people said men did not like women who smoked. Byung-tae denied that, saying it was not true, or rather, it was kind of true. He found it sad that she was doing this even though she did not know how to smoke. Whether she smoked or not did not matter to him. As with Na-Hae-soo, anything was fine. That was the problem. Byung-tae stated that if her reason was because of that person, then he did not like it. He told her that he would teach her and instructed her to ask him again. Na-Hae-soo took the cigarette and Byung-tae attempted to light it up quietly, but there was no response. Na-Hae-soo chuckled, pointing out that it was not working, to which Byung-tae laughed. Na-Hae-soo told him not to laugh, but he continued. Byung-tae took out the cigarette again, asking her to watch closely. He instructed her to hold it in her mouth and, while the flame was there, take a breath. He explained that she needed to inhale for it to catch fire, stating that it was not difficult. Observing him, Na-Hae-soo told him never to smoke, as he looked like a delinquent. Byung-tae laughed, stating that her words made him sad. Na-Hae-soo resolved to try again, holding the cigarette in her mouth and inhaling while bringing it to the lighter. As she took a puff, she coughed thoroughly, questioning how people could smoke like that. Byung-tae urged her to stop smoking, but Na-Hae-soo insisted that it would be a waste. Byung-tae, however, countered that her body was worth more than cigarettes and threw it away. He told her not to force harmful things onto her body just because she felt like it, assuring her that it was okay to let it go. He suggested they do something else instead, stating that there were many better things than cigarettes. As he moved closer to Na-Hae-soo, Na-Hae-soo recalled Byung-tae's words about liking her, stating that he was not joking. She thought that it was crazy and could not believe what she was thinking at that moment. She told Byung-tae to stop saying weird things with that face and asked whether he thought she was a 19-year-old girl who would have her heart flutter over a young kid who seemed to have a lot going on. Byung-tae replied that he wished she were 19 so that her heart would flutter a little for him. Then Na-Hae-soo suggested he meet a 19-year-old girl, to which Byung-tae immediately refused. She then suggested a 20-year-old, but Byung-tae stated that he preferred older women, making Na-Hae-soo sigh. A sudden ringing interrupted them as Na-Hae-soo questioned whether it was Heji, the name of the girl she had seen before. She wondered if they were really the that close, seeing how he received calls every night. However, she noticed Beomtae hanging up. She asked if he had accidentally disconnected the call again, but Beomtae denied it, revealing that he had done it on purpose. Moving closer to Nahae-soo, he stated that he was with someone he liked and did not want to be disturbed. As he approached, Nahae-soo felt there was nowhere left to run. She questioned Beomtae, asking whether he even liked someone like her, an auntie who had been married, had a husband, and had almost had a child. Beomtae reassured her that it was fine, as he was often called a dirty rag himself. Nahae-soo questioned whether he was serious, to which Beomtae asked what she thought. She admitted that he did seem a bit promiscuous. Taking a slightly unfair stance, Beomtae remarked that he was more innocent than she might think. He moved closer, saying that if that was the type of man she liked, he would come to her even if he became completely worn out. The scene shifted to a restaurant where Dong-wook and his friend were drinking. The friend questioned where Heejee had gone, mentioning that he had seen her go outside earlier. Another friend suggested leaving her alone, guessing that she did not want to hang out unless Beomtae was there. They remarked on how hilarious it was that she had chased after him so persistently, only to end up not even dating him and ultimately getting rejected. The girl admitted that she had thought Heejee and Beomtae would end up together, as Beomtae had always seemed especially nice to Heejee back in the day. Another friend suggested that it was simply because Heejee was pretty, so Beomtae had been trying to impress her. They commented that he acted high class despite being a player. Another chimed in, stating that someone worse than a bad guy was the one who continuously played around like that. They acknowledged that Beomtae had not exactly given Heejee mixed signals. He was good looking and, on top of that, nice, which made girls confused. He probably just knew how to handle women. Another entered the conversation, stating that among men they could tell right away. He asserted that Beomtae probably slept with a ton of girls who had liked him behind the scenes. He remarked that this is why Beomtae was the real deal. Shrugging off their comments, Dong-wook cursed, calling them trash and stating that they were the dirty rags, not Beomtae. The others cursed back, questioning why Dong-wook was reacting so strongly. He walked off, muttering that those who could not even speak a word in front of Beomtae were the ones talking the loudest. His friends gossiped about his behavior, wondering why he was acting like that. They speculated that he must have been drunk. Meanwhile, Dong-wook encountered Heejee outside, questioning what she was doing. Noting the cold weather, he asked if she was still sending messages that were not even being answered. Heejee dismissed him, saying that it did not matter. Dong-wook, however, expressed pity, stating that he felt sorry for her getting ignored. Heejee retorted that whether she was ignored or not was none of his business. Dong-wook called out to her, asserting that he already knew everything. He told her that he knew exactly why Beomtae had always been especially nice to her. Dong-wook questioned whether it hurt her pride to cling to someone who had no interest in her. Heejee, taken aback, asked what he was talking about and told him not to act like an idiot who knew nothing. Dong-wook countered, stating that she was the one acting foolish and asked why she always obsessed over Beomtae, ruining the mood for everyone around her. He cursed under his breath, admitting that he had disliked that bastard from the moment he had seen him. Despite being older, Beomtae had insisted that he treat him comfortably like a friend. It had not been because he wanted to get close. He simply did not care about people like them, so he was indifferent to how they treated him. While he occasionally pretended to be nice, there was always a certain unsettling look in his eyes. Dong-wook made it clear that she should not be mistaken either. When she looked at Beomtae, he seemed intelligent, more mature than them, and carried a certain aura, which was why all the girls fell for him like fools. Dong-wook started to question whether she truly believed Beomtae was indifferent, reminding her that all men were the same. He challenged her, asking if she thought that just because Beomtae was a few years older, he was any different from him. Heejee teased him, questioning if he was done talking before calling him pathetic. Dong-wook, narrowing his eyes, asked if she had just called him pathetic. Heejee affirmed it, bluntly stating that he was a dumba. In response, Dong-wook grabbed her roughly and accused her of sucking up to Beomtae, whom he called a piece of trash. He claimed that he knew everything, including the real reason Beomtae treated her well. He questioned whether her younger sibling was sick, noting that he did not even go to school. He pointed out that she always took care of her sibling whenever she had free time, instead of leaving it to her parents, who worked hard to pay the bills. Dong-wook declared that Beomtae did not treat her well because he cared about her. Instead, he merely pitied her for being so attached to her younger sibling, as he himself had been sick and unable to attend school for years. Before Dong-wook could say anything further, Heejee slapped him across the face. Daring him not to speak like that again, she called him a bastard. Dong-wook, enraged, raised his hand to slap her back but stopped midway. With a scoff, he muttered that it was not worth it, as hitting someone like her would not change anything. Lighting a cigarette, Dong-wook exhaled and remarked that if he ever cared about her again, he would be an idiot. Just then, he sensed a presence behind him. A shadow loomed as Beomtae, standing beside him, questioned whether he was smoking on the street, commenting that he looked like a delinquent. He waited for a response, but when Dong-wook remained silent, Beomtae pointed out that there was no ash ashtray there. If there was none, the person smoking should put it out. Without hesitation, Beomtae took the cigarette from Dongbok's hand and pressed it against his palm, causing him to cry out in pain. Beomtae walked away, and from behind, Heeji called out to him, but he ignored her. Frustrated, she yelled at him not to ignore her, insisting that she had called him. Beomtae turned to ask her what she wanted, and Heeji suddenly questioned whether he had a girlfriend. Without hesitation, Beomtae affirmed that he did, stating that he truly liked someone. He then requested that she refrain from contacting him from that point forward. Later, as Beomtae checked his phone, he saw a message from Na Hae-soo. She reminded him that he had said he did not smoke and asked him not to do it anymore. Reading her message, he smiled and replied, promising her that he would never smoke in his life. The next morning at the flower shop, Hwajong curiously questioned Na Ha-soo. When Na Ha-soo asked what it was, Hwajong hesitated before saying that she had been meaning to ask something for a while. She wondered about Na Ha-soo's relationship with the Rose guy, mentioning that when Na Ha-soo had been sick, he had covered her shift, and now he always came to pick her up after work. Hwajong noted that people who were just acquaintances would not go that far. She then speculated whether he might actually like her. Na Hae-soo laughed it off, insisting that there was no way he liked her. However, Hwajong observed her reaction and smirked, remarking that it was quite the joke. She stated that it made no sense for someone like the Rose guy to genuinely like her. She recalled previous comments she had mentioned about their age difference and how she had called her pretty for her age, dismissing them as playful remarks. She questioned why someone like him would hang around Na Hae-soo when he had plenty of other people to be around. Hwajong suggested that maybe there was a hidden story between them, like in a drama. Perhaps Na Hae-soo had saved his life in the past. She laughed at the idea, stating that the world had changed, and love at first sight only happened between people on the same level. She repeated that it made no sense for someone like him to like an auntie for no reason. Na Hae-soo found herself reflecting on Hwajong's words. The harsh remark about an auntie stuck with her, making her feel self-conscious. Just then, the owner of the shop called out to her and pointed towards someone outside. The owner gestured towards someone outside and mentioned that he seemed to be an acquaintance. When Na Hae-soo turned to look, she was momentarily stunned. She realized that he looked like a puppy that had just found its owner. The owner urged Na Hae-soo to go speak with him, but Na Hae-soo hesitated, saying that she was working. The owner reassured her, reminding her that she had always been considerate whenever she needed a break, so she would cover for her this time. She encouraged Na Hae-soo to hurry up and go outside. Stepping outside, Na Hae-soo was immediately greeted by Beomtae, who called her auntie. She asked why he had come, to which he casually replied that he had been passing through and wanted to see her. Curious, Na Hae-soo questioned whether he was working and if he was hungry. Beomtae denied being hungry, stating that he had eaten earlier, but admitted that he would probably feel hungry again by the time he got back. Na Hae-soo told him to wait and quickly retrieve some toffees. Handing them to him, she suggested that he take them and eat them later. Beomtae glanced at them and asked if it was candy. Na Hae-soo explained that it was nothing special, but that it helped her whenever she was having a tough time. She then noticed that he was wearing gloves and told him not to take them off, offering to feed him instead. As she fed him, Na Hae-soo found herself thinking about Hwajong's words. She considered the idea that love required people to be on the same level. She reflected on how Beomtae had an incredibly kind and endlessly warm heart. She questioned whether his feelings for her were truly romantic or if they were merely out of curiosity, perhaps even sympathy. After seeing the concern in his kind eyes, she wondered if he was only worried about her. In that moment, Beomtae licked her finger slightly, pulling her out of her thoughts. Seeing Na Hae-soo's eyes, Beomtae knew she was overthinking again. The scene shifts as Na Hae-soo remains asleep, visualizing the horrifying scene Minchul had enacted with Audie. From behind, someone touches her cheek, as if wiping away her tears. Na Hae-soo questions whether it is Kang Minchul, since the hand feels large and cold. However, the person remains hidden, placing a hand over her eyes to cover them. He then moves his hand onto her sweater, making Na Hae-soo feel hot as she huffed. As he bites her ear and neck, leaving a love mark, Na Hae-soo pleads for him to stop, questioning how she could have ended up in such a situation with him. She denies it, muttering as she breathes heavily, as she notices the tattoo on his hand. As she looks closely, she sees Beomtae lying with her, staring at her. At that moment, Na Hae-soo wakes up with a flushed, bright red face. She questions what on earth she had just dreamed about. She wonders if she has completely lost her mind, unable to comprehend why such a bizarre dream would even occur. Even if he had done something like that, how could she have imagined something so ridiculous? She blames him, convinced that it is entirely his fault. His behavior has been too reckless, making her wonder if young boys are always this straightforward. He had carelessly stated that he liked older women, showing no hesitation, and she found it absurd. She knows that it feels like the right moment to blame a younger person for his boldness. She wonders if it is because she has not been involved with anyone for so long. Even before things ended with Minchul, their intimate moments had been scarce. works, always with some pathetic excuse to justify it. A sense of guilt washes over her as she realizes she has become an immature adult. The past few nights, when she had dreamed of Minchul leaving her, had seemed far better in comparison, yet she refuses to accept that truth, telling herself it is all a lie, as there is no worse night than waking up drenched in sweat and tears, and she now understands that all too well. The affair she had was with a strange and indecipherable person, neither entirely promiscuous nor fully innocent. Beomtae had been reckless, not even allowing her the time to grieve. She thinks to herself that, because of him, both her nights and days have become chaotic. The scene shifts to the restaurant, where the owner moving out thanked herself for her hard work. She acknowledges that she has once again endured another difficult day. She thinks she plans to have some beer on the way home, but upon seeing Beomtae's reflection, she realizes he has shown up once again. The owner calls out to Nahae-soo, pointing out that the guy has been coming to pick her up every day. Nahae-soo admits that it does make her feel a bit safer, considering the area is filled with entertainment districts. The owner agrees, mentioning that since she works late, the streets around her house can be quite dark. As Nahae-soo prepares to leave, she casually comments that walking alone at night is scary for him, leaving the owner confused by her words. She then states that she will head out first, leaving the owner frozen in place at the spot. Outside the shop, Beomtae waits for Nahae-soo and asks if she is done, to which she nods. He tells her that he had been waiting for her, making Nahae-soo question why he is suddenly extending his hand toward her. Beomtae then admits that he had a terrifying dream last night and suggests that they should hold hands while walking. Nahae-soo is instantly reminded of her own dream, causing shivers to run down her body. She quickly tells him to stay a little farther away and not come too close. However, Beomtae insists that he wants to walk beside her, pleading with her to let him stay close. Nahae-soo firmly refuses, telling him to walk on the other side. Beomtae then tries to justify himself, stating that he had a nightmare the previous night. Nahae-soo responds that this is precisely why she is here with him. Beomtae, however, insists that he is still young and feels scared walking alone at night. As Beomtae glances at Nahae-soo, he notices her ears appear red. He confirms that he will follow her from behind, but asks if he can at least hold her hand. He carefully takes her finger and questions whether this is acceptable. Nahae-soo hesitates for a moment, but eventually tells him to come over and walk beside her. She then asks him to hold her hand, to which Beomtae immediately agrees. Nahae-soo questions if he is no longer scared, and Beomtae nods in confirmation. She comments on how amusing it is for a growing boy like him to cry about a nightmare. Beomtae suddenly changes the subject, casually asking if it is colder than usual. Nahae-soo immediately catches on and asks if he is trying to change the topic out of embarrassment. When Beomtae hesitates, he affirms that he has caught him. He laughs to himself, thinking that, strangely enough, Nahae-soo's face had looked red. The scene shifts as the chairman receives a report regarding the recent events. Meanwhile, another figure resembling Beomtae, young Master Tom, appears the next morning, greeting the guy and welcoming him. He comments that it has been a while since he has returned, questioning why it is so cold in Korea upon his arrival. Disappointed, he states that it seems the chairman will live longer than him, so there should not be a problem. He then sarcastically asks whether his dear younger brother is doing well. The guard overseeing the situation questions if he is actually curious, to which Tae-hee scoffs, denying any interest. He states that except for his brother's obituary, he has no desire to hear any news about that damn bastard. As the guard revealed that he was dead, it took Tae-hee by surprise. He questioned if it was him who instructed him to say so, to which the guard affirmed. Tae-hee remarked that his younger brother had grown a bit cheeky while he had been away, stating that there was no way he could have died, even after all the times he had wished for it. He had always stubbornly clung to life, and there was no way he would simply die like that, as he had no intention of letting him go peacefully. Brushing it off, he stated that he was exhausted and suggested they go to the hotel. The guard then questioned whether he was not going to the family house, to which Tae-hee sarcastically asked if he really thought he would be able to sleep there. However, he soon realized he was hanging onto the air without a bag. Tae-hee then stated that there was nothing to touch, nothing at all, and told the guard to forget it. Blaming jet lag, he suggested they should go out and meet some women. The guard questioned whether he was including him as well, to which Tae-hee affirmed, asking him to show him around. The scene then shifted to Beomtae's home. Beomtae was dreaming of a rather spooky setting, a red background in front of a mirror while he appeared injured. A clock was seen hanging, ticking ominously. As he woke up, he shrugged off the dream, but soon sensed a noise coming from another room of the house. Jay was seen inspecting various things. He observed that there was an unlit cigarette, a cheap lighter, and an empty bandage box. These were all very ordinary and mundane items, yet they gave off a fundamentally different, almost alien feeling in that place. He thought that perhaps his instincts were telling him that the woman had made a serious mistake. However, as he turned his head, he found Beomtae glaring at him. Beomtae greeted him, to which Jay questioned whether he was feeling well, and Beomtae affirmed. Beomtae commented that it was nice to see him home while Jae cursed himself internally, thinking he was supposed to be asleep. Jae then asked how Beomtae knew he was there, pointing out that he was quite skilled at staying unnoticed, almost like a ghost. Beomtae stated that it was because everything was scattered. Jae soon realized that Beomtae was referring to the roses and questioned whether he was crazy. Beomtae inquired about the situation. Jae stated that he had come to inform him that the eldest son had just arrived in the country, though he was unsure if he should have woken him up since he had been sleeping. Beomtae, pondering, questioned whether that was the case. He then recalled the disturbing nightmares he had experienced. Beomtae then questioned whether the matter was urgent enough for Jae to barge into his house, to which Jae affirmed with a smile, stating that he thought Beomtae would want to hear about it right away, as he had seemed concerned about the eldest son's arrival. Jae then questioned whether he had been wrong about that assumption. Beomtae, walking out, stated that it was all right, and that was why he had given him the password in the first place. Thanking him, he expressed that he looked forward to his continued support. The scene then shifted to Nahae-soo. She woke up in the morning thinking about how she had recently started waking up a little later. Since Minchul was no longer around, there was no need to wake up early to prepare breakfast. Her spending had also decreased over the past few days. However, there was still a mountain of debt to pay, and Kang Minchul, whose sizable hand used to provide her with a regular allowance, was no longer there. The wounds left by the affair were not a constant, unbearable pain, yet she could still manage a small smile, convincing herself that everything was fine. However, suddenly, a sharp pang hit her heart, bringing tears to her eyes without warning. 13 years of memories, every moment spent living and breathing, were enough to remind her of him. The space once filled by someone larger than life had now faded away. She questioned whether that void could ever be filled again. She wondered if she could ever truly forget Kang Minchul. If only the pain had left a physical scar, at least then it could heal and scab over time. Instead, she questioned whether she would continue bleeding from this wound, his name haunting her until the day she died. She wondered how long he would remain a wound in her heart. Naha-soo then glanced at a puffy teddy bear and recalled Beomtae's words about having a scary dream that night. She pondered over it, thinking that recently she had reduced her spending. She questioned whether that was the reason a woman like her, who never spent money carelessly, had unexpectedly made an impulsive purchase. She had bought a teddy bear for a certain boy who was afraid of nightmares. The scene then shifted to a restaurant where the owner questioned Nahae-soo about familiarity with an old tale. The owner asked whether she knew that if someone embroidered a heart onto a doll that children slept with, it was believed to gain a soul and protect them while they slept. Nahae-soo questioned whether that was true, to which the owner affirmed, stating that it was merely a superstition, but a friend of hers had recently had a baby, and she wanted to gift her one. Nahae-soo thought that she had heard similar stories before, but still, she felt it was too childish to give Beomtae a teddy bear. After all, he was far too big for one. However, despite her doubts, she found herself imagining Beomtae taking out the teddy bear and holding it playfully in his sleep. She thought that, perhaps, it would make a nice gift after all. Beomtae, noticing her expression, questioned what she was thinking about, to which Nahae-soo simply stated that it was nothing. Beomtae then asked whether she was busy that day. Nahae-soo, thinking about how she had just finished work and needed to go home to embroider the teddy bear, hesitated. For some reason, she did not feel like refusing. These days, she had more free time than usual. Beomtae asked her to spend some time with him. She agreed, and questioned what he wanted to do. Without hesitation, Beomtae placed a helmet on her head. Nahae-soo, confused, questioned what he was doing and why he had suddenly put a helmet on her. Beomtae responded that he was going to take her somewhere, causing Nahae-soo to feel embarrassed. Beomtae then picked her up, making her even more flustered. The scene then shifts toward Jae, whom Beomtae calls over to get some rest, as they are going to hang out together. Meanwhile, Jae was seen in the room, inspecting various things. The scene shifts as Beomtae removes his helmet, stating that they have arrived at the place he wanted to visit with her. He mentions that he often comes here alone whenever he has time. He then asks what she thinks, making Nahae-soo note that her house feels unusually close to the moon, especially for such a neighborhood at night. The landscape of Seoul's lights is visible below as she climbs the steep steps. The flickering lights reflect against her eyes, brightening her vision with every turn. She has always been aware that her home is positioned at such a height, yet she has never taken the time to turn around and take in the view. After a long pause, she wonders aloud whether she has ever truly appreciated the beauty of the place she has lived in for so long. Beomtae then asks if she has anything she wants to say. Nahae-soo hesitates before questioning his intentions, to which Beomtae reassures her that there is no one around. He encourages her to yell as much as she wants, insisting that it will help her feel relieved. Urged by his words, Nahae-soo contemplates venting her emotions. She takes a moment before screaming out Kang Minchul's name, cursing him. She calls him a hopeless piece of trash, questioning whether he really considers himself so great. She demands that he enjoy his life without her, declaring that she no longer has feelings for him. Even if he regrets it later, she makes it clear that she will never forgive him no matter what. Taking another pause, she sighs. Beomtae then asks if she feels relieved, to which she responds affirmatively. He follows up by asking if she feels revived, and she nods again. However, when he questions whether she has truly gotten everything off her chest, she shakes her head, offering him a small smile and thanking him. Nahesu then reflects, wondering how he knew that she had been feeling slightly melancholic without even realizing it herself. Nahesu in turn questions how he always seems to know exactly how she feels. She asks why he always acts this way and how much worse he intends to make her feel. Beomtae responds, asking if she has any idea what goes through his mind when he hears such words from someone he likes. Nahesu, puzzled, asks what he is thinking. Without hesitation, Beomtae lifts her up, stating that his thoughts are rather unwholesome. Nahesu, surprised, questions what he means by that. Beomtae playfully asks if it would be alright to share, but Nahesu quickly refuses. He then teases her, pointing out that her face is turning red. Embarrassed, Nahesu insists that it is because of the cold. Beomtae announces that it is time to leave and that he will take her home. He instructs her to board the bike and warns her that it will be dangerous, urging her to hold on tighter than before. Nahesu affirms, wrapping her arms around him more securely. As they ride, she finds herself thinking about how unusual he is. His broad back, shaped by hardship, exudes a quiet strength. She wishes she could embrace those shoulders, which have borne the weight of the world's pain in a more mature manner. Instead, she simply leans on him, letting out a quiet sigh. The scene shifts to Beomtae's home, where Jae is deep in thought. He understands that Chairman Beomtae-ju is not a man to be disobeyed. The chairman had given him clear instructions to report any peculiar behaviors exhibited by his son. When Jae first received this order, he found it ironic that someone so powerful still felt the need to exert such control over his child. The notion that all esteemed families function this way seemed even more ridiculous. Initially, he considered quitting the job and exposing the reckless antics of the chaebol heir, hoping for a big payoff. However, he soon realized that he would rather deal with a spoiled brat than end up as a reckless scoundrel. Something about the young master felt unsettling. His actions were so bizarre that it became impossible to ignore his intuition. If he were to expose the young master's activities, it felt as though he would never find peace. He questions whether he should proceed with caution. Judging by the untouched items from the previous night, it seems that the young master has yet to realize that he is still being watched under the chairman's orders. Jae debates his next course of action as he exits the room. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Nahesu's home, where she is embroidering a heart onto a doll. She takes a brief pause, admiring her work. Although there is a bit of extra stitching, she finds it quite cute. She contemplates bringing it with her to work, but decides against it, fearing it might get dirty. Instead, she resolves to wait until after her part-time job the next day to walk home with Beomtae and give it to him then. She wonders whether he will like it. At Ari's home, Minchul sits in contemplation. Several days have passed since he left, yet Nahesu has not attempted to contact him. To be honest, he had expected her to track him down immediately, even if her anger had not subsided. She has always been that way, pretending to be indifferent and aloof while constantly worrying about him. It is second nature to her. She habitually frets over his whereabouts, whether he is eating properly and if he is feeling well. He acknowledges that he cannot keep wearing the same clothes indefinitely. Ari frequently nags him, insisting that he replace anything he needs and never return home under any circumstance. He reflects on how Nahesu, unlike Ari, has always been frugal. Had it been her, she would have mended even torn clothes and continued wearing them. Perhaps it is because Ari is still young that she spends more freely. Despite everything, he finds himself curious about Nahesu's well-being. He considers bringing her some necessities and contemplates visiting home tomorrow. Beomtae, meanwhile, messages Nahesu, apologizing that he will not be able to visit today. Nahesu responds, assuring him that it is okay and that they can see each other next time. However, she cannot help but feel slightly taken aback. She realizes how accustomed she has become to seeing him every day and how she took it for granted that they would meet again. She understands that he has his own life and that there will be times when their schedules do not allow. Still, she feels a tinge of disappointment. She decides that she will give him the embroidered doll the next time they meet, as it was her first time to receive a message from a child saying they cannot message at the moment. She silently prays, hoping that nothing bad has happened. The scene shifts again as Minchul makes his way up the stairs to home, a broad smile appearing on his face. Minchul observed the home and stated that he had expected it to be the same. Despite any changes, it remained the home of Kang Minchul and Nahesu, which gave him a sense of relief. No matter how much it had been cleaned, the house still appeared shabby. However, Nahesu had made a few adjustments the previous night during his absence. It was usual for Nahesu to be in a place like this. He then noticed a doll he had never seen before and questioned its presence. He wondered if Nahesu liked dolls. smiles, expressing amusement at the thought. He remarked that she must have been lonely without her husband, and that she should have treated him well when he was around. He then mused about taking some underwear with him, chuckling to himself. The scene shifted to Beomtae as he walked the stairs. Tom, seeing him, responded by throwing a glass, shattering it. The siblings faced each other as Tae-hee remarked that it had been a while. He inquired about how he had been. He noted that his younger brother looked stiff even in his presence, adding that there was nothing endearing about him. He then questioned whether his brother had grown taller since the last time they met. He asked him to lower his knees so their eye levels would match before he decided to cut his legs off. Beomtae responded by sarcastically suggesting that he could simply grow taller instead, which irritated Tom. Tom, now angered, pointed out that he was already 27 and questioned if he truly believed he would still grow. Beomtae then asked if he had ever wondered why he never grew taller, mentioning that he had suffered from severe growing pains in the past. He recalled hearing him cry every night, complaining about his legs hurting so much that it had scared him. He then mockingly asked if he still cried at night. This angered Tom, who cursed at him and stated that he must have been itching for a beating since he had not been hit recently. Jay was barely able to stop him as Tae-hee warned that one day he would definitely kill him, just as he had done with his mother. Beomtae smirked, stating that he would be looking forward to it. At that moment, a guard arrived and reported that the chairman had arrived. Tae-hee reacted with frustration as he saw Jay and ordered him to let go. He then questioned if Jay had any idea how valuable the item was that he had just touched. He warned him that he would remember his face and suggested that he should be careful on his way home. Beomtae patted Jay and remarked that this situation was bad, as his brother was truly frightening. Jay then asked if Beomtae would protect him, to which Beomtae responded that since he was hired to protect him, it was not his responsibility to provide protection in return. At the dining table, the chairman called out for Tae-hee and inquired about Melissa. Tae-hee appeared confused, questioning how the chairman even knew the name of that woman from the other side of the world. He expressed frustration that the chairman was investigating his children who had already gone abroad. The chairman paused to stare at him. Tom, seemingly agitated, stated that he had no idea what Melissa had been claiming, but insisted that it had nothing to do with him. He dismissed her as a delusional woman seeking money, despite already living with someone else. The chairman silently observed him. Tom, growing more frustrated, cursed under his breath before apologizing. He assured the chairman that from now on he would be more cautious and lay low in Korea to avoid such issues. The chairman then turned his attention to Beomtae, questioning if he had any problems. Beomtae hesitated briefly, recalling Na-hee-soo, but ultimately denied having any issues, stating that everything was fine. The scene then shifted to Na-hee-soo as she stepped inside her home. She froze in shock upon realizing that Kang Min-chul was there. She stood still before addressing him, demanding that he come out immediately. She screamed at him, questioning his sanity and asking who he thought he was to show up there. Min-chul smirked and commented that her reaction was rather dull. He then questioned whether he had come to a place he should not have, remarking that it was their house. Na-hee-soo firmly corrected him, stating that it was no longer their house, but hers alone. She ordered him to leave immediately and accused him of lacking a conscience after seducing a young girl. Min-chul grabbed her wrist and questioned if she was referring to Ari, emphasizing that Ari was 25 years old and old enough to make her own decisions. Na-hee-soo retorted that only people of the same age group could say such things, arguing that as an adult he should have avoided Ari if he truly knew better. Min-chul stepped closer to her, questioning if she was trying to act like an adult. He then asked if she would be honest with herself, wondering if she was jealous. He pressed further, asking if she was hurt because he had fooled around with a woman 8 years younger than her, or if she simply missed him. Na-hee-soo snapped, cursing at him and ordering him to let go of her wrist. She then threw various objects at him, demanding that he leave. Min-chul sighed and commented that she was truly crazy, announcing that he was leaving. However, before departing, he smirked and stated that he would see her again. Na-hee-soo screamed at him, warning him not to say such ridiculous things and demanding that he never return. She threatened to report him if he did. As Min-chul walked away, he reflected on Na-hee-soo's reaction. He thought about how she was pretending to be unaffected, yet she was unable to let go of the past. He felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing her anger and near tears. He found it easier to breathe witnessing her act this way rather than seeing her cold and emotionless like a wooden doll. To him, it was better to see her expressing emotions like a normal person. Meanwhile, inside the house, Na-hee-soo was trembling. She collapsed onto the floor, feeling strange. At that moment, there was only one person who came to her mind, Beomtae. In her distress, she called out his name to call him, and Beomtae answered the call. As Beomtae answered the call, he pondered that, as expected, he should have just killed the person. Just in, Jay called for him, wondering if he needed to change jobs today, questioning whether he now had plans to bury someone. Beomtae smiled as he denied it, thinking that he could not, at least not yet. If he were to say it more definitively, his downfall would be even more devastating. Meanwhile, Tae-hee washed his face, thinking about his inability to do so, window as the guard questioned whether he was okay. Tae-hee responded by asking if he looked okay, stating that the atmosphere was awful. He couldn't even tell if he was supposed to eat the food or vomit it. To make matters worse, when the chairman was looking at him blankly, Beomtae smiled at him. He cursed, wondering if the guard did not see the condition Beomtae had shown up in. The guard asked if he was referring to the second young master, to which Tae-hee affirmed. The guard reported that he had taken a short break earlier and had not noticed anything else in particular. Tae-hee then asked if he had carried himself just like the chairman, suggesting that he was doing it on purpose, just for him to witness blatantly in front of him. He acted as if he belonged in the chairman's position more than he did, as if the entire family was already under his control. Tae-hee laughed bitterly, cursing that he was the bastard of a mistress. The scene shifted as Na-hee-soo appeared on the roadside just as Beomtae came in to apologize, stating that he had tried to get there as quickly as possible. Questioning whether she had waited long, Na-hee-soo affirmed it, but she had thought that he had said he had something important to do. Na-hee-soo apologized that she had called her out of nowhere if he was busy, but Beomtae denied it, saying it was fine and thanking her for contacting him first. He then questioned himself whether her trembling voice had angered her or if it had hurt him. It was a little hard to tell. He wondered if it was truly just pain that he felt or if learning that she had been searching for him had also given him a strange sense of satisfaction. Na-hee-soo stated that as he knew, she did not really know many people, having no friends, no family, and now no husband, to which Beomtae laughed. Na-hee-soo then asked him to just be her friend for the day, adding that playing along with an auntie like her probably would not be much fun for him. Beomtae then questioned whether he would get nothing in return, to which Na-hee-soo asked if there was something he wanted. Beomtae paused, his expression showing a hopeful expectation as he waited for praise and affection. Na-hee-soo then took something out and handed it over to him, stating that it was all she had for now. She apologized for taking up his time and asked him to buy himself a snack as there was some money to give. Beomtae thought that he really could not decide whether to laugh or cry. He then questioned whether she was heading off alone, asking if she planned to buy him and then just toss him aside. Na-hee-soo, confused, asked what he was talking about, to which Beomtae responded that she had just bought him a moment ago. His words made Na-hee-soo shout in shock as Beomtae laughed, stating that she could not throw him away now since he had been sold to her for 2,000 K-rup. The scene then shifted to the tent house where the restaurant owner was quite baffled to see Beomtae. She remarked that she thought a celebrity had just walked in, practically blinded by the sight of him. The owner then noted that at first glance the two did not look like siblings at all and questioned whether they were perhaps a couple. Na-hee-soo, recalling Hwajong's face, quickly denied it, stating that there was no way as they were just acquaintances. Beomtae confirmed her statement, adding that they were not a couple but that he was deeply in love with her, so he was the one chasing after her, calling her Nuna. The owner was amused by this. Na-hee-soo blushed with these comments as they continued picking at their food at the table. She then took out the alcohol, recalling that Minchul often drank soju without any snacks whenever life became unbearable for them. 13 years had felt like a lifetime of hardship for both of them, but even in moments like this, she still thought of him. Beomtae questioned why, last time, it had been cigarettes and now, today, it was alcohol. He remembered that Na-hee-soo had been on the verge of tears back then, but today, all he could see in her eyes was anger, pure anger. And as he watched all the way to the funeral home, the idea of Beomtae feuds of the past snapped through his mind. Pure anger. Na-hee-soo noted that he had said there were a lot of good things, so she was giving them right to him. However, Beomtae stated that the good things he was referring to were not these. Na-hee-soo then asked what he meant, to which Beomtae paused, stating that if she kept asking, he might just want to tell her, as he leaned in closer. Na-hee-soo admitted that when she looked at him, she could not help but be reminded of Minchul from the old days. Beomtae questioned whether that was an insult, causing Na-hee-soo to laugh. She affirmed that she supposed it was an insult now, but back then that had not been the case. They had their own moments of brilliance, their own glorious days as well. As the scene shifted to the past, Minchul had greeted Na-hee-soo. Na-hee-soo questioned him, to which Minchul asked if she did not know him. He introduced himself as Kang Minchul and mentioned that he lived nearby, assuming that she should know him. Na-hee-soo asked how he knew about her, to which he responded that there was always a way to know everything. He stated that he would give her the bread specially, which surprised Na-hee-soo. He then mentioned that he would leave first to surprise her, making Na-hee-soo reflect on the past. She realized that there had been a time when not knowing him would have been even stranger. Minchul was the boy who lived alone at the top of the hillside neighborhood in the house with the blue door. He had no parents, and his grandmother, who had lived with him, had passed away earlier. He often spent time with delinquent students, smoking cigarettes in secluded corners of the neighborhood at night. He seemed to know many people, both girls and boys alike, and despite looking like a delinquent, he helped the elderly. He was kind-hearted and had a charming nature, which always earned him affection from adults. He was said to be the most handsome boy in the neighborhood. After that, he kept talking to Na-hee-soo every morning and always handed her something. Sometimes it was banana milk, other times it was cup noodles. He once asked if she was curious about anything regarding him, adding that he had been waiting for her to ask. He pointed out that she had not asked anything in over a month. He then handed his phone to her, asking for her number, stating that if she did not want to give it, she could simply refuse. Na-hee-soo explained that it was not about her not wanting to give her number, but rather that she did not own a phone. Minchul was taken aback and remarked that he supposed that could happen. Na-hee-soo apologized, but Minchul told her not to, questioning why she was apologizing and assuring her that it was fine. He then asked her to wait for a month. Minchul, determined to take care of everything, took a part-time job at a construction site and bought a new phone. He gave it to her, mentioning that although it was not something extravagant, it was still good, asking her to use it well. Na-hee-soo questioned why he was giving it to her, to which Minchul stated that they needed to text each other. He then guided her to save his number in the phone and write his name there. Minchul hesitated, questioning why she wanted him to write Kang Minchul, finding it a bit bold. He suggested simply saving it as Minchul, but he insisted that she should not change it when she got home. As the scene shifted, Na-hee-soo's father was causing a commotion. Na-hee-soo hid under her blanket, covering her ears. Amidst the chaos, she received a text message from Minchul, which made her laugh. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she smiled at the messages, realizing how foolish she had been. Later at school, Minchul was questioned about why he had been arriving late. Someone asked if his leg was okay, to which he denied any issues, remarking that he felt like an idiot. Since his school started 30 minutes later than his wifey's, he thought that even if he got hit, he should still see her first. His friends teased him, asking if he had a girlfriend. Minchul denied it, but confidently stated that he was about to get one soon. His friend then asked what he thought of Sang Minunna. Minchul dismissed the question, saying he did not even know if she was Sang Minunna or whoever they were talking about. He questioned why everyone kept asking him about her. His friend explained that it was because Sangmi was really into him and warned him to be careful since she was known to be quite intimidating. Minchul, however, brushed it off, stating that he did not care as it was not his problem. After the exams, during a meeting, Minchul asked Na-hee-soo how she had performed in the finals. Na-hee-soo, unwilling to discuss it, asked him not to bring it up. However, Minchul playfully insisted, making her angry. Na-hee-soo tried to stop him from laughing at her, but Minchul took out her results. He remarked that she was hilarious, jokingly asking if it had rained on her test paper. This annoyed Na-hee-soo, who retorted that he probably had not done well either. Minchul, amused, asked if she really believed that, then showed her his mark sheet. He confidently asked her how it was, boasting that her appa had done really well. Na-hee-soo later overheard elderly people talking about Minchul. They remarked that if at least one of his parents had been alive, or if his grandfather had lived longer, things would have been different. They expressed how great it would have been, given that Minchul had been such a role model student in his youth. They sympathized with him, noting that his late family members must have been heartbroken not to see him grow up. They wondered if they could rest in peace, leaving behind such a beautiful son. They lamented that it was such a waste. Na-hee-soo realized then that Minchul had been gentle, kind, and intelligent. Everyone praised him unanimously, saying there was nothing more to wish for when it came to how well he had been raised. That was who Kang Minchul was, someone everyone felt sorry for. Just then, Na-hee-soo took a peek at him. Minchul called out to her, addressing her as wifey. His friends cheered for him, playfully cheering them on. Minchul then asked them to greet their sister-in-law, making them greet Na-hee-soo in person. This embarrassed Na-hee-soo, who found it amusing even though they were not in a relationship yet. As she walked home, a girl called out to her from behind, questioning if she was Na-hee-soo. A friend of Minchul took a peek at them, noticing that Na-hee-soo was surrounded by a group of girls. Later, the incident was reported to Minchul, informing him that his girlfriend, or soon-to-be girlfriend, had been seen with them. Minchul was surprised, and his friend asked if she was close with the girls from Songyan High School. Minchul denied that possibility, as his friend stated that something about the situation seemed odd. He mentioned that he had seen Na-hee-soo going somewhere with them earlier, which struck Minchul with unease. As the girls bullied Na-hee-soo, she mocked her, pointing at her skirt and calling her a total loser. She questioned Na-hee-soo about Kang Minchul, insisting that there was nothing between them. The girl then threatened Na-hee-soo, demanding that she take off her clothes while her friends whispered among themselves, suggesting that they should mess up her face so she wouldn't be able to flirt. However, another girl cautioned that if they got caught again, they would be expelled. Just as the situation escalated, the girl called out to her friend, questioning if she was keeping watch properly. The friend dismissively responded, wondering who would even come there to check. At that moment, Minchul arrived just in time, banging the door open. He shrugged off the girl and turned his attention to Na-hee-soo, who was completely exhausted, her clothes tattered. Seeing her in that state, Minchul questioned if stripping kids like this was their style. smile. He sarcastically asked what kind of taste they had, commenting that they were seriously messed up. Covering Na-hee-soo with his shirt, he told her to hold on to him. Sang-mi, feeling threatened, warned Minchul to leave and questioned if he was crazy. She continued ranting, accusing him of believing the things people said about his appearance and calling him foolish. She threatened to kill him if he didn't leave. However, Minchul remained unfazed, grabbing her hand and challenging her to go ahead with her threats, pressing her hand near his neck. Just then, Minchul dragged Na-hee-soo away and took her up home. Na-hee-soo, still shaken, questioned what would happen next. She worried about what those girls might try to do to him, but Minchul reassured her, asking if she was seriously concerned about him at that moment. He acknowledged that they probably had a ton of older guys backing them up, but he assured her that it was okay. He confidently stated that even if they fought, he would win against them all. Later, Minchul was found quite beaten up. Na-hee-soo teared up upon seeing his condition and confronted him about his earlier promise that he wouldn't get hurt. As she tried to express her emotions, she reminded him that he had confidently claimed he would win every fight. Minchul explained that he had been overwhelmed because they all attacked at once. Realizing that she was crying, he tried to lighten the mood, apologizing and promising that next time he wouldn't get hit at all. He jokingly claimed that he would just beat them up like crazy without taking a single hit. Then, in an attempt to comfort her, he asked if she wanted to hit him instead, and told her not to cry, saying she could hit him free of charge. He playfully announced that Kang Minchul was available for free beatings exclusively for Na-hee-soo. Na-hee-soo, overwhelmed with emotions, questioned why he was being so kind to her. Minchul, flustered, responded with a nervous expression, questioning if she really needed to ask that. Na-hee-soo, feeling a mix of emotions, reflected on how Minchul, despite being bruised and battered, still carried a warmth that made her heart waver. She thought about how his trembling form, covered in bruises, made it impossible for her not to fall for him. She saw in him a boy who was still not fully bloomed, yet always fought for those he cared about. Even if their youth was scarred, even if she had to burn for this fleeting moment, she wouldn't mind. That night, she drew closer to him, leaving behind the remnants of their past, as if they had turned to ashes. In the present, Na-hee-soo noticed Beomtae staring at her and questioned why he was looking at her like that. She pointed out that it wasn't as if it was his first time seeing someone drink. Beomtae, in response, admitted that he was jealous. He accused her of sitting in front of him drinking while thinking of another man. He wondered aloud whether he could win against those lingering memories, questioning what he could do to erase something he could neither kill nor destroy. Na-hee-soo scoffed, calling him promiscuous, and remarked that his expressions must have made it easy for others to fall for him. Beomtae denied this, countering that she hadn't fallen for him. Na-hee-soo laughed at his response, claiming that she knew everything. Beomtae, however, insisted that she didn't seem to know anything. Na-hee-soo dismissed his argument, telling him not to argue with adults. Beomtae reminded her that he was an adult too, which made Na-hee-soo laugh. She teasingly asked him how old he was. When he leaned in and whispered in her ear that he was 23, Na-hee-soo choked in shock. She was taken aback, realizing that she was now drinking with someone 10 years younger than her. Feeling a sudden rush of emotions, she grabbed the bottle and gulped it down. Beomtae observed that she was drunk, but Na-hee-soo stubbornly denied it. No matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't ignore the fact that he was too young. As she processed her thoughts, she unconsciously leaned against his shoulder. Beomtae, sensing her emotions, questioned if she was happy about winning. He pointed out that she had been upset when the guy from her past dated a girl 8 years younger than him. Now she was drinking with someone even younger than that. He then asked if she still wanted revenge, stating that it was okay to use him for that. Na-hee-soo paused for a moment before rejecting the idea, calling him too nice. As she got up to move outside, she felt unsteady due to the alcohol. As she swayed slightly, she muttered about wanting to leave. Beomtae gently grabbed her and pointed in the right direction, but Na-hee-soo stubbornly refused to go home. Beomtae found her words a little reckless and questioned if she should stay with him instead. Na-hee-soo, in a drunken haze, looked at him and remarked that he looked completely seductive. She noted that he had no filter after drinking. Beomtae brushed off her words, claiming that he was always like this, but Beomtae reminded her that earlier she had rejected him because he was young. Na-hee-soo, flustered, told him to be quiet and questioned who he thought he was acting like an adult in front of. She accused him of pretending to have experience, but she had lived 10 years longer than him. If he continued saying such things, she threatened to scold him. As she stepped on his shoes in frustration, Minchul playfully challenged her to go ahead. Na-hee-soo, accepting the challenge, asked him to come closer. As he leaned in, she grabbed him, stepping up on her toes. Despite feeling unsteady, she reached out while Beomtae pondered that if she couldn't even walk properly, what could she do? But to his surprise, Na-hee-soo kissed him, embracing him in her intoxicated state. As Na-hee-soo kissed her, to take Beomtae by surprise, she paused momentarily before doing it again. Beomtae's left eye lingered on her, staring. Na-hee-soo stuttered that she could go through with it, and warned Beomtae not to underestimate, insisting that he knew more than she did. However, before she could process the moment, Byung-tae grabbed her and kissed her again, sharing an intimate moment. Na-hae-soo hesitated as she stumbled back, but Byung-tae held onto her firmly. After some time as they moved apart, Na-hae-soo murmured to Byung-tae, asking him to stop, stating that she couldn't breathe. She covered her face with Byung-tae's jacket, complaining that he was making it impossible for her to think straight. Byung-tae embraced her, questioning himself, wondering if he should really just do that. The scene shifted as Byung-tae took Na-hae-soo to a hotel. When he approached the receptionist seemed uneasy. One of the waiters noticed and questioned the manager about what he was staring at, to which the manager directed his attention towards a particular guest, asking if he didn't find him familiar. The employee, taken aback, speculated if it was the chairman. He then remarked that he had heard of the heir to the Byung family, the one rumored to switch girlfriends every day. However, the manager dismissed the speculation, stating that he had seen the eldest son before, the one surrounded by those nasty rumors. That son had frequented the hotel a lot, and at a glance, he had been the perfect example of a spoiled chaebol heir. The manager had assessed the chairman quite a bit back then, and believed that blood didn't lie. But now, standing before him, was an even more uncanny copy of the chairman. The resemblance was almost eerie, like looking at a perfect replica. He then wondered if the woman with him was his girlfriend, but he quickly shook off the thought, convincing himself that there was no way. The scene then shifted to Tae-hee, who was enjoying a blissful time with a girl. As he suddenly paused, the girl questioned why he had stopped. Tae-hee stated that his ears were itching. The girl playfully licked her lips and teased him, asking if he was backing out now, despite having such a beauty in front of him. Tae-hee simply smiled, shrugging off her words, assuring her that there was no way. She then suggested going to a hotel, but Jack declined, stating that he preferred doing it there instead. The scene then shifted towards Byung-tae as he helped Na-hae-soo lie down on the bed. As he removed her boots, he recalled the kiss and tried to compose himself, reminding himself to be patient and wait quietly so that she could be completely at ease. As he reached for her, Na-hae-soo instinctively rested her face against his chest, humming softly. Byung-tae smiled, realizing that she already trusted him so much. He told her to sleep well, reminding her that tomorrow was going to be tough. He gently laid her down, intending to back away, but Na-hae-soo held onto his hand. Being so close to her, Byung-tae struggled to keep himself in check. His heart pounded wildly at the thought of being caught. He prayed silently, willing himself not to do anything reckless. As he took a step back, he noticed Na-hae-soo exhaling deeply. He patted her gently, reassuring her that everything would be okay. He bid her good night, telling her to have a peaceful sleep. The scene shifts towards the next day as Na-hae-soo slowly awakens, feeling the warmth surrounding her body. It was a stark contrast to the cold touch of the door at her bedside or the discomfort of waking up with a dry, crusted nose and aching limbs. Instead, she felt something small, soft, and snug. As she gradually regained consciousness, a sense of displacement settled in, making her question her whereabouts. This place was unfamiliar. As she recalled the events of the previous night, she remembered drinking, and then, as her memory reached the moment she kissed the Byung-tae, everything went blank. A jittery sensation coursed through her body as she sat up abruptly, denying the possibility that this was reality. It had to be another strange dream, similar to the ones she had before, dreams she often experienced because of that man and his peculiar words. But as her gaze shifted towards her shoes, doubt began to creep in. Everything was neatly arranged. Her shoes placed tidily, her coat carefully hung, and her bag positioned just right. It was the slow, deliberate touch of someone who had taken care of her while she was intoxicated. As she touched and inspected her chest, the realization dawned upon her that fortunately, nothing beyond that had happened. A sigh of embarrassment escaped her lips as she questioned what exactly was fortunate about causing such a mess. Her thoughts turned towards regret. This wasn't the time to dwell on such things. Crossing the line had been reckless, and yet, her own gesture had been an invitation to do so. The memory of the moment made her skin tingle unbearably, and that infuriatingly calm expression on his face had been so smug that she felt as though she wouldn't be able to stand it unless she bit him hard enough to make him feel the pain. She tried to brush off her thoughts, convincing herself not to overthink the situation. After all, it wasn't as if they had slept together. Perhaps it didn't have to mean much. It wasn't his first time either. With a face like his, it would be strange if he didn't have a history. Besides, she couldn't help but admit that he was skilled at it. Embarrassed, she berated herself for being a terrible adult. She needed to contact him and apologize. As she dressed, her fingers brushed against a note tucked inside her coat. It was from the Byung-tae. He had written that he was leaving this note because he thought she might be startled, but rather because she had been too drunk to make it home. He hoped she would understand and reassured her not to worry about the hotel bill, as he had used a free voucher he had planned to save for when he had a girlfriend. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Jae, who was smiling at Beomtae with curiosity. He questioned whether there was any reason for Beomtae to feel threatened at home, wondering if someone might break through the window of a high-rise building in the middle of Seoul and stab him with a knife. Beomtae laughed it off, asking Jae to entertain him instead. Jae, amused, suggested playing Jenga with flower petals before asking if Beomtae had any intention of meeting that girl. However, Beomtae denied it, stating that he wouldn't be the first to contact her today. He thought that the depth of their interaction had increased, and if she contacted him first, he might consider letting it slide. Jae, surprised, questioned what Beomtae was talking about, admitting that he couldn't understand his thought process anymore. It was impossible to tell whether he was trying to avoid getting caught or if he was desperate to be found out by both that woman and the chairman. Elsewhere, Minchul was scrolling through his phone when Ari commented on how unfair it was. Minchul, puzzled, asked what had brought that up so suddenly. Ari chimed in, questioning why he was good at everything. She pointed out that he had met many women, gotten married, and even had an ex-wife, one who was still obsessed with him. She wondered aloud if his skill had something to do with it, prompting Minchul to laugh it off. Ari continued, speculating that he must have been skilled from his very first time. Her words made Minchul reflect, wondering if she really thought he had been like this since he was young. He dismissed the thought, stating that it was simply because he was older now. Ari, intrigued, questioned if getting older automatically made someone like that. Minchul denied it, clarifying that while age didn't necessarily bring skill, at the very least he was no longer as clueless as he had been in his youth. As his thoughts drifted to the past, he recalled a moment with Na Hae-soo, as she had kissed him, but then, suddenly, he had pulled away and told her to go home. Na Hae-soo had been confused, questioning his abrupt change in demeanor. She had asked if he hadn't enjoyed the kiss, to which Minchul, flustered and embarrassed, had denied that being the case. He had only said it because he was in pain. Concerned, Na Hae-soo had offered to get him medicine, but he had refused, asking her not to turn around as he left first, his face turned away to hide his expression. Now, in the present, Minchul found himself wondering what he should do. The kiss still lingered in his thoughts, leaving him dazed. Ari snapped him back to reality, questioning why he was smiling again, teasing that he was seriously reminiscing about his first time. Minchul brushed it off with laughter, denying that it was anything of importance. At Na Hae-soo's home, she busied herself with organizing her belongings. She had decided to clean up, knowing they could no longer be together. Carefully, she disposed of things that no longer belonged to her. Some things were easy to throw away, but others held memories she had once shared with Minchul. Even so, she didn't cry. She had decided long ago not to shed tears over him anymore. The memories they had built together, the moments they would never relive. It was all over. It was just a few things she had to discard, yet it felt as if she had moved out completely. She thought about how people often ate jjajangmyeon on moving day. Minchul had once taught her that tradition. Now, there was no one to eat with, and the emptiness of the house weighed on her. The space she had once filled in this small home now felt even smaller. She discarded her old underwear, thinking about how, whether someone was there or not, the hardship of 13 years would still leave her financially struggling. But she resolved to buy new ones, not just to replace the old, but to fill the emptiness in her heart. Her gaze fell upon a teddy bear, and she wondered whether she should call Beomtae and ask him to have jjajangmyeon with her. Meanwhile, Beomtae sat with Jae, staring at his phone, desperately waiting for Na Hae-soo's message. The scene shifted towards the shop where Na Hae-soo had gone for shopping, thinking about how she had never owned anything new in her life. Everything she received had always been worn out or discarded items left behind by others. Even if she owned just one thing, she would become attached to it because everything felt precious. The most dazzling thing she had ever possessed was the memory of the time when she had written Kang Minchul's name on the wall. Minchul had written it down afterwards, stating that it belonged to Na Hae-soo, making her smile at the thought. Na Hae-soo, however, believed that he had disappeared like it was nothing, as if he had never been a part of her life from the beginning. As a shopkeeper noticed Na Hae-soo standing outside, she asked her what she was looking for and invited her to come inside and take a look, mentioning that it was a specialty shop. Na Hae-soo simply replied that she was looking for some underwear. The shopkeeper assured her that they had everything in stock and asked what design she preferred. Na-hee-soo responded that she just needed something basic and comfortable. When the shopkeeper asked about the size, she took a glance at her and commented that even though she didn't know her measurements, she was certain it must be a nice fit. This made Na-hee-soo feel quite embarrassed. The shopkeeper then remarked that there weren't many options in her size, but assured her that it was available somewhere. She pulled out a rather nice pair, asking if she would be interested in it. Na-hee-soo was taken by surprise and flinched with embarrassment as she refused, requesting something else instead. The shopkeeper asked why she didn't like it and teasingly remarked that the young bride was being shy. She then insisted that among the options available, this one was the safest choice. Eventually, Na-hee-soo agreed to go with it. The shopkeeper observed Na-hee-soo carefully and remarked that she seemed like a young wife, asking if she was married. Na-hee-soo hesitated before denying it and stated that she was single. A moment later, the shopkeeper pulled out another unusual dress, causing Na-hee-soo to become even more embarrassed. Afterward, as she prepared to leave, she took out the gift she had bought, contemplating whether she had indeed purchased new underwear. As she checked for more, she also purchased out a pair of fuzzy socks, thinking that since it felt wrong to just give him the teddy bear, she should buy some wrapping paper and a box as well. With the cold weather making her feet freeze, she reminisced that those types of gloves didn't seem very warm either. As she took a peek at some gloves, she asked the shopkeeper to wrap them up as well. As the scene shifted, Na-hee-soo received a message from Beomtae, informing her that he had arrived. She looked around, trying to spot him in the crowded market, wondering why it was so difficult to see anything. However, she was able to recognize him instantly due to his height. One of the people standing near Beomtae asked if he was a student. Another person referred to him as a talent, which led to a remark that nobody called them that anymore, as the correct term was now model. Another person commented that her daughter would really like his style, mentioning that she was not saying this just because she was her mother, but because her daughter was quite popular with guys. The woman then asked if Beomtae had a girlfriend, to which he affirmed that he did. Na-hee-soo found herself staring at him in disbelief. When Na-hee-soo finally reached Beomtae, she asked when he had arrived, to which he replied that it had been just now. She remarked that he had come from quite a distance and thought it would take longer. As Beomtae attempted to grab her hand, he mentioned that he was curious. Meanwhile, Na-hee-soo was lost in thought, wondering what he would say about the previous night and what kind of expression he would have. However, to her surprise, Beomtae simply asked why she had called him. Na-hee-soo hesitated for a moment before explaining that she wanted to eat jjajangmyeon with sweet and sour pork, but felt awkward ordering both if she went alone. Beomtae, appearing unimpressed, asked if that was the only reason, to which Na-hee-soo affirmed that it was. She then asked him to follow her, assuring him that she would buy it for him. At the restaurant, with the atmosphere remaining awkward, Na-hee-soo found herself feeling strange. She questioned why she felt like a shameless woman, considering that she had made all the first moves and was now treating him to a meal as an apology. The more she thought about it, the worse it seemed. When the dishes were served, Na-hee-soo encouraged Beomtae to try the jjajangmyeon, insisting that it was really good. Beomtae remarked that it seemed like she had been there before. Na-hee-soo confirmed that she had, mentioning Kang Min-chul's name without thinking. As soon as she realized what she had said, she flinched and quickly tried to brush it off, adding that she had been there a few more times before. She then urged Beomtae to hurry up and eat. As Na-hee-soo took a bite, she questioned why she suddenly felt reluctant to talk about Kang Min-chul in front of Beomtae. She wondered if that was normal. No matter how much she had been drinking the previous night, talking about her ex-husband in front of someone she had been with felt quite strange. As she stole a glance at Beomtae, she noticed that he looked completely calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed, realizing that she was the only one who seemed to be overthinking the situation. It dawned on her that, for him, this kind of thing might be so common that it wasn't a big deal. She figured that since she had no idea when he would get a girlfriend, he might prefer to pretend that a drunken mistake like that had never occurred. Deciding to push the thought away, she focused on eating her jjajangmyeon. Later, as they stood outside her home, Na-hee-soo thanked Beomtae for taking her home, for eating jjajangmyeon with her, and for coming over the previous day despite his busy schedule. She wanted to apologize for what had happened, admitting that she had been really drunk and must have acted without thinking. She acknowledged that she shouldn't have done that. However, before she could continue, Beomtae stepped closer and stated that he didn't want an apology because he had liked it. He then asked Na-hee-soo if she had liked it as well. Na-hee-soo quickly shrugged it off, insisting that he was mistaken. Beomtae, unconvinced, questioned what the problem was, reminding her that he had said it was okay to use him. He stated that if her heart wasn't ready, she could at least use his body. As he reached out to touch her hand, Na-hee-soo abruptly handed him the shopping bag, cutting him off. She then stepped back towards the stairs, stating that those were gifts since Christmas was approaching. She asked him to go home and open them later. Beomtae hesitated for a moment before asking if he could come inside, prompting Na-hee-soo to scream in refusal, insisting that he should go to his own house. As she shut the door behind her, she thought about how he always pretended to be innocent, but in reality he was far from it. She questioned what he had been trying to do by asking to come in, feeling completely flustered by the situation. She decided that she needed to wash up and clear her head. After taking a bath, she felt the cold air and suddenly remembered the new underwear she had bought earlier. As she checked her shopping bags, she froze in horror upon realizing that she had mistakenly given the undergarments bag to Beomtae. Meanwhile, at his place, Beomtae opened the box, unknowingly discovering its contents. Na-hee-soo, now flushed with embarrassment, could only imagine his reaction, realizing that her underwear was now in Beomtae's possession. As Na-hee-soo's original plan was to give Beomtae the Christmas gift along with the gloves, she believed Beomtae would be quite happy with it. However, reality turned out to be quite different from what she had imagined. She pictured Beomtae seeing her undergarment, blushing in embarrassment. She wondered if he had already made it home and realized she did not even know how long it took for him to reach his house from where she was. Trying to calm herself down, she reassured herself that he probably had not opened it yet. If he had, he would have likely contacted her. Denying the possibility that he had already opened it without reaching out, she tried to suppress her anxiety. As she called out for Beomtae, he responded, making Na-hee-soo feel slightly relieved. She asked if he was home, to which he affirmed. She then questioned whether he had opened his gifts, and when Beomtae responded, vaguely denying it, making Na-hee-soo sigh in relief. She attempted to apologize, explaining that she might have mistakenly given him the wrong bag. She hurriedly asked him not to open what was inside the red paper bag. When Beomtae questioned why, Na-hee-soo hastily claimed there was something really scary inside and that he would probably have nightmares if he saw it. She insisted that he should not open it. Na-hee-soo, sensing something in his tone, noted that he sounded a bit hoarse and wondered if he had caught a cold. Beomtae informed her that he would return the bag the next morning and ended the call. Na-hee-soo felt relieved, considering what might have happened if he had opened it. She did not even want to imagine what he would have thought about her. Meanwhile, Beomtae took a deep breath as the scene then shifted. Beomtae was experiencing a rather vivid moment with Na-hee-soo, biting gently and leaving love marks as he slid off her garments, making her lie down on the bed. Just as things escalated, Na-hee-soo suddenly snapped back to reality, waking up from her dream. Realizing what she had been thinking about, she punched herself hard, convinced that she was going crazy. On the other hand, Beomtae found himself huffing slightly. In the end, Na-hee-soo could not get any proper sleep, feeling as though she had not rested at all. Although it was still a bit early, she decided to wash up and head to work. However, just as she was about to go, she heard the doorbell ring. Recalling that Beomtae had mentioned he would return the bag in the morning, she stepped out of her room and took the red bag from him. Na-hee-soo thanked him, handing him the actual gift she had planned to give him, apologizing for the trouble. Beomtae, however, assured her that it was no trouble at all. As Na-hee-soo observed Beomtae's face, she found it strange. He was smiling, yet something seemed off about him that day. She asked if he was feeling unwell, but Beomtae denied it. She then questioned whether he was tired, to which Beomtae admitted that he had not slept well. Na-hee-soo acknowledged this, mentioning that she had not either, as it was winter and quite cold. A certain awkwardness lingered between them. Na-hee-soo eventually stated that she needed to head inside as she had work to attend to. However, just as she was about to leave, Beomtae stopped her, asking her to wait. He told her he had brought her a gift as well, and handed her a bag, instructing her to open it later when she was inside. When Na-hee-soo took out the pink sweater, she was quite impressed. Her eyes glittered with excitement as she tried it on, finding it amazing. She realized that it fit perfectly, even though he probably did not know her size. She noticed that the material was thick and of high quality, assuming it must have cost him quite a bit, likely over 50,000 KOW. Despite this, she felt warm and happy. She decided that she should thank him properly when they met later. Upon arriving at the rose shop, Na-hee-soo greeted and Hwajong greeted her back. Noticing Na-hee-soo's attire, Hwajong asked if she had gotten new clothes, commenting on how pretty they looked. Na-hee-soo affirmed, stating that it was a gift. Hwajong, curious, remarked that she did not know who had given it to her, but they certainly had good taste. She mentioned that clothes could make a person stand out and that Na-hee-soo looked exceptionally pretty. However, Hwajong also pointed out, joking lightheartedly, that Na-hee-soo had been wearing the same two outfits repeatedly, making her appear somewhat shabby. This made Na-hee-soo smile awkwardly, leading her to consider whether Beomtae had given her the sweater because he thought she looked pitiful. Hwajong then playfully questioned if her husband had bought it for her, stating that since Nahae-soo had mentioned receiving it as a gift, it was obvious who had given it to her. However, Nahae-soo paused for a moment before revealing to Hwajong that she was divorced. Taken aback, Hwajong asked if it had happened suddenly, to which Nahae-soo confirmed. Hwajong expressed her surprise, mentioning that Nahae-soo had never brought it up before. Nahae-soo simply responded that this was just how things were, leaving Hwajong puzzled and wondering aloud what had happened. She found it strange that Nahae-soo had mentioned having a husband before, but was now suddenly saying she was divorced. Later, as Beomtae entered the shop, he was engaged in a pleasant conversation with Nahae-soo. Seeing him, Nahae-soo handed him a bouquet of roses, asking him to leave since he had received them. However, Beomtae insisted on buying one more and asked for another bouquet. Hwajong, observing their interaction, found it hard to believe what she was witnessing. No matter how she looked at it, they seemed far too close, and on top of that, there was a noticeable age difference between them. Whether the divorce was true or not, the situation appeared unusual to her. As Beomtae tried to reach out and touch Nahae-soo, Hwajong was taken aback. Finding the situation unbelievable, she suddenly grabbed Beomtae and pulled him aside, insisting that he look at her for a moment as she addressed him seriously. She asked him to have a talk for a moment, intending to take Nahae-soo by surprise. As Nahae-soo tried to excuse herself, stating that she needed to get back to work and that they could continue their conversation outside the shop, she turned her face away. Outside the shop, Hwajong insisted on asking something first. She questioned him about his relationship with Nahae-soo, prompting him to ask for her reason. In response, Hwajong stated that if he did not want to answer, he could forget about it as it was obvious anyway. She acknowledged that he had romantic feelings for Nahae-soo, but urged him to stop as there was something he did not know. As their conversation continued inside the shop, Nahae-soo, who was staring at them, felt increasingly uneasy. Hwajong admitted that she had not expected it to be this way, questioning whether it was because of Nahae-soo's age. However, she quickly dismissed the idea, stating that the issue was not just the age difference. She asked him not to be shocked by what she was about to reveal, eventually disclosing that Nahae-soo was married. Biting her nail, she confessed that although Nahae-soo had claimed to be divorced, she was unsure whether it was true. She expressed her suspicion that Nahae-soo was lying because of him, adding that even if the divorce was real, it was not normal to hide such a fact while dating someone. When he asked why she was telling him this, Hwajong explained that she was concerned for him. She insisted that he should not be left in the dark as he could end up getting hurt. Beomtae pointed out that typically people worried about those they were close to, but Hwajong countered that this situation was different. Regardless of how unrelated she was to the matter, she could not simply ignore it. She questioned how an older divorcee could conceal her past marriage while trying to date a younger man. However, when he revealed that he had already known about it, that she had been married and that things had ended a long time ago, she was taken aback. He stated that he was aware of everything, yet he had lingered. Every single day he had crossed the line, little by little, eagerly waiting for the relationship to collapse. He admitted that he had selfishly wished for something wrong. When Hwajong asked why, he affirmed that it was for impure intentions. Hearing this made her shiver. He then suggested that if she was truly concerned about Nahae-soo, she should go and tell her that this was dangerous. The scene shifted to nighttime, where he was attempting to wear a glove while Jae was reflecting on his situation. He considered how, like a dog, he would accompany her to the shop, wait endlessly until she was done, and struggle with the difficulty of it all. While playing around with Jae, Beomtae showed him a present, mentioning that he had received a gift. Jae remarked that it seemed small, as only his fingers could fit into it. He then made a comment about extravagance, to which he laughed it off. Jae noted that despite already having so much, he was still accepting gifts without hesitation. Jae then questioned whether he was truly sincere about her. After pausing, Beomtae asked what it looked like to him. Jae replied that honestly he did not seem very serious. He acted carelessly when he could have hidden things more thoroughly, making him wonder if he thought everything would be over if he got caught. Jae pointed out that a man of his age trailing after a divorced woman was unusual but not entirely incomprehensible. Based on what little he had seen of her, she seemed like the type to fall for someone just because they overwhelmed her with wealth. That was probably how she had endured being with such a pathetic husband for so long. However, Jae speculated that if she were to discover he was a chaebol heir, she might suddenly change and try to squeeze every penny out of him. He remarked that when money was involved, everyone became materialistic. For a young master who found everything in the world simple and dull, perhaps the appeal of someone who would not yield so easily provided an addictive thrill. Maybe that was what their relationship was all about. Smiling, Beomtae stated that he would give Jae his answer next time, prompting Jae to think that he would not expect anything less. The scene then shifted to his home, where he lay on his bed poking at a teddy bear while recalling Nahesu's face from earlier at the shop. He smiled, while Nahesu, lying on her bed, thought about Beomtae. She reflected that they looked good together, and acknowledged that such feelings were normal for someone his age, even if they were fleeting. However, she could not ignore the possibility that he might truly be interested in her. Her own loneliness had caused her to feign ignorance, and she had continued pretending not to know. She had thought that perhaps she could stay by his side just a little longer, but now the time to acknowledge the situation had come suddenly and without warning. She realized that she had to say it now. That it was too inappropriate for them to even pretend to be mere acquaintances. The scene then shifted to the next day outside her home, where Beomtae followed her. He told her that it was cold and urged her to hurry inside, promising to call her when he got home. However, Nahesu grabbed him, stating that she had something to say and asking him to come with her for a moment. He remarked that it felt exciting, but she immediately clarified that it was not going to be an exciting conversation. Boarding down, she told him that she was going to hurt him. He asked how, and she inquired whether he knew Hua Yong, the girl she worked with at the flower shop. At that moment, he understood her meaning. He teasingly asked if she was jealous whenever he talked to Hua Yong, but Nahesu unexpectedly asked if he wanted her to introduce him to her. The question took him by surprise, causing him to freeze. He sighed, remarking that it hurt a little. Nahesu then told him that if not, he should try to meet girls around his age. She mentioned that one girl used to contact him and that there must be many others who liked him. As he reached out and touched her, drawing closer, he firmly stated that he was the BTD who wanted to be with a divorcee auntie. At that, Nahesu screamed, demanding to know if he truly thought it was normal to like a much older divorced woman. She asked whether his parents were aware of his feelings. If she were merely his acquaintance, she would have tried to stop him somehow, as if he had lost his mind. In the end, she insisted that he should meet someone his age. However, he held on to her, asking whether he seemed sane to her. As she stared at him, she finally denied it. In response, he kissed her, a deep, faithful kiss shared between them. As a devoted kisser, Beomtae tirelessly made efforts to ensure Nahesu felt secure as she enveloped her arms around him, holding onto him tightly. She mentioned that he had asked her if winning felt good, stating that she would be sleeping with someone younger. Beomtae affirmed this, but she admitted that, as a human, she too had such thoughts. She felt wronged and deeply upset about what had happened to her, thinking that a young, successful man like him had been toying with her emotions. She considered that she could have been living well instead of being entangled in such a situation with someone like him. She wanted to showcase this resentment as much as she could, mocking him. However, even though she had already been brought down and felt jaded, she concluded that she did not want to ruin herself or meet someone merely to exact revenge on a man like him. She also did not want to burden someone as good as he was just to alleviate her loneliness. She recalled how in her younger days she had no one by her side and did not want to repeat the same mistakes. She wished to be that kind of person to him. Beomtae acknowledged this as Nahesu stated that she should try not to develop feelings for him, knowing that love could not be easily controlled. Beomtae agreed that feelings of love were uncontrollable but insisted she should still make an effort to resist. She advised him to keep praying not to fall for her, doing his best to support her in the process. But Beomtae assured her that she had done well so far, but warned that things would only get more difficult from this point on. He was prepared to use any means necessary, but clarified that he would never force her to like him. If she truly did not want him around, he asked her not to make excuses about caring for him. She only needed to say one thing, that she hated him. If she said those words, he would never come back again. Later, while in bed, Nahesu tried to muster the courage to send a message instructing Beomtae not to pick her up the next day. After much contemplation, that was the message she sent. She simply could not bring herself to face him. She thought about how pathetic she was. After accommodating him for so long, she had finally decided to push him away. Yet, when the moment came, she could not say the words. She questioned why it was so difficult. It should have been simple, the perfect opportunity to ensure he never returned. And yet she could not utter a single word once she opened her mouth. She felt that even before she answered, he would have already known she did not mean it. If she had told him she hated him, every word she spoke would have been a lie. The scene then shifted to Beomtae's home, where he was idly poking a teddy bear. Jay observed him and questioned what his problem was, calling someone over only to create such a tense atmosphere. He thought it had been better when they were jogging around and playing Jenga. Now, Beomtae was sitting there with a look as if he were about to kill someone. His expression was eerily similar to that of the chairman, making it even creepier. Beomtae then called out to Jay, asking if he was not going to question why he had been summoned. This prompted Jay to ponder whether he even had the right to ask. Eventually, Jay questioned Beomtae's reasons for calling him. Beomtae replied that it was to provide an answer to his previous question. Beomtae then recalled a scene from a movie where a man took an intoxicated woman to a hotel. The room had been silent except for the sound of breathing. The man had done nothing until morning, merely staying awake beside the woman he liked, fearing that even the sound of his blinking might wake her from her deep sleep. He wondered why such a simple scenario had been framed in a sentimental manner. He questioned why emotions from just one night of patience were considered so significant when in reality it was not that easy. Jay turned his face away, remarking that Beomtae's response made it seem as though Chairman Beomtae-ju had completely given up on having children. Jay thanked him for the answer, commenting that it was amusing to hear him say such things. He added that it was not as though Beomtae were a virgin experiencing his first time with a girlfriend at a motel, so there was no need to make it sound like such a big deal. Beomtae fell silent as Jay attempted to laugh it off. However, Jay turned his face toward Beomtae, only to find Beomtae staring blankly at him. Jay could not believe what he was hearing, questioning if this was for real. The scene shifted again to the restaurant, where the owner noticed Nahasu seemed distracted. She questioned Nahasu about what had happened the previous day, stating that her mind appeared to be elsewhere, leading her to make mistakes she normally would not. Nahasu apologized, saying it was nothing, that she had simply been lost in thought for a moment. The conversation took a more serious turn as Nahasu hesitated to speak, but eventually confided in the restaurant owner. Nahasu asked if there was a way to make someone lose interest in her, insisting that the question was not about herself but about someone she knew. The restaurant owner, however, saw through her words. She jokingly suggested asking a certain person who frequently visited the restaurant, noting that he likely had the physical strength to knock someone out. If not, then perhaps a mother's intervention would be the best course of action. As Nahasu walked home, she reflected on the restaurant owner's words. The owner had mentioned that the best way to sever all relationships, whether they be with men, family, friends, or relatives, was to ask for money. Just requesting to borrow a large sum right away would do the trick. Nahasu contemplated this, realizing that youthful love was passionate yet fleeting. Even though the feelings they called love might pass, the injustice she felt would not. As she recalled Minchul's reassuring expression and his assurance not to worry, she wondered if a person driven by youthful impulses might even ruin his life for money. This thought frightened her. To test her theory, she decided to ask for an unreasonable amount, a sum so large that it would be impossible for him to obtain, something that could completely ruin an unfortunate life. Beomtae soon received a notification from Nahasu. She had sent a message asking to borrow money, specifically requesting 100 million KAW. Upon seeing the message, Beomtae smiled with amusement. The next morning at the rose shop, Nahasu contemplated that weeks had passed without any word from Beomtae. Their conversations, which had always been initiated by him, had completely stopped. The last message she had sent remained unanswered, and her phone calls went straight to voicemail. She wondered why this absence felt so unsettling. As she recalled her own words telling Beomtae that if he had someone in his life, he should meet people his age, she realized that deep down, she had assumed he would still cling to her selfishly. It had taken her 2 weeks to fully accept his absence, and now she questioned whether he would ever walk through that door again. As she was lost in thought, a customer grew irritated, demanding to know why she was staring off into space instead of focusing on work. She quickly apologized, but deep inside she found herself wondering about Beomtae. She questioned how he was doing, whether he was still having nightmares and if he was staying safe. She hoped the gloves she had given him were keeping him warm, and she wondered if he was still wandering through his days alone. She recalled Beomtae's words about coming to that place whenever his thoughts became overwhelming, and began to question whether she had been too caught up in her own emotions to truly understand what he had been going through. She realized she had never fully grasped the depth of his emotions, nor the weight of the burdens he had been carrying. She questioned how many times his legs had led him back to that place, and what pain he had been trying to cast away by staring at all those countless lights. It became clear to her that she had known almost nothing about him, and that thought brought her a strange sense of relief. If there was nothing to remind her of him, then perhaps it would be easier to let go. But as she glanced at the shop where she had bought him gifts, she felt a lingering regret. There had been something she never got to tell him. If she had kept that teddy bear beside him, perhaps it would have protected him from nightmares. She should have told him that. To the one who had always seemed deeply troubled, she had been a selfish and terrible adult until the very end. The words she had been unable to say lingered in her mind for a long, long time, and the weight of them hurt her heart. The scene shifted to an alley where Jay was dealing with a drunk man, questioning why he didn't just go home and sleep if he had been drinking. Jay was feeling increasingly tense, as if he were standing on edge, ready to lash out at the next person who crossed him. Beomtae suddenly called out to Jae, asking if he was good at fighting. Jae with confidence affirmed that he was. In response, Beomtae asked him to hit him somewhere visible. Jae took a step back, pleading with him not to say things like that. He asked Beomtae to think about what it felt like to hear such words from someone built like a door. But Beomtae dismissed his concern and asked if he was done with work for the day. Jae, confused, asked if Beomtae was heading home. Beomtae denied it, saying he had somewhere to stop by. When Jae questioned where he could possibly be going in that state, Beomtae simply messaged Nahae-soo, informing her that he was in front of her house. Standing outside, Beomtae waited until Nahae-soo stepped out of her home. As she saw him standing there, his neck covered with bruises, his clothes slightly disheveled, and a bag hanging from his hand, she immediately questioned why he was there. Before he could fully explain, she interrupted, stating that if he hadn't brought what she had asked for, then there was no reason for her to see him. She would appreciate it if he left. However, as she truly took in the sight of him, she hesitated, stepping closer. Her hands instinctively reached out to unveil the mask he was wearing, her eyes widening at the state of his face. She demanded to know what had happened, asking if he had gotten into a fight like some street thug. Frustrated, she yelled at him, reminding him that he was an adult and should have avoided any confrontation. She questioned why he was still acting like a childish fool, asking him if he was in pain after getting hurt like that. Nahae-soo found herself thinking that Beomtae always seemed to uncover the vulnerable parts of her, something she had not recognized before. Or perhaps she had, but had chosen to ignore it. She stated that this would be the last time, insisting that she would just apply some medicine before sending him on his way. However, as she tended to his wounds inside her home, she found herself growing softer toward him once again. After finishing, she warned him to be careful and told him that if he ever showed up looking worse than this, she would refuse to see him again. She tried to turn away, to distance herself, but Beomtae grabbed her wrist, revealing that he had brought what she had asked for. He pleaded with her to let him stay a little longer. Taken aback, Nahae-soo questioned his words, unable to believe that he had actually come with the money. She found it impossible. There was no way he could have gotten that much money in just a few weeks. Certain that he was lying, she reached for the bag, her hands trembling as she opened it. Seeing the large sum of money inside, she was shocked. She demanded to know where he had gotten it from, insisting that he answer her. Beomtae calmly reminded her that she had asked him to lend her money. Nahae-soo's voice rose as she screamed at him, her hands gripping his shoulders. She was shaking, her entire body jittering as the realization dawned on her. Beomtae took her hand under his shirt to show a faint scar. Horror filled her expression as Beomtae revealed that he had sold an organ. He stated that they had promised to give him the money in exchange. Nahae-soo, unable to believe his words, felt a cold dread wash over her. Her breathing grew unsteady as she stared at the scar on his chest. Her tears, which she had tried so hard to hold back, began to fall onto him. As she cried, Beomtae asked her why she was crying. He quickly tried to reassure her, saying that it was just a joke, that he hadn't actually done it. He admitted that he hadn't thought she would believe him since it was an old scar. He admitted that he was wrong. He then asked if he should leave, stating that he would listen to whatever she said. His voice grew desperate as he pleaded with her not to cry. Nahae-soo, still trembling, asked him what he was trying to do. She wanted to know the point of all of this. She had been pushing him away for his own good, yet he kept pulling her back in. She demanded to know why he was making her falter, why he kept turning her into a bad adult as she continued crying. After a moment, Beomtae quietly asked if she was done crying. Nahae-soo, wiping her tears, affirmed that she was, but warned him never to ask such things again as it was embarrassing. Beomtae smirked, asking how long she planned on staying like that, as she was still pressed upon him. He told her that he was fine with it, but that it might be uncomfortable for her. Nahae-soo, her face burning, accused him of saying ridiculous things at a moment like this. She questioned whether he wasn't embarrassed. Beomtae simply smiled, stating that it didn't seem that way to him. As Nahae-soo reflected on his words, she made a decision. Gripping onto him, she softly asked if he would stay over that night. As Nahae-soo moved closer to the Beomtae, she kissed him deeply, biting his lips. Sensing her presence and power, he grabbed her as they lay down together. He warned her that if she was going to regret it, she should stop now. However, as he gazed at her, noticing her face flushed with embarrassment, Nahae-soo instead took his hand and placed it on her body. She stated that if anyone was going to regret this, it would be him. In response, he indulged her, licking her ears to the point that she began to cry. Beomtae included her in his actions, taking his time as he laid her down. As he proceeded, Nahae-soo pleaded for him to stop, not entirely, but just enough to take it slow. However, Beomtae refused, making it clear that he would do things his way. Nahae-soo found herself lost in thought, reflecting on how strange this feeling was. With Kang Min-chul, they had been so familiar with each other's bodies that foreplay had often been skipped, jumping straight into it. But these slow, deliberate touches overwhelmed her, making her body react in unfamiliar ways. Crying out, she begged Beomtae to proceed, stating that she was already at her limit. As she caught sight of him, Nanesu was taken aback, questioning why it was so enormous. It had been a while since she had last done this, and uncertainty crept into her mind. She wondered if it would really be okay. For the first time, she considered whether she might regret this, but when questioned, she hesitated. Admitting there wasn't a woman who would easily handle this, she acknowledged her predicament. Beomtae, already aware, told her not to ask such things. As she insisted once more, he continued, letting the flow guide his actions as he grabbed onto her. A wave of jitters coursed through Nahesu's body from the pressure. As he held her tightly, she slowly settled, stating that she had already told him she was ready. However, Beomtae revealed that it wasn't over yet. Overwhelmed, Nahesu clutched onto his hand, feeling as though it was too much to handle. Gasping, she asked if they were finally done, hoping it was over. Beomtae merely smiled, the thought of saying yes crossing his mind, but instead he teased her, asking if she would scold him if he lied. Getting into the act, Nahesu cried out as she panted. The Beomtae mentioned that it would feel better if she just waited a little, while Nahesu felt her mind go blank. The corners of her eyes burned, and she couldn't think straight. She believed she was used to these kinds of things, assuming it would be like any other time. Her body ached from the unfamiliar sensation pressing down on her completely, making her feel out of place. She sensed that her body was not accustomed to this foreign scent, which added to the comfort. Feeling hazy, she forced herself to stay still, knowing that any movement would only make things worse. To her, this felt like torture. The Beomtae stated that he would behave, pausing for a moment. She bit her lip as he read her expression, questioning what he had done to become this powerful. The Beomtae responded vaguely, while Nahesu felt that her body was ready, but this was a size that mere readiness alone couldn't handle. The Beomtae tried to restrain himself before pressing forward, making Nahesu shudder. Nahesu cried out, claiming that he had done it inside her, but the Beomtae denied it. She called him a liar, stating that it was too heavy. The Beomtae remarked that he seemed to be lying a lot today, adding that he might need to be scolded. Nahesu thought about how stiff and hard he was, causing an unfamiliar tingling sensation. She felt that this shouldn't be happening, but it still felt good. The Beomtae stated that he had waited patiently and asked if he could move now. As he continued, Nahesu's body shook as if she had been targeted in this confined space, the place where she had once lived with a man who had now become a stranger. The Beomtae covered her eyes, stating that he would proceed. The flickering sensations overwhelmed her, as his slow yet heated breath sent shivers through her body. Nahesu cried out, questioning whether he had really done it. The Beomtae assured her that this time it would truly be the last. Nahesu hesitated for a second before questioning how many times he intended to do it. The Beomtae asked if she disliked it, causing her to pause. Despite everything, she couldn't deny that she liked his unfamiliar body, as strange as it was. He was too unfamiliar for her to run away from. He liked her, and she liked him so much that she cried afterward. As she fainted, the Beomtae moved closer, lying down beside her. As dawn broke, the soft glow of morning light enveloped the room. Nahesu slowly stirred, feeling an unexpected warmth surrounding her. Rather than the simple comfort of a blanket, the warmth felt firm, almost secure. As she woke, a realization dawned upon her. She must have fallen asleep without even noticing. She wondered if the weather had gotten warmer, as she had slept so soundly, completely unaware of her surroundings. Remembering that she needed to hurry and wash up for her part-time job, she attempted to move. However, as she felt a strong arm beside her, curiosity led her to take a peek. The sight of Beomtae sleeping beside her made embarrassment rush through her, causing her to quickly lie back down. She tried to calm herself, reminding herself that she had known this would happen. Half of her actions had been impulsive, while the other half had been based on the thought that this was nothing out of the ordinary. Spending the night like this shouldn't be a big deal for a grown man, so there was no reason to make a fuss. She reassured herself that people these days even did such things with strangers they had just met. After all, she had seen cases like that on TV, where people acted on impulse after drinking. Yet, despite all her rationalization, the thoughts kept bothering her. She had cried so much that she didn't even remember everything clearly, but what remained vivid was the feeling of his touch. At first, it had felt strangely clumsy, but soon, it had become so effortlessly skilled that it was almost jarring. She took another look at him, convinced that someone with such experience wouldn't find last night particularly special. She was certain it hadn't meant anything significant to him. Feeling restless, she decided she needed to put on some clothes. As she tried to move his arm away, she found that she couldn't budge it. She wondered why he was so strong and questioned whether he was really asleep. Her thoughts were interrupted when Beomtae, still half asleep, asked her where she was going. Flustered, she asked him not to speak so close to her ear. When he asked why, she explained that his low voice resonated too much, making her uncomfortable. Since he was already awake, she firmly told him to hurry up and let go as she needed to get ready for work. However, Beomtae casually remarked that she couldn't go because he was still hurt. His words made Nahesu scowl as she immediately questioned what he meant by that. In the end, she gave in and skipped her shift. It frustrated her how much she had changed since meeting him. First, she had started spending money impulsively, and now she was skipping work whenever she pleased. Everything about her behavior had become strange, and she couldn't understand why. Even he was strange. His tastes were odd, his mannerisms unpredictable, and everything about him seemed unusual. As her eyes wandered over his body, she noticed the scars covering his arms and torso. Without thinking, she questioned why he had so many scars. Beomtae responded that he had been sick when he was a child. He mentioned that while he had been hospitalized, he used to beg to go outside all the time. However, it had been so long ago that he barely remembered the details. He admitted that it might be hard to believe since he was so healthy now. Nahesu, however, denied that it was unbelievable. Instead, she imagined the pain he must have endured. She wondered how many tears he must have shed to bear such deep wounds. She couldn't even picture him crying. Then, with a serious tone, she told him that if he knew it hurt, he shouldn't fight anymore. She warned him that if he came back with another injury, she wouldn't see him again. Beomtae found her reaction amusing. He recalled that she had once told him that he could see other girls if he wanted to, yet now she was threatening not to see him again. He questioned whether she was worried about him. Nahesu quickly denied it, demanding to know why he was laughing at her. Beomtae simply remarked that he should avoid getting hurt since someone might get upset. Nahesu instantly insisted that she wasn't upset at all. Suddenly, her stomach growled, breaking the momentary tension. Beomtae smirked and asked if she was hungry. Embarrassed, Nahesu denied it, but Beomtae teased that it certainly seemed like she was. Without waiting for her response, he told her to hold on for a minute, saying that he would bring her breakfast. Confused, Nahesu questioned what he was talking about. Beomtae casually mentioned that he could cook well, making her even more perplexed. She wasn't concerned about his cooking skills. What baffled her was the fact that this was her house and he was her guest. However, before she could protest further, she suddenly realized that she wasn't wearing anything. Her face turned red as she accused him of seeing everything. Beomtae shrugged off her concern, but his playful demeanor only made her more flustered. As Nahesu got dressed, she recalled a conversation with Minchul they once had. He had mentioned that tonight's dinner would be perfect, but she had laughed at him, stating that he couldn't even cook properly. She had pointed out that he always ate instant ramen. In response, Minchul had confidently stated that if she doubted him, he would prove himself. He had even joked that, as her husband, he had a responsibility to make her a proper meal. To her surprise, when she walked into the kitchen, she found herself witnessing what looked more like a fire show than actual cooking. Alarmed, she rushed towards Beomtae, demanding to know if he even knew how to turn on the stove or what a pan was. She insisted that he let her teach him, but before she could take over, Beomtae grabbed her and effortlessly threw her into the room. Confused, she asked what he was doing. He simply told her to relax, mentioning that she looked tired. Nahesu couldn't believe what was happening. It was ironic. Whose fault was it that she was exhausted? As she lay back, she took another peek at the kitchen. Everything suddenly felt cramped with him standing there. She found herself questioning how much he ate to get that big, and more importantly, what he was planning to use all that strength for. Before she could dwell on it further, Beomtae turned back to look at her, flashing a knowing smile. Flustered, Nahesu quickly hid her face, inwardly cursing herself for being so affected by him. The scene shifts to the Beomtae's home as he takes a peek at the photo while reminiscing. Nahesu moves toward the bathroom, stating that she would wash up and asking the Beomtae not to go anywhere but to wait there quietly. As he recalls the pleasant moments spent with her, he feels a smile forming on his face, realizing that she still trusts him too much. As he strolls around, he begins to open up his thoughts. Observing his surroundings, he remarks that there is nothing there, only the lingering traces of someone who was once fully present. He acknowledges that he may not completely understand, but as he looks at the photos Nahesu meticulously discarded with her own hands, a tingling sensation fills his head as if it is spinning. He takes a long look at a photo of Minchul and Nahesu, then glances at the phone as he picks it up. The scene shifts to the present, where Jay calls out for the Beomtae, questioning if he summoned him. The Beyonce responds, indicating that Jae arrived quickly, making Jae think that the satisfied expression on his face must mean something. He wonders how much the Beyonce has deceived that woman to be in such a good mood. The Beyonce then asks Jae to play with him, to which Jae questions whether they should play Jenga. The Beyonce refuses, stating that he wants to play Monopoly instead. Jae remarks that it is not a game he would want to play with someone capable of bankrupting their in-laws and distant relatives for generations if they set their mind to it. The remark makes the Beyonce laugh as Jae reluctantly agrees to play. While playing, Jae senses that something about the Beyonce feels off. He has always acted like he owned the world, but something is strangely different now. Jae pauses, questioning why the Beyonce is becoming so unlike himself. He curses under his breath, insisting that surely nothing significant has happened, as he gets the idea he can't believe what would have happened, reminding himself that he does not want to get involved in his employee's private life. The scene shifts to a restaurant where Na Hae-soo is dining out, recalling a conversation she had with the Beyonce during breakfast. After breakfast, the Beyonce had insisted on cleaning up, claiming that he was good at house chores while Na Hae-soo denied him doing so. He had not seemed like someone incapable of handling chores, yet she had something in her mind. Curious, she had asked the Beyonce where it came from, to which he had responded by questioning whether she wanted it. She had denied wanting it, stating that there was no reason for her to take something that belonged to him. In response, the Beyonce had revealed that in truth all of that money was fake, merely props like those used in movies. Na Hae-soo had immediately responded that she had already known, questioning why he would do something like that to surprise someone. The Beyonce had then apologized, explaining that he had thought that if he did not have the money, she would never see him again. Na Hae-soo now finds herself feeling strangely ticklish around her ear. Even in places where he is not present, she keeps hearing his voice echoing in her mind, his low laughter lazily tickling her senses. Despite a whole day having passed, she still feels sore. Suddenly, from behind, the restaurant owner enters, commenting on how good she looks today, and wondering if something nice has happened. Perhaps she ate something good by herself, the owner suggests. Na Hae-soo quickly denies it, stating that she has not eaten anything special. The restaurant owner laughs it off, insisting that she was merely making an observation. She then praises Na Hae-soo's appearance, noting that her face had seemed quite worn out for some time. She admits that she had even wondered whether something bad had happened. She recalls that day, but assures Na Hae-soo that she does not seem like the type to dwell on something so trivial. The restaurant owner continues, mentioning that work has been much easier lately, and asks Na Hae-soo if she has noticed the same. Unaware of the fact that the Jae had threatened customers not to abuse their power, the restaurant owner states that it feels as though everyone has taken some kind of medicine and become nicer. The number of troublesome customers has significantly decreased, and things seem to be improving. She reflects that although life has its fair share of difficulties, good days are always just around the corner. Encouraging Na Hae-soo not to feel depressed, she urges her to cheer up. Na Hae-soo smiles faintly at the reassurance. The scene then shifts to Minchul, who is enjoying a blissful time with Ari. Afterward, Ari asks Minchul to make some ramen. Minchul refuses, telling her to make it herself since he cannot cook. Pouting, Ari complains that after spending time with him, she is too exhausted to move. She mentions having heard that some men baby their girlfriends and cook for them after they wake up. However, Minchul always tells her to go to sleep, and if she refuses, he simply suggests doing it again. Climbing onto him, she playfully calls him a pervert and demands that he not look at his phone. Annoyed, Minchul sighs in response. As Minchul agreed to get some ramen, Ari suggested that Minchul add some eggs, to which Minchul affirmed, asking her to wait. As he opened the packet, he recalled the memory of when they had moved out, as Na Hae-soo had asked Minchul if she could have dinner at his house that day. Upon questioning her about the reason, Na Hae-soo explained that her father had come back home. Realizing the situation, Minchul affirmed and told her to eat and then leave. Upon reaching home, Minchul was quite taken aback when he saw his underwear lying around the house. He quickly asked Na Hae-soo to wait a moment while he cleaned up. He then assured her that it was fine and mentioned that he only had ramen at home, questioning if that was okay, to which Na Hae-soo affirmed. Taking out the clothes, Minchul felt embarrassed, thinking that the situation was bad. He realized that his girlfriend, the same one he had imagined the night before while doing that in the bathroom, was now in his room. He had invited her over so she would be safe, not wanting that crazy person to do anything to her again. However, as he gulped, he tried to calm himself down, reminding himself that she was only there for dinner. He told himself that all he needed to do was boil the water, put the ramen in, and cook it. He repeated this process in his mind to keep himself distracted. As Na Hae-soo got closer to Minchul, she questioned if she should make it instead, causing Minchul to panic and move away, denying her offer by stating that he would handle it. After making the ramen and serving it to Nahesu, she thanked him and questioned if he wasn't going to have some himself. Minchul affirmed, stating that he would, but as Nahesu touched Minchul, she noticed that his nose was bleeding. She asked if he was okay and where the tissues were. Minchul tried to assure her that it was fine and not to worry, but Nahesu insisted, asking where the tissues were since he was bleeding a lot. Despite his attempts to convince her that it was nothing, she persisted, while he tried to divert her attention back to eating the ramen. As Nahesu got even closer and touched Minchul again, she suddenly felt something big. Minchul immediately snapped out of it and held on to Nahesu, realizing that he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He cursed himself for doing such an act with Nahesu. Doing the act with Nahesu, Minchul questioned if it was there, to which she denied it, but Minchul cursed himself even more, wondering why he had assumed that things would just work out as he had imagined. However, as the moment continued, he found himself struggling to keep control. He asked Nahesu to hold still as he felt himself getting closer, almost losing it. But as he put his hands down and saw Nahesu crying, he immediately questioned if she was in pain, if it hurt, and if he should stop. He cursed himself for thinking that it was okay just because it felt good for him. His waist had moved, and she was crying. He continued cursing himself, feeling that he was about to completely lose control. He questioned how he could still consider himself human. However, just as he was drowning in guilt, Nahesu touched him gently and assured him that it was okay because it was him. As Minchul continuously apologized, he expressed his love for her. He admitted that every single day he had been wishing for this moment because it was with her. She was the only one he wanted. Now that the moment had come, he felt overwhelmed. After everything was over and their relationship had reached a new phase, Minchul found himself lost in thought. He contemplated whether Nahesu had been lonely during those days and whether she had ever felt sad when confronted with the empty space he had left in her life. He wondered if she had ever regretted pushing him away, if she had cried even a little while remembering the warmth he once gave her. He thought about Nahesu's tears, about how she had always cried so much for him, and he selfishly hoped that she would continue to cry even more. Minchul felt that it hurt, and he longed for her to come back to him now. The scene then shifted to a restaurant where customers whispered among themselves. A boy questioned his friend about why he hadn't been in touch lately, to which the boy replied that he had set his phone on silent. The customers continued to whisper about a woman who kept bothering someone with calls. They remarked that after spending just one night together, she seemed to believe that she was his girlfriend. One person commented that if they slept together twice, she would probably ask him to marry her. Someone else questioned if it was really over after sleeping together just once, even before starting anything serious, remarking on how trashy the situation was. They whispered among themselves that girls' minds worked differently from theirs, and that it was crazy how they were even grouped together as mammals. They mentioned that there was even a movie about it. Hearing these comments, Nahesu found herself deep in thought. She realized that she was not 18, but actually 34. At her age, she was too old to naively believe someone just because they said they liked her. Despite having a heart bigger than her tendency to act on impulse, she had developed a selfish mindset, deciding to take what she could and leave without hesitation. If she saw the relationship for what it was, she wouldn't be as desperate as she might have been in the past. She had decided not to overthink things. She knew that love could start out intensely, burn furiously, but eventually it would cool down and become nothing more than a lukewarm, indifferent familiarity. The end of love was always like that. She thought that Beomtae would probably get tired of her quickly. She considered herself insignificant, believing that once he held the person he had so desperately longed for, he would come to realize it on his own. People often had the misconception that the one receiving affection was the winner. But remembering her love with Minchul, she knew that he had won. She, on the other hand, did not know how to fill the void left by his dried-up affection. She had suppressed everything inside her, the indifference, the contempt, the coldness, and his ever-changing attitude. If she hadn't, it would have felt like the true end. As she looked outside the window, she saw Beomtae's message on her phone. He asked her about her body, to which she replied that it was fine. Beomtae, however, whispered to her that it didn't seem like that. Nahesu realized that he was secretly vicious. Shortly after, she received another message from him, asking if she wanted to go on a quick date after her shift. As she thought about it, she reminded herself that youthful love would eventually cool down quickly. She decided that she would only focus on one thing. She would not allow her heart to be shaken, even if things changed course. With that in mind, she affirmed the date with Minchul. Jumping off the bike as the Beomtae helped her take off the helmet, stating that he would help her down. In response, Nahesu stated that she could do it on her own. The Beomtae remarked that it seemed like a big height, to which she replied that he was just too tall. As Nahe-soo thought about his words, she wondered if he meant that he wanted to go on a date, but she questioned if this was just the way home. The Beomtae then asked if she felt disappointed, to which Nahe-soo denied, stating that there was nothing to be disappointed about. He then mentioned that he wanted to spend more time together, expressing that he felt the same way as Nahe-soo, whose days always seemed too short. Nahe-soo, who had to sacrifice sleep for every bit of desire she wished to pursue, listened as he stated that he understood she was busy and would wait patiently without complaining. She then asked if the gloves fit him, to which the Beomtae affirmed. Nahe-soo advised him not to hesitate to use them, reminding him not to drive with cold hands. She also mentioned that if they wore out, she would buy him a new pair, as she understood the feeling. Even as a child, Nahe-soo had always found it difficult to use something new carelessly. It always felt too precious, and she was afraid it might get damaged. Thinking about how cold Beomtae must have been while driving, she unconsciously reached out and held the Beomtae's hand. As she became aware of her action, she quickly flinched, explaining that she had only grabbed it because he looked a bit cold. She added that it was really cold that day and assured him that if he was uncomfortable, she could let go. However, the Beomtae held onto her hand and smiled, remarking on how warm it was. Nahe-soo thought that usually when people went as far as sleeping together, physical touch started to feel familiar. She had never thought much of it before, but she questioned why just holding hands made her feel so self-conscious. His large, warm hand made her nerves feel tangled at the tips of his fingers, leaving her embarrassed. As they neared their destination, Nahe-soo suddenly spoke up to clarify any misunderstanding, firmly stating that they were not in a serious relationship. The Beomtae acknowledged her words. Nahe-soo pointed out that she had said it herself. If her heart wasn't ready yet, she could use his body, and that was as far as their relationship would go. The Beomtae, smiling blankly, affirmed her statement. As Nahe-soo processed his response, she questioned what exactly that meant and wondered if everything was really just about the physical aspect. From the way he carried himself, she could tell that he had experience from the beginning. Feeling annoyed, she hurried inside, telling him not to wander off and get into trouble again as the Beomtae followed her towards the stairs. Inside, he winced, mentioning that it still stung, and asked if she could apply the medicine again. Nahe-soo responded that he could do it himself, noting that the way he spoke made it sound as if he had ulterior motives. The Beomtae affirmed, adding that since their relationship was purely physical, he thought he would try something playful. As his breath lingered close, Nahe-soo felt overwhelmed. She warned him that she would scold him and questioned if he was aware that adults could be scary. The Beomtae nodded, hugging her instead and asking for just one hug before he left. Resting his head on her shoulder, Nahe-soo felt a ticklish sensation as his soft hair brushed against her. A cool, pleasant scent wafted from him. As the Beomtae's lips pressed against her neck, he inched closer, as if about to kiss her. But he suddenly pulled away, stating that he would be leaving. Watching him walk away, Nahe-soo felt flustered, realizing that she had almost casually told him to come inside. Cursing herself, she wondered what was wrong with her and swore that she wasn't like this before. The scene shifted to the chairman, who noted that it had been a while since he had seen him. His aide mentioned that he would contact him, but the chairman stopped him, stating that he would handle it himself. Meanwhile, at the Beomtae's home, Jae smiled, unable to tell whether the young master was feeling good, bad, angry, or just annoyed. Taking care of him was proving to be difficult. He questioned why the heater wasn't on and if the Beomtae was trying to freeze himself to death. He then sarcastically asked if the Beomtae was holding some kind of ritual to catch a cold, to which the Beomtae affirmed, hoping that it was the flu. Jae, annoyed, asked if getting beaten up hadn't been enough for him. Seeing the bruises all over his expensive face, Jae pointed out that instead of sulking, he should be grateful. The Beomtae, however, affirmed that he had given away his first love and his first time, yet it still wasn't enough. Jae speculated that perhaps the Beomtae wasn't her type. Observing her ex-husband, he noted that the man seemed quite different from the Beomtae. He reassured him not to be heartbroken, reminding him that life wasn't a board game. Things wouldn't always go his way. Sometimes people were used and tossed aside, and that was just how life worked. The Beomtae then called out to Jae, telling him not to come tomorrow. Jae, confused, asked if he was being fired or if it was a vacation. The Beomtae clarified that it was a vacation, stating that tomorrow night he would not be coming home. While Tae-hee was having a great time at the bar with a girl, he mentioned that if she knew what his younger brother had been up to. As the girl inquired about his brother, Tae-hee stated that she knew a lot of people and asked if she was aware of what his younger brother had been doing. When the girl questioned who his younger brother was, Tae-hee simply referred to him as just some BTD. Upon entering the room, one of Taehee's friend asked if he had arrived while handing him a cigarette. Taehee remarked on how quiet he was, assuring that he was not actually dead or anything, yet not a single person seemed to know what he had been up to. He admitted uncertainty about whether his younger brother was just good at keeping a low profile. His friend, curious, asked who he was referring to. Tice questioned how that even made sense. A guy who possessed all the right qualities but had not been seen meeting a single woman. When his friend asked again who he was talking about, Tice clarified that he meant his younger brother. Recognizing the description, the friend recalled the Beomtae and remarked that he must be referring to that pale-faced, tiny kid he used to beat up every day. Taehee sighed, cursing that his younger brother was now at least a head taller than him. His friend, skeptical, asked him to stop lying, but Taehee insisted it was the truth. His friend then mentioned that since he is a young master, there was no way he did not have a woman. He speculated that maybe his brother had different tastes, making it difficult to find someone. He even suggested that his preferences might lean towards someone significantly older. Taehee quickly dismissed the idea, stating that he could not stand women older than him. When asked why, he explained that their condescending expressions, as if they were always trying to teach him something, irritated him. His friend, amused, pointed out that that was precisely what made it attractive to some. He added that if there were 100 men, there would be 100 different tastes. As men's preferences varied widely, Taehee sighed, acknowledging the point, before expressing boredom with Korea. His friend suggested he go back, but Taehee refused, stating that the chairman would soon be making up his mind. He was certain there was no way he would allow even a single penny to go to the legitimate heirs, as everything was meant for him. The scene shifted to the Beomtae, who was fading his consciousness in a room. Someone from behind covered his eyes, pleading with him to let go and to allow his feelings to be discovered. As he snapped into reality, he sensed the presence of his teddy bear beside him. Smiling, he thought about how nice it felt and hugged the teddy, recognizing it carried Nahae-soo's scent. The scene then shifted to Nahae-soo's home, where she contemplated the large void left by Kang Min-chul's absence. It was not just the empty house or the colder bed that made it evident. Despite spending more money than usual, she felt more at ease than she had a few months ago. She found relief in knowing she would soon be able to repay some of her debt, along with the interest. However, she was aware that the remnants of her youth still existed as a debt she must settle, even without Kang Min-chul. She reminded herself that she needed to live diligently and fiercely, yet recalling the Beomtae's words, she wondered, if even just a little, whether she deserved to breathe a bit easier and to allow herself to be slightly greedy. That, after all, was part of her life. Outside her home, the Beomtae waited for Nahae-soo. Upon seeing him, she greeted him and asked if he was busy for the day, to which he denied having any plans. She then suggested they hang out. Surprised by her invitation, he questioned what she meant, and she explained that she had taken the day off and had some things she wanted to buy while checking on a few errands. Noticing his flushed face, she asked if he was feeling unwell and suggested resting if he was sick. He denied it, insisting he was perfectly fine. However, as she touched his face, she remarked that he felt really hot. He brushed it off, claiming it was simply because he was healthy and had a lot of body heat. She remained skeptical, but chose to let it go. As they walked together, Nahae-soo contemplated her decision to invite him out. She wondered what people their age typically did when they hung out. Turning to him, she asked if there was something he wanted to do. He responded by asking if she would do it with him, to which she affirmed. A smile formed on his face as he realized he knew exactly what he wanted. Without hesitation, he grabbed Nahae-soo's hand and reminded her that there were no takebacks. As they entered a shop, several girls nearby were trying on different styles. A looming shadow fell over them as they took notice of the Beomtae. Embarrassed, they whispered among themselves, questioning if they had really just seen someone that handsome. One girl urged her friend to hurry up and ask for his number. However, her friend hesitated upon realizing that he was accompanied by a woman. Upon reaching the room, Nahae-soo questioned the purpose of their visit, to which Beomtae responded that it was similar to taking a sticker photo. Nahae-soo, feeling quite confused, inquired about the kind of photo he was referring to. She added that such activities were meant to be done with friends and admitted that she was unfamiliar with this type of thing. She mentioned that she hadn't even put on makeup and would probably not look great. However, Beomtae held on to her, expressing doubt over whether they really couldn't do it, as he genuinely wanted to take one with with her. Noticing the slight sadness in his tone, Nahesu reassured him, stating that they should go ahead with it. This made Beomtae giggle. He playfully poked her, remarking that the aunt was sulking and how much she was pouting, making fun of her puffed-up cheeks. This prompted Nahesu to warn him not to poke. Beomtae continued teasing, urging her to look at the camera while making fun of her, pointing out that she wasn't even looking at it, nor was she looking at him. Nahesu questioned whether she wasn't allowed to which Beomtae clarified that this wasn't what he meant. Despite their banter, they managed to take some nice photos. For the first time, Nahesu smiled while holding the photo stickers. Beomtae remarked that they turned out well, and Nahesu agreed. He suggested that they each take one and urged her not to lose hers. As Nahesu thought about it, she realized that he truly liked it and she found it endearing. The image of a strong, well-built man holding a tiny photo and getting excited over it seemed unexpectedly cute to her. Recalling Beomtae shirtless during that day, she suddenly became flustered, covering her face in embarrassment. She questioned why a grown man could be considered cute. Beomtae, noticing her reaction, pulled Nahesu close and wrapped her with the muffler, stating that since they had taken their photo, it was time to move on to the next activity. Upon entering a clothing store, the shopkeeper welcomed them and encouraged them to take their time browsing. Nahesu questioned whether Beomtae intended to buy clothes, to which he affirmed. She wondered if he wanted her help in picking something, but admitted to herself that she wasn't particularly good at choosing clothes. As she glanced at the fancy outfits, she thought that everything in the store seemed too extravagant for her to wear. Beomtae pulled out some shirts and asked what kind of clothing she liked, admitting that he didn't know much about women's fashion. Nahesu, slightly surprised, asked whether he was buying the clothes as a gift for someone, to which he confirmed. When she inquired if the gift was for her, he affirmed again. Turning away, Nahesu insisted that it wasn't necessary, reminding him that he had already bought her clothes before. She suggested that he should use the money for something delicious instead, adding that clothes were expensive these days. However, Beomtae assured her that he was fine, mentioning that he had some money saved up. Remembering something Minchul had said previously, Nahesu felt a little sad. At that moment, the shopkeeper approached them, commenting on how cute they looked as a couple. She asked Beomtae if he was looking for something for his girlfriend, to which he affirmed. The shopkeeper then remarked that she was jealous, explaining that her husband never thought about buying clothes for her and only ever asked her to purchase things for him. She laughed, stating that with Nahesu's fair skin, the color of the dress would suit her perfectly. She enthusiastically picked out several dresses, while Nahesu, feeling uneasy and out of place, she signaled to Beomtae that he didn't need to buy anything. While the keeper takes a peek, she remarks that the price is very good, mentioning that they are having a special discount. Nahesu questions this, to which the keeper confirms that everything here is super cheap if she buys it today. She adds that this one is 12,900 KOW and that one is 9,900 KOW. Nahesu finds it crazy as the quality looks great, yet the prices are so low. She then asks how long the discount will last, to which the keeper giggles and replies that unfortunately it's just for today. She then urges Nahesu to let her spoil her a little today. After purchasing a couple of items, Nahesu felt a little overwhelmed. She wondered if she should have tried harder to stop him from spending so much. No matter how affordable the prices were, buying so many things at once still felt burdensome. She worried that while Beomtae might feel happy about being able to spend his money freely, he could end up regretting it later. As she glanced at him and saw his smiling face, she felt uneasy. Sometimes his kindness unsettled her. Even though this was just a fleeting connection, she feared that one day he might regret getting involved with her. She then declared that once she received her paycheck next month, she would definitely buy him something in return. Beomtae responded that it wasn't necessary, but Nahesu insisted, arguing that it didn't feel right to only be on the receiving end. She promised to pay him back, urging him to just wait a little longer. After a brief pause, Beomtae agreed, watching Nahesu walk ahead. He reflected on how things would be easier if she were the kind of person who could simply be happy with receiving. Even if he sought answers, there wouldn't be an easy solution. As they walked together, Beomtae lightly touched Nahesu's hand. Nahesu asked where they were headed, pointing out that they still had plenty of time. She asked him what he wanted to do next. Beomtae admitted that if he shared everything he had in mind, a single day wouldn't be enough. Nahesu reassured him, suggesting that they could save whatever they didn't have time for today for another time. Beomtae hesitated before questioning what would happen if even the next time wasn't enough, thinking if he kept feeling like it wasn't enough to the point where it became unbearable. He suddenly pulled Nahesu into a gentle embrace from behind. Nahesu, puzzled, asked if there was supposed to be an issue, assuring him that she would continue making time for him over and over again. As she spoke, Beomtae enveloped her from behind. At that moment, Nahesu asked Beomtae to lead the way. Beomtae thought about how he felt anxious, like a child, over something as small as a cheap 2000 KW thing. He wondered whether Nahesu would cherish it or just throw it away later. They continued their day, stopping at a shop to have have drinks and snacks. They visited an aquarium, after which Na-hae-soo began feeling fatigued. As they left, she wondered if it was because of the difference in their stamina, perhaps due to his youth. He had more energy than she did. She then excused herself, stating that she needed to use the restroom and instructing Beom-tae to wait patiently. He nodded in response as she walked away. A short while later, a couple of girls approached Beom-tae, one of them recognizing Beom-tae. She expressed surprise, stating that she knew she had seen him somewhere before. She then asked if he remembered her. By the time Na-hae-soo returned, she found Beom-tae smiling and conversing with the unfamiliar girl. Seeing this, Na-hae-soo suddenly felt out of place, a strange feeling creeping up on her as she observed the scene before her. Na-hae-soo noticed the girls moving around Beom-tae, giggling as they interacted with him before moving out. As she approached him, he inquired if she was done, leaving Na-hae-soo questioning the identity of the girls. Beom-tae simply stated that the girl was just someone he did not know. Though she had expected this, Na-hae-soo still felt a wave of sadness, knowing that many women would inevitably be interested in him. People's tastes were not that different, and it would be even more unusual if they did not end up falling for him. A sudden sadness washed over Na-hae-soo. More than the dazzling presence of those passing by her, his indifference made her feel even smaller. However, Beom-tae took Na-hae-soo's hand and held it. Observing this, Na-hae-soo questioned whether he had feelings for her, which Beom-tae denied. She continued to probe, wondering if she was overstepping. She speculated whether it was strange for her to be curious about this when they had already established that their relationship was purely physical. As Beom-tae moved closer to Na-hae-soo, he remarked that she had a talent for physiognomy. Confused, Na-hae-soo questioned why she would bring that up so suddenly, pointing out that no one randomly assessed physiognomy on the street. Beom-tae reminded her that she said his future would be filled with misfortune, that he had been born unlucky, would be tossed around, live miserably, and die young, as to make Na-hae-soo stare in sadness. Taking a brief pause, he added that, fortunately, if he met the right person, he might find happiness. Apparently, it would be an older woman, about 10 years older, with the surname Ne and a first name ending in So. Feeling embarrassed, Na-hae-soo muttered that she felt foolish for taking him seriously. In an attempt to lighten the mood, she shrugged it off, stating that it was annoying and that he was not even teasing anyone properly. Beom-tae affirmed that what he had said was true. Na-hae-soo, frustrated, questioned whether he thought she was stupid before telling him to leave, announcing that he can buy his own ramen. Beom-tae then asked if she was done using him and was now trying to discard him. Na-hae-soo flinched at his words, questioning why he would say such a thing and what people might think if they overheard their conversation. To make her smile, Beom-tae observed that Na-hae-soo's world moved a little slower than others, making it difficult for her to let go of something even when it was fading away. She, who had once burned slowly and avoided brightness, wondered when she would feel warmth again. After searching for it for so long, she now questioned if she was ready. Beom-tae did not mind being patient, but he prayed that she keep demanding proof from him relentlessly. Without hesitation, he pulled Na-hae-soo into an embrace. The scene shifted as a girl addressed Jae, questioning what had brought him there. She pointed out that he had been ignoring all her messages, claiming to be busy. Jae explained that he had been on standby 24/7 for the young master, and today was the first time he had any freedom. The girl remarked that his new employer seemed quite strict, to which Jae responded that he wished that was the only issue. He revealed that that guy was completely insane and that he had no idea how to handle him. Jae recalled where the shopkeeper had asked if this was some kind of hidden camera prank. She had seen cases where people deliberately overcharged, but she had never encountered anyone asking her to sell clothes at a discount for just one day. She questioned who in their right mind would do such a thing, to which Jae had smiled and responded affirming it. He was certain that Beom-tae was insane. The real issue, however, was that Beom-tae knew it was insane and still chose to do it. The girl asked who this young master was, wondering if she might know him. Jae quickly apologized, stating that he could not reveal that information as he had no desire to end up buried alive somewhere in the mountains for speaking too much. He insisted that she would be shocked if she knew who he was working for. The girl scoffed, finding the situation amusing. She pointed out that things would have been easier for him if he had simply taken the allowance she had offered, as he was well aware that getting involved with those kinds of people would only lead to suffering. Taking a pause, Jae stated that he could not do that, and besides, an allowance would not even come close to being enough for him. The girl climbed onto Jae, remarking that he was very greedy, before kissing him. The scene shifted to Beom-tae and Na-hae-soo, who were buying ramen. As they walked out, Na-hae-soo called his name and asked if she could inquire about something. She wanted to know what else he had wanted to do that they had not had time for today. Beom-tae admitted that there were too many things, he would not even know where to start. Na-hae-soo, insisting, asked him to name just one or two. After pondering for a moment, Beom-tae stated that he would like to go grocery shopping together and prepare a warm meal. He also mentioned wanting to try getting a tarot reading or having his love fortune checked, as he had never done anything like that before. before. Nahesu considered his words, realizing that he meant he had never had his love fortune read, not that he had never had a girlfriend. She speculated that if physiognomy were involved, his past girlfriends might mount to 1,000,000. Turning her face away, Nahesu dismissed such things as inaccurate, claiming that they were almost always wrong. Beomtae, amused, replied, asking if she'd tried it before. Nahesu confirmed that she had, although not recently, but a long time ago. She recalled a moment when a shaman had glared Minchul and instructed him to treat her well. The shaman had pointed at him and insisted that he must take good care of the girl next to him. Beomtae, seemingly innocent, stated that he did treat Nahesu well, to which he nodded. However, the shaman had clarified that she was telling him to continue treating Nahesu well so that he would not feel ashamed in front of his future self, who was doing great. Taking a peek at Nahesu, she mentioned that she was the older one, to which Minchul corrected that his birthday was actually earlier than hers. Smirking, the shaman remarked that it was strange, as she had been sure that the man was supposed to be younger. Scoffing, Minchul took Nahesu's hand and suggested that they should leave, stating that they had just wasted their time with the shaman. As they walked away, the shaman rang a handbell, warning Nahesu to be cautious of men and of a pitch-black force clinging to Minchul, something that would strip her down to the bone. Just in time, Minchul moved away, covering Nahesu's ears. In the present, Nahesu pondered that what they had experienced had not been a love fortune or a tarot card reading, yet something about it felt unsettling. Meanwhile, Beomtae pointed out that their timing was perfect, as the sun was setting. He asked if she found it beautiful. Turning her face towards the sunset, Nahesu found herself mesmerized by the view. She admitted that eating ramen by the Han River had just been an excuse and sincerely thanked Beomtae, acknowledging how truly beautiful the moment was. She now understood that even a love that seemed destined to last forever could still end. With a hint of fear, she recognized that at the conclusion of every love, only remnants remained. The heart, already wounded, found itself unable to repeat a cycle it had once endured. Beomtae knew that Nahesu was not naive enough to believe in an idealized first love. Beomtae then questioned if she would listen for a moment. As Nahesu turned to face him, he suddenly pulled her close and kissed her. In that moment, Nahesu thought that to him who would remain sincere until the end of this love, she would always be counting down the days until their inevitable farewell, and for that she was sorry. About an hour before the supermarket was scheduled to close, Nahesu and Beomtae were strolling through the items. Nahesu, showing noticeable excitement about the sale of the items, had hurried toward the discounted items, seemingly worried that the place would soon be packed with people. She had reminded Beomtae not to stray too far and to stay nearby, while she had wandered off, contemplating what she might prepare for breakfast the following day. While Beomtae had found himself reflecting on her earlier words, she said they only had a physical relationship, but moments like this made it feel like they were already living together. The scene then shifted to Minchul, who was waiting in the parking lot as Ari got in the car. She had mentioned that the job had been completed. Minchul reminded her to buckle her seatbelt, to which Ari, sounding exhausted, said she felt too tired and asked him to fasten it for her. When Minchul had leaned over to help, the closeness had moved Ari. She softly mentioned his name, then casually asked whether she should consider changing the car. Minchul replied that the car was perfectly fine, and wondered aloud why she would bring that up. Ari confessed that she only thought about it because he had been the one driving it lately, and something cooler might suit him better. Though Minchul silently thought that cars weren't something to swap out on a whim, he still asked if she had suddenly come into money. He pointed out that their salaries weren't exactly extravagant. Ari agreed, but then jokingly remarked that if she crashed the car somewhere, her father would likely replace it without much concern. Turning his face away, Minchul questioned whether she had completely resigned herself to such irresponsibility. He silently admitted to himself that he often found himself attracted to people like her, those who had lived differently from him. Her casual remarks, her confidence in having parents who would always support her, had offered a kind of refreshing innocence, but it had also become slightly suffocating at times. Ari then pleaded with Minchul, saying that instead of heading straight home, they should go on a date. She had grown tired of the repetitive routine, work, home, work, and so on. Minchul, however, declined the request, stating that he was tired, and suggested they go on a date when they had a day off. Ari scoffed, accusing him of always being tired, and jokingly said that he sounded like an old man. Minchul admitted after a short pause that he indeed was an old man. Ari, trying to keep the mood light, then brought up marriage. Minchul, confused, asked her what she meant by that. Ari clarified that she was being serious. She thought they should get married. Minchul reacted with concern, asking her to treat such matters more seriously. Ari, visibly upset, insisted that she had given it a lot of thought. Minchul responded by reminding her that she wasn't even at an age where marriage should be a serious discussion. Ari laughed bitterly at the remark, pointing out that being 26 was not considered too young. She argued that everything seemed fine to him until she brought up marriage. Then suddenly, it had become too soon. To her, it felt as though he only saw her as a temporary thing. Caught off guard by her emotions, Minchul pulled her close and kissed her. With an intimate kiss with Ari, he told her that he didn't see her as a child and that had made her feel better. Ari, frustrated, stated that he always dismissed things this way. She is well aware that he liked her more and knew everything about him. She added that he could at least stop being so irresistibly handsome. Ari softened and told him that she would wait, but she hoped he would take it seriously, as she truly wanted to marry him soon. Hearing this, Minchul got the realization that he started to get tired of her. Meanwhile, back at Nahesu's place, Beomtae told Nahesu to head inside first. He thanked her for spending time with him, saying he had a great time. Nahesu modestly replied that she should be the one expressing gratitude, adding that things had gotten dull hanging out with someone like her. When Beomtae said he would be leaving, Nahesu had paused and asked him to wait a moment. She admitted feeling a little unsettled, then mentioned that there was still one more thing on his list that he wanted to do. She suggested that he should complete that before heading out. Beomtae, slightly puzzled, asked her what she meant. Nahesu reminded him about the grocery shopping and mentioned how he had cooked for her last time. She offered to make breakfast the next day and invited him to have breakfast with her before leaving. Turning away shyly, she tried to mask her embarrassment. Beomtae, getting close to Nahesu, stated how one auntie used to warn him about being too trusting with adults, saying that it could land him in trouble. Nahesu seriously brushed off the seriousness of the situation, saying that if he wasn't interested, he could forget it. When she reached for the door to open it, Beomtae blocked it with his foot, saying he never said he didn't want to. Nahesu asked if he would really go along with it, to which Beomtae had responded by asking whether she would behave herself. She had been startled by the question and reassured him, asking what kind of person he thought she was. Beomtae smiled and said that he trusted her. He noted that it would be cold outside, so they should head in and shut the door behind them. Once inside, Nahesu looked around at all the clothes and decided to tidy up while she still had time. As she folded laundry, she reflected on her recent luck. She remembered how rare it was for things to go her way. However, she happened to walk into a store that had been holding a special sale, and thanks to that, she had stocked up on enough clothes to last the year. She recalled Poijong's advice, which had encouraged her to hang in there despite life's many hard days, because good ones always followed. Nahesu smiled, thinking that maybe good things really did happen sometimes. Just then, Beomtae entered and saw her toddling around, clearly enjoying herself. He asked what she had been doing, causing Nahesu to jump slightly in surprise. She claimed she was just folding laundry. Beomtae laughed and said that if that was truly the case, then they should do it together. Nahesu objected, stating that he was a guest and shouldn't have to help. But Beomtae insisted, explaining that he actually enjoyed doing such things. While watching him, Nahesu thought about how fascinating he had become. His face remained mostly stoic regardless of the conversation, but his ears had betrayed his emotions. When he had been happy, his ears had pointed upward, and when he had been sad, they had drooped. She giggled inwardly at the thought, noting that he wasn't a puppy, yet his expressions were easy to read once she had started paying closer attention. Unintentionally, she had drawn closer to him, and it made her wonder whether they truly had become closer than before. His calm demeanor, paired with his occasional clumsy gestures, had made her find him rather adorable. In a moment of impulsiveness, she playfully bit his ear. Realizing what she had done, Nahesu immediately stepped back and denied that anything had happened. Without missing a beat, Beomtae approached the terrified Nahesu as he held her hands. He grabbed her hands above her as he slipped his hand under her shirt. He teased her, questioning what an auntie like her had been planning, making Nahesu's face bright red, overwhelmed with emotion. As Beomtae slipped his hand through Nahesu's shirt, she became embarrassed, whispering that he had bitten her ears. When Beomtae questioned what, if so, she replied that she didn't know. She added that she wasn't sure why she did it. Beomtae then got closer to Nahesu as if to bite her neck, stating that if she didn't know, she was in trouble. Intended to embarrass her, as Beomtae licked onto her neck, she huffed, saying that it tickled. Then, she realized that it was the same spot as last time, and the marks from yesterday hadn't even faded yet. Nahesu asked if it was really in the same spot and whether he was going to keep biting. Beomtae groped onto her, while Nahesu cursing him as a dog, her face flushed with embarrassment, thinking that it wasn't like he was a real beast, though just the brush of his firm body against her made her shiver. It felt as though she was about to be devoured, and she huffed as Beomtae continued on, licking her. She thought that his persistent, penetrating gaze brought back memories. Even if she tried not to react, her body betrayed her, as she already knew that aching sensation that spread so widely. Beomtae kissed her hard, and Nahesu thought she could barely breathe as he undressed her. After flipping over onto the knees, she pleaded with Beomtae to turn off the lights. She barely managed to do so, but Beomtae grabbed her, pushing her against the wall. He got close to her, and she was struggling with being undressed. Beomtae slipped his hands under her shirt, making her bite onto it. His face was red with embarrassment as he continued to lick her chest. Nahesu flinched flinched from the sensation, huffing as Beomtae touched her tires, causing her to tense up. She cringed, unable to bear it any longer, and grabbed his hand, pleading for him to stop and move away. But Beomtae denied her request, saying she was trying to run away again, holding her face gently. Nahae-soo asked who said that, stating that last time he had been too big and it was hard, which was why. She then pushed him, making him lie down, and whispered that he should stay still as she would handle it. After getting undressed completely, Nahae-soo unzipped his pants. When she climbed on top of Beomtae, she felt shivers throughout her body. The pressing heat made her flinch, and though she talked big, she couldn't bring herself to go through with it. Nahae-soo was shaking, and Beomtae held her, questioning what she was going to do. He already felt that it was slippery enough as he whispered to her. Nahae-soo's face turned red with embarrassment as she held on to him, trying her best. She gave in and fell into Beomtae's arms, shivering. She thought she had already taken so much, yet there was still more to come. As Beomtae continued, Nahae-soo repeated that he was too big. Beomtae thought that she didn't even feel embarrassed anymore. Even though she had acted like she was in control, it took forever for her to get used to his sheer size. He decided to go slow, thinking that he had more time now than before. Nahae-soo grabbed Beomtae as he kissed her while she did the pushing, moving in rhythm. As they kissed, she asked him to stop staring, covering his eyes. She felt shy when he stared at her so intently. As the act intensified, Beomtae hugged Nahae-soo, who was trembling violently. As the shivering caught up to Nahae-soo, she felt drained, while Beomtae remarked that it was too tight and asked if she had finished already. Nahae-soo stopped, and Beomtae wondered what he was supposed to do when things were already like this, as he hadn't even fully started yet, but Nahae-soo held him tightly, clinging to him. Beomtae got close to Nahae-soo, thinking what he was supposed to do when she was already like this, even though he hadn't even started yet. Nahae-soo jiggled out, trying to grasp something. Meanwhile, Beomtae grabbed her from back. Nahae-soo rose up to move as her body is shivering. While Nahae-soo inwardly admitted she had been wrong to think like that, even though she had tried to restrain herself, but this position went even deeper, and she was huffing as it pushed in all at once. Her insides felt stretched open. Her body kept trembling with each moment as she whispered to Beomtae, questioning why he wouldn't listen, when she had already said she would do it. Beomtae replied calmly, saying he was staying still and maybe someone had just slipped on their own. He then asked Nahae-soo if he should stop. They paused for a moment. Nahae-soo froze for a second, red with embarrassment. She took a deep breath, turned her face away, still huffing, still shivering. She told Beomtae to just do it, to keep going and to hurry. Beomtae grabbed her tighter, laying her down with him. He pushed through, as Nahae-soo kept huffing, reacting each time he moved. Beomtae leaned down, thinking, while Nahae-soo noticed that sharp expression of his, one she had only ever caught glimpses of before. Now it was fully there, and she was blanketed by it. She liked it so much her body kept tightening on its own. Every time their eyes met, her body reacted honestly. There was no way to hide it. She wondered why his face looked more erotic than his body. It became too embarrassing to keep looking at him. Beomtae bit gently on her chin, making her flinch. He asked why she kept hiding her face, to which Nahae-soo trembled again. Beomtae wondered if she was embarrassed because she had asked him to do it first, or if she hated facing him because this was only a physical thing. He stopped, pulling away slightly. Nahae-soo asked why he had stopped. Beomtae told her he had actually paid for facing each other, and if she didn't like that, then maybe they could change it. He turned her over, making her face away. Nahae-soo asked what he was doing. Beomtae got in like a dog, saying they should try without facing each other. He pushed in again, making Nahae-soo shiver while she kept huffing and shaking. Beomtae remarked that maybe this position felt better. He was huffing too, holding her firmly. Nahae-soo thought the sensation was tight, like it pressed so deep even when she was already shaken senseless. She couldn't help but imagine what kind of expression he was making now that he was being rougher than before. Beomtae kept going, and Nahae-soo suddenly said she was already full. Beomtae grabbed her face, and she thought she couldn't deny it anymore. Without realizing, she had been thinking about that night too often. As Beomtae kissed her, Nahae-soo thought about how before today, she wasn't sure, but now she wanted to stay like this. She tried to speak, to tell Beomtae to wait, as she felt it coming again. Then, suddenly, she shuddered and trembled, her body giving in. Beomtae watched, seeing everything, while Nahae-soo tried to speak. He asked if they should stop. Nahae-soo, still catching her breath, said not to pull out, to which Beomtae affirmed gently. Nahae-soo admitted she liked it very much. That made Beomtae smile as he replied that he liked her too. While Ari, who was snorting off with Minchul was scrolling through his phone, not paying much attention, but was quite frustrated. The scene then came back to Beomtae, who was quietly staring at Nahae-soo. Suddenly, Nahae-soo's phone started ringing, cutting through the silence. As he saw through her phone, As Minchul held the phone, he thought anyway Nahesu was such a handful. Nahesu had been so persistent, calling him even when he told her not to, but now she had gone completely off the grid. There was no word on whether she remained alive or dead. Even when he had told her to quit and come back, she would not listen. Minchul wondered if this was some sort of protest because she was mad. While he sent the message he had been writing, Minchul thought her prideful act had not been entirely unpleasant to watch. Though denying it and saying it had not been unpleasant, it did not quite capture it. As he recalled Nahesu's words about asking if they were just family, Minchul remembered her face vividly. Somehow it had gotten to him, whether it thrilled him or became a pain in the A, and he wished she would quit sulking and come back already. Seeing no point in remaining angry, knowing her anger usually lasted only a few days. Minchul let out a sigh, thinking he wanted to eat Nahesu's braised short ribs, being so damn sick of takeout all the time. He figured he would probably get a reply by tomorrow, especially since he had made the first move and texted her. She should be grateful, he thought, as he told himself he should just sleep. The scene shifted towards Beomtai as suddenly Nahesu's phone lit up with a message. Beomtai read it, thinking a message had arrived from an unsaved number. It was not hard to guess who had sent it. He figured it was about time Minchul showed up, predictable as always. A contact had been replaced with 11 flashing digits. Compared to Nahesu, who had blocked Minchul completely as if shutting him out in denial, Minchul preferred it this way. Seeing the pattern, Beomte recalled Nahesu's words, her encounter with Nahesu, as she had questioned whether having her number was really so important given how he kept pestering her for it. Beomte had replied because they knew each other. As he glanced at her, he saw her pattern. Nahesu had then handed him the phone, asking him to type in his number, but as she noticed Beomte hiding his face, Nahesu questioned why he was laughing, to which Beomte stated it was nothing. In the present, when Beomte opened the phone, he found a bunch of messages from Minchul questioning what she was doing. Pondering over it, Beomte smiled, wondering what he should do. As he wondered about it, he got close to Nahesu, hugging her quietly as he grabbed her bump. Beomte thought about the dissonant pull he felt. A part of him wanted to reveal every unimaginable thing in excruciating detail, while the other part wanted to keep it buried, simply because it was his alone. Yet, he had started wanting to get caught. He wondered if Minchul would hurt. Would Nahesu hurt as well? And if she would abandon him and ultimately decide to return to Minchul, blocking Minchul's number? Beomte thought maybe it would not hurt to test it. He wished and prayed for her to make an even worse act, making him act worse, becoming even pettier since Nahesu would not give him certainty, leaving him no choice. The scene shifted towards Taehi. A girl, glancing at him, questioned who he was. Her friend answered it was Taehi. The girl sat beside Taehi, questioning if he knew her, to which Taehi affirmed, asking what her name was. As he guessed if it was Jae or Hyung, she denied both. Taehi laughed it off, saying he had been kidding, lighting up the girl's cigarette. The girl asked if he wanted to hear something interesting. Taehi questioned what it was. She stated she had seen someone earlier who looked exactly like him. Taehi called out for Solji, saying no one else in the world could be as good looking as him. Solji laughed, stating it was funny, but insisted seriously he had looked a lot like him. From afar, she thought he had looked exactly like Taehi, but up close, she noticed some differences. In fact, he had been even more handsome than Taehi. As Solji noticed Taehi's brazen expression, she laughed, clarifying she had been joking. The main difference, she said, was that he had been really tall, looking well over 190 cm. Taehi questioned about it, to which Solji explained. Taehi then questioned since when she had cared. Solji stated that initially she had thought it had been him, so she had said something. He turned out to be totally her type, so she asked for his number, but he had flat out turned her down. He smiled while putting up walls, which had only made her want to cling even more. Taehi questioned what exactly he had said to shut her down, for which Solji replied it had been the usual. He said he had a girlfriend. She figured maybe she had not been his type, just some girl not worthy of his looks, but honestly she believed he truly had someone, a girlfriend. Taehi laughed it off, his eyes brightened up with a smile, thinking, of course he did. The scene shifted towards Jae. He was having a good time with a girl as she screamed, crying out, stating she liked it. Huffing, she questioned if he had heard about the divorce. After the act, she questioned Jae why he had not told her about it. Jae questioned back about what she is talking about. The girl explained the two of them had dated. Jae stated there was no point talking about the past since it had not been a pleasant story. The girl said thanks to him, she had become the girl sleeping with her old classmate's ex. Jae questioned if she would not have dated him had she known. She denied it, saying it just bothered her a little. She wondered why she had not noticed, believing her woman's intuition should have picked up on it, given how he had exactly her type, his face, his personality, and his body. As Jae got up on her, he stated if she had enough strength to talk, they might as well go another round. She laughed, questioning if he ever got tired. She said she was getting older and found it tiring, but just then Jay's phone rang. The girl questioned if he should turn his phone off in the bedroom, calling it basic manners. Jay stated he had told her he was on 24-hour standby. Getting onto the phone, Jay sighed, thinking, so much for a vacation. He questioned what it could be at this hour. Seeing the number, Jay became terrified. The chairman called for Jay, questioning if he was with his son, stating since he had not heard from him in a while, he thought he would drop by to see his face, so he was heading over now. Chairman was seen making a call, informing Jay that he was heading over. Jay responded with a polite smile, informing the chairman that the young master had plans with a friend and wouldn't be home tonight. He suggested it would be better to come another time. The chairman, however, expressed his discomfort. As a father, it troubled him that he didn't even know how his own son was living. Their bond had never been close. Since his son wasn't home, he decided he might as well take a look around. After the call ended, Jay muttered to himself in frustration. He was completely screwed. Jay got ready to leave, lost in thought about someone like him being in a place like this. He turned to another man and asked if there was anything he should be cautious about. The man simply told him that as long as he kept his mouth shut, he could survive anywhere. Jay silently scoffed at how higher-ups loved when their underlings stayed quiet. In his mind, there wasn't a single black-hailed guy who didn't love to talk. If that was the case, they might as well have hired a dog that only barked. He asked the man if things were always this complicated when a newbie showed up. The man admitted it wasn't usually like this, but the job Jay was about to take was special. He asked Jay to listen carefully. Chairman Baeom had 2 sons. Jay had heard rumors that Chairman Baeom Tae-ju had a son, the well-known young master of the Baeom family, born with a vibranium spoon in his mouth, yet barely seen by the public. But in this gossip-filled industry, there had never been a word about a second son. If his existence was classified, it likely meant he was an illegitimate child the family didn't want to acknowledge. It was surprising, especially since the chairman always seemed like a man who kept his distance from women. But considering the power he held, having a few illegitimate children wasn't shocking. Jay didn't think much of it. Still, something felt strange. While others flaunted their wealth, this young master tried his best to appear cheap. The more Jay observed him, the weirder he seemed. There were no red flags, no money issues, no women, no unnecessary spending. He showed no interest in nightlife and avoided women to an excessive degree. Elsewhere, Na Hae-soo confessed to Baeom Tae-ha that she liked him back in high school, though many did. She regretted not getting his number and asked if she could have it now. Jay wondered if the young master was simply tired of having too much of everything. Even after setting the stage in broad daylight to crush anyone with ambition, he didn't glance at the woman who so clearly desired him. Jay started questioning what kind of report the chairman truly wanted. What could he even say about someone so restrained? Someone who seemed almost pathologically pure? The young master was slightly unhinged, but it didn't seem dangerous. It wasn't the first time Jay had heard of a rich kid with odd preferences. If the young master wanted to have some fun with an older woman, it wasn't exactly an issue. But with time, Jay's doubts grew. The young master's peculiar tastes might be what the chairman meant by eccentric behavior. Things Jay once brushed off were beginning to morph into something much more intense and sincere. It felt like the chairman had predicted all of this, knowing his son would eventually draw attention. As their relationship deepened at such a crucial moment, it seemed perfectly calculated. Jace began to wonder what would happen if he told the truth. Was the chairman using this as an excuse to remove his illegitimate son from succession? Was it a ploy to pass everything down to the eldest? That was something a normal person might do. But Chairman Baeom Tae-ju was ruthless. He could bury his own blood without hesitation. Would he really bother with something this tedious? As the overwhelming scent of roses made Jay dizzy, he realized he had missed something crucial. He should have never gotten involved. Not a single trace could be left behind. Nothing that could expose the young master's so-called eccentricities. Even if these emotions ended up hindering the young master's golden future, for now nothing could be revealed, Jay reflected again. If the young master were merely a pleasure-seeking fool, all the chairman had to do was cut off his finances. A scandal with a woman wouldn't even count as a blemish. If the chairman really wanted his son to have a clean personal life, he could have introduced a respectable girl or locked him away. Then it was revealed Lee Jae was just an ordinary man. He couldn't understand why someone would go to such lengths. So what kind of report did the chairman truly want from the man closest to his son? Chairman Baeom Tae-ju entered the house. It didn't even feel like someone lived there. What was there to observe so carefully? Not a single petal remained. It was only a matter of time before someone noticed, but at least not today. He acknowledged that Jay had done well, that obsessive first love still needed time to settle. For now, he could buy his son some time. Jay asked if the chairman had seen everything. The chairman didn't respond. Jay turned to him, startled. The chairman slapped Jay and grabbed his hair. He coldly remarked that Jay seemed to have gotten quite close to his son. Jay merely apologized. The chairman noted that it seemed his son was seeing someone. He He questioned why Jay looked so surprised. When a man begins acting out of character, what else could be the reason but a woman? As Minchul and Ari were sleeping together in the morning, Minchul woke up cursing, feeling deeply tired. He questioned what time it was now, as it read 7:20. He didn't think his alarm even went off, yet he was already awake. He chuckled and thought that Na-hee-soo should feel grateful that her husband gave up some of his precious sleep just to check whether she had texted back. A tingling sensation ran from head to toe as he wondered what Na-hee-soo's reaction was when she finally saw the long-awaited message from Kang Minchul. Minchul thought whether she would reply, saying she would forget everything so they could start over, but he denied it, knowing Na-hee-soo still had her pride. More likely she would forgive him just once and ask him to come back home, as it made no difference either way. She was probably waiting at home, feeling desperate. She would play a little hard to get, even more than usual, but either way, she was a woman who crumbled easily for Kang Minchul. However, as Minchul opened the chat, he saw his messages had been read, but no reply followed. He grew anguished, cursing and questioning what was going on and why she hadn't replied. He threw the phone aside, thinking it was no fun anyway, and figured she was the same old nagging auntie, always whining about work and money. She probably went to work without even checking her phone. He assumed she would reply by lunchtime, and the later she replied, the later he would do so. She could play hard to get first, then message him, as they both knew he was always the one to reach out first. The scene shifted to Byeontae's apartment, where he glanced around and chuckled. Byeontae tended to Jay, saying it looked like he had enjoyed his vacation and really got wrecked. He questioned why this happened. Jay replied he got beat up over a love affair and called it karma for his sins, to which Byeontae responded it suited him well. Jay turned his face away, thinking who was he kidding? Jay mentioned he had come early, as he assumed Byeontae would call him in to cover halfway through the day, but Byeontae replied he was busy today. Jay guessed it must be the flower shop again. He asked whether Byeontae planned to sell his pretty face on the streets and some flowers on the side, or whether he was going to the barbecue shop or the slums, as he wouldn't rest until he had scoured every shift where she might be. Jay thought he was acting like he would die if that woman, who lacked the means or sense to run, was out of sight. Byeontae apologized to disappoint him, saying he was wrong. Jay asked if he meant they were doing all of that, and Byeontae affirmed, stating he wasn't going to Na-hee-soo today. The scene shifted to Na-hee-soo, who felt deeply embarrassed, wondering what she should do as she recalled falling asleep beside Byeontae, surrounded by his nice scent. As Byeontae touched her, he teased her about having naughty hands. Na-hee-soo told him to sleep more. When she checked her phone, jitters ran through her body as she was late for work. She apologized and said she would head to work first, asking him to take his time and rest before leaving. Byeontae asked whether she could stay, but Na-hee-soo declined, stating she had skipped work yesterday and would make him breakfast next time. In the present, Na-hee-soo felt quite embarrassed, thinking he must have been shocked since she invited him for breakfast but didn't even feed him and just dragged him to bed instead. She thought she should apologize first and texted sorry to Byeontae, promising to make him breakfast next time he came over. Her fingers hovered over the screen for a long time. She couldn't send the last line, fearing it might cause a misunderstanding. Maybe it would sound like she was hinting at sleeping with him again, but she knew at some point she started waiting, just hoping he would come back, even after she said something as cruel as it being just physical. He kept slipping into her life, flipping her nights upside down until they overflowed. She questioned whether this was what they called physical attachment, not lovers, just bodies colliding again and again. Yet every time their eyes met, she found herself waiting for him a little more, wanting him more, and she had sworn their relationship would not be beyond that. But if this continued, if they slept together before even dating, she wondered whether it was basically the end of the story. Maybe he was thinking the same, that a relationship built on favor and desire, not tender affection, was doomed from the start, that an auntie like her was just too easy, just a worn-out adult, lukewarm and stale compared to his youthful fire. But maybe this, staying together, was just the fastest way for him to grow tired of her, and perhaps that was exactly what Na-hee-soo wanted all along, for Byeontae to grow bored and walk away. Perhaps it was for the best. Afterwards, Na-hee-soo was doing her work while anxiously waiting for a message. She went about her chores and checked her phone again and again, but no reply came. She thought it was strange he hadn't replied and questioned whether he was really busy. The scene shifted to Minchul, who was anxiously staring at his phone, patiently waiting for Na-hee-soo's message. He held onto his phone as someone called out, asking who he was waiting for, remarking he seemed glued to it. Minchul questioned himself, thinking he was waiting, but denied it aloud, insisting it was nothing, and told the person to mind their own business. Before heading to the smoking area, the employees talked among themselves, stating that once one hit marrying age, there was no need to waste time chasing the wrong people, and it was better to find someone suitable through proper interaction. Seung-hwan asked if the others would introduce someone to him, calling him Chief. The chief denied interest from his circle. Song-hwan called it it harsh, while others encouraged him to start putting himself out there, saying there were plenty of people even within the company. Song Hwan asked who, and someone mentioned the woman who came looking for Minchul last time. They knew Minchul had a nasty temper, but they admitted he had good taste. Maybe that's why she didn't look like family. She was very pretty, they whispered, with a perfect figure and just the right age for him. Just then, Minchul walked in on the discussion. One person asked if he remembered the woman who came to the office last time. Minchul asked which person they meant, and the man said the one who claimed to be family, that pretty lady. He asked what she did, and if she was available, they should introduce her to Song Hwan, saying she was so stunning he couldn't take his eyes off her. Song Hwan questioned when he ever said that and laughed it off. Minchul, however, thought with a face like hers, she could have just found some rich old guy and lived comfortably, while Minchul continued to grow quite furious at the remark. Minchul snapped off, throwing his cigarette, questioning if living this kind of life was fun for him, as he didn't work. He was old, and the only thing he did was drool over every new female employee, trying to shoot his shot. Song Hwan got angry, stating this bastard believed he could say whatever he wanted, but Minchul grabbed his collar to push him against the wall, while Song Hwan pleaded to let him go. From behind, the managers asked Minchul to stop, questioning what was going on, and told him to calm down. As Minchul revealed he was asking for an introduction to a married woman he believed his standards weren't very high. Minchul thought she was extremely pitiful, always wore stretched out underwear, had no charm, and her personality was dry. Minchul questioned what the hell could be attractive about such a woman. As Seng Hwan tried to say he didn't know she was married and apologized, Minchul threw him down, making him snort in pain. As Minchul stated he could at least give him credit for knowing his place. She only knew her husband. Minchul believed she didn't even know how to look at anyone else, her flower drying in someone else's grip, boring until the end, as he was more than enough to ruin her. Minchul warned Seung Hwan never to bring up Na-hee-soo again as he walked off. Seung Hwan got furious, questioning if Minchul was completely insane, cursing this typical educated punk who couldn't even uphold basic work manners. He shouted he had only asked for an introduction, so why did he freak out like that? He questioned if the chief saw the way that bastard glittered at him, calling out for the chief, stating if he could put him in his place, as everyone was fed up with him. The chief asked him to just leave it be, mentioning it seemed he didn't know, but Kang Minchul was a parachute hire. Seung Hwan was surprised to hear this, questioning if he was the CAO's family or something, though it didn't seem like it. The chief stated exactly he had already asked, but Minchul said he wasn't related. He only said there were service circumstances. Anyway, it seemed complicated, and the chief asked Seung Hwan not to mess with him unless it was necessary, while Minchul gritted his teeth, seeing no reply from Na-hee-soo. The scene shifted towards Tae-hee. As his guard called out for the young master, Tae-hee cursed, saying his stomach hurt. The guard called out for him, but Tae-hee snapped, cursing why he was waking him up so early. The guard stated it was about the chairman. As Tae-hee got dressed, he laughed inwardly, knowing the chairman had finally decided to pass everything down to his beloved son. The fact he was telling him to start learning the hotel business first, when he had never let him lift a finger in management before, meant there was no more time to delay. Although he didn't particularly like the idea of working his way up from the bottom to claim what was rightfully his. He believed his father was ruthless even to his own child. He cursed the tough luck for his little brother. Then again, he questioned what an illegitimate bastard like him expected after struggling for so long. That was the difference between their classes. Tae-hee told him not to worry, as once his big brother inherited everything, the first head to roll would be his. He just had to sit tight and polish his neck in the meantime. But to his surprise, Beomtae, dressed up, got into the elevator with a secretary. As the elevator halted, Tae-hee questioned, "Look who it is," asking why Beomtae was there. He dared Beomtae to answer, while Beomtae remained calm and questioned the question, stating if Tae-hee was that happy to see him there. Tae-hee snapped, grabbing the lady's hand, demanding an answer, questioning if the chairman had really ordered this. He asked if he was supposed to stick with this bastard and learn the ropes. As Beomtae grabbed Tae-hee's hand, he stated he should have done a better job then. It seemed even the chairman didn't trust him enough, and thanks to that, the opportunity was extended to him as well. Hearing this, Tae-hee laughed it off, cursing how hilarious it was, as this crazy bus didn't know his place and acted like he was some precious figure. He called out to his little brother, stating he would regret this, as the elevator closed while Beomtae left him with a bright smile. As Tae-hee recalled the conversation with the girl about Na-hee-soo, he turned his face with a heinous idea. The scene shifted to Na-hee-soo as she thought about Beomtae at home. She had waited all day, but there was no reply from him. At first, she thought he might really be busy. Then she wondered if something had happened. She is worried maybe, just maybe, he had gotten hurt again and decided to suffer without telling her. Just one day without his message, and she was already this shaken. She found it a bit pathetic. Suddenly, her phone glowed with a message. Nahesu woke up, thinking it was from Beomtae. She believed he had worked until now because he had spent the whole day yesterday with her, but she got a spam message. Nahesu felt disappointed that it was just spam. Just another ordinary day like the countless others she had grown used to, days without Beomtae. And yet, this one day felt unfamiliar and awkward. She recalled her conversation with Minchul. Minchul had questioned why Nahesu had texted him all day and night. Nahesu had stated she just wanted to know if he ate. Minchul asked if he was her child, as it wasn't like he couldn't eat by himself. He warned Nahesu to cut it out, as they saw each other every day when he got home, and told her not to make him even more sick of her. In the present, Nahesu closed her eyes, thinking it was strange. Constantly checking her phone when she knew no one would call was never a habit of anxiety. It shouldn't have been. Suddenly, Nahesu got a message from Beomtae, asking if she was awake and if she could come for a bit, as he was in front of her place. Seeing the message, Nahesu ran off, thinking her heart had started racing violently fast. She felt she was falling apart for him, even though she knew it would end in tears. She called out for Beomtae as she opened the door. An unfamiliar scent was there, as a person grabbed Nahesu and pulled her in for a kiss. Nahesu felt the warmth of his lips press against hers, a soft sensation that deepened as he moved slightly, drawing her into the kiss. Her breath came out in short huffs through the kiss, while Beomtae leaned in further, his mouth brushing lower to nip gently at her neck, leaving a faint love bite behind. In that moment, Nahesu noticed how he seemed like someone barely managing to keep himself composed. She asked if he had truly been that busy lately, wondering if he had been caught up in work. He confirmed it with a nod, but the tone in her voice shifted when she questioned herself whether it had only been work. Those longings she had buried inside, urges to tear through boundaries, to be consumed by chaos again and again, kept resurfacing no matter how desperately she had tried to keep them under control. In the end, restraint had failed her. Beomtae leaned in again, his lips grazing her neck. Nahesu, with a flicker of hesitation, asked if he was all right with everything, if he might want to come inside for a bit. She even suggested they could share breakfast together, offering the moment as a quiet invitation. To her surprise, he declined, offering only a simple promise to see her later. Turning her face aside, she muttered that if he was busy, then of course he should go. Inside, she wrestled with the emotion rising in her chest. What exactly was this feeling? Was it confusion or something closer to heartbreak? The word he used, later, lingered oddly in her thoughts. It wasn't even tomorrow. That vague uncertainty felt foreign. He had never spoken with such detachment before. More than that, he had never been the one to pull away first, before he could leave entirely. She called after him, stepping forward and grabbing his collar. Her sudden move drew him close again, just in time for her to press her lips to his neck, biting gently and leaving a mark of her own. The gesture startled him, but he didn't resist. Nahesu's breath came out in a soft sigh as she stepped back and whispered her goodbye, saying she'd see him the following day. As he turned to go, Nahesu couldn't shake the sense that something had shifted. From the crisp whiteness of his shirt, always so clean and cold, there now clung a subtle scent. A perfume she didn't recognize, something elegant and unfamiliar. Outside, Jay's voice rang out as he questioned the state of Beomtae's clothes. He wondered if a wild kitten had gotten to them. Jay approached, asking if it was time to depart, but Beomtae held up a hand, requesting a bit more rest before moving on. Jay, observing from the side, couldn't help but feel how distant Beomtae suddenly seemed. It was as though someone had packed every bit of misfortune into a flawless shell, dressing him up as a chaebol heir who no longer looked like the man they knew. In this narrow alleyway filled with wear and grit, Beomtae's refined presence stuck out like a misplaced artifact. Too perfect, too sterile. Beomtae turned to Jay, giving him a new directive. Beginning the next day, he would be handling field duty. Jay blinked in surprise, asking where to. Meanwhile, Nahesu found herself preparing to leave her job. Her manager, the keeper, looked genuinely regretful. She admitted she would truly miss her. Since she had arrived, she hadn't needed to worry about a single thing. Nahesu humbly doubted she had done that well, but the keeper quickly insisted otherwise. She explained how chaotic their night shifts used to be, full of drunks, troublemakers, and stress. People had come and gone quickly, unable to deal with the madness. Yet ever since Nahesu's arrival, not once had they faced such trouble. He believed it said something about her, about the goodness within her. She wished her well, saying he hoped fate would bring them together again someday. Nahesu stepped away, knowing full well that quitting wasn't something she could afford to do. A single misstep into debt, and even the interest would be enough to bury her. The harder she worked, the more she felt weighed down by life. Yet she had walked away from the job, not out of necessity, but because because of her selfish desire. She had simply wanted more time with Beomtae, the version of him before all the change, the delicate brilliance in him she had wanted to hold close and protect, just for herself. But he hadn't stayed. Even after that intimate day, he remained just as busy. His messages kept coming, though they arrived slower, carrying less of his personality. Sometimes days went by without a word. When he did appear again, that unfamiliar scent still lingered on him. Rich, sophisticated, far beyond anything Nahesu could identify. It had the aura of someone powerful and distant. At the flower shop, a young woman came in mentioning a flower reservation. Nahesu, catching the scent clinging to her, felt her breath catch. It was the same one. She hesitated before politely asking what perfume she was wearing. She explained she didn't mean anything by it, she just thought the fragrance was lovely. The woman laughed lightly, admitting the perfume had even managed to seduce other women now. Pouring a small amount onto Nahesu's hand, she explained it was a new release, soft, golden, and unisex, a scent favored by many men as well. Nahesu pondered whether Beomtae had simply started using a new cologne. A small part of her felt disappointed. She had liked how he used to smell. Still, she pushed away her thoughts, deciding she would ask him about it later. Even so, ridiculous ideas kept creeping in. She questioned if he bored of her. Had their intimacy grown dull for him? Was there someone else in his life now? She hated how irrational it all sounded. After all, she was the one who had once said she wanted to meet someone new, so why did she now feel so insecure? Elsewhere, Minchul was engaged in a quiet argument with Ari. He urged Ari to go upstairs, explaining there was smoke around and reminding her that she couldn't stand the smell of cigarettes. Ari brushed him off, insisting she could handle it and claiming she was sticking with him until he finished. She told Minchul not to suggest otherwise. Jay, overhearing their exchange, recalled the conversation with Beomtae. Jay scoffed, pointing out Minchul had already finished things with her, so why was he bothering with someone who was clearly just another freeloader? Minchul left his debts to his ex and had nothing anchoring him anymore. He'd probably never come, but Beomtae disagreed. He declared with clarity that he would indeed return. Once he considered something his, he had no intention of giving it up. Turning to Jay, he gave him a simple instruction: never let Minchul go. As Minchul and Ari spent time together, Ari brought up dinner, asking what they should have and whether there was anything Minchul wanted to eat. She mentioned getting some sushi from nearby, or perhaps ordering in, considering how tired they were. Minchul expressed his craving for braised short ribs. Ari asked about the choice, to which Minchul gave a firm nod. Ari then said she would look for a good place nearby and told him to hold on for a moment. Minchul responded by saying he didn't want to eat out. He wanted something homemade, something tasting like it had been prepared with care, with less MSG. He proposed they go grocery shopping. Ari hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Her thoughts wandered. She began wondering if this was a sign that he was thinking about getting married. The idea made her feel strangely pleased, especially in the comfort of their home. Afterwards, Ari called out to Minchul from the kitchen, asking him to come over and taste the dish for her. Minchul told her to just wing it, since they weren't competing in any contest. Ari appeared flustered, claiming it wasn't something one could just guess through, insisting the dish was difficult to make properly. Minchul sighed, thinking she was making quite a fuss over braised short ribs, considering Nahesu used to make them effortlessly. His thoughts drifted. He began questioning why she hadn't picked up her messages in days. He wondered if something might have happened. Maybe he should go check on her. Then again, he considered how Nahesu probably just dropped her phone again or broke it the way she usually did, careless and clumsy as always. Meanwhile, her poor husband was about ready to collapse from hunger while she went about her day. The scene transitioned to Nahesu, who stood at a store eyeing the braised short ribs. She examined the price for a kilogram, thinking how expensive it had become compared to a few months ago. Still, she figured she should get at least that much. She recalled how last time Beomtae had eaten more than expected. Maybe she was doing all this for nothing. After all, he would probably leave again soon. It seemed like he had started a new job and must have been busy adjusting to it. She remembered how he looked in that suit, sharp and confident. It made her wonder if he was popular at work. Questions piled up in her mind. What kind of work was he doing? Where did he go each morning? How busy was he exactly? There were so many things she wanted to ask, but she kept avoiding them. Beomtae had once told her he would see her later. She thought it wasn't just about being busy. Perhaps he didn't want to stay. She wondered if her reaction that day had been too cold. Maybe he lost interest because she had worn those old undergarments that night, completely ruining the atmosphere. Minchul's words echoed in her memory. How he had once said she looked torn and shabby, and if things had gotten that bad, throwing them away wouldn't be a loss. He had mentioned anyone would lose interest just by looking at what she wore. Nahesu thought to herself, he was a man after all. Of course he wouldn't have liked it. She should have dressed better. She already sensed he would leave, and and she should have let him go without holding back. Even though she knew she wouldn't be able to finish the food alone, she couldn't help buying it. It felt like the only thing she could still do for him. Questions about him lingered in her mind, threatening to spill out at any moment. As she exited the store, she found Beomtae waiting for her. He asked if she had been shopping. Nahesu answered that she picked up ingredients for soup and a few other things. Beomtae remarked how the bags looked heavy and asked if she was expecting someone over. Nahesu paused before denying it. She said it was just for herself. When he laughed, she questioned why, stating she was being serious. She glanced at him. He wore the same suit he had been favoring lately, and that faint scent, familiar yet distant, floated around him once more. She wondered if she should bring it up. No, she told herself, she didn't want to sound clingy, especially since she wasn't even someone special to him. She reminded herself not to be curious, not to ask, but the truth was, she still was. She silently hoped it wasn't someone else's perfume. Maybe he had just changed his cologne. Perhaps he was simply busy. Maybe she was just overthinking things. Finally, she found herself speaking out, asking if he had changed his cologne. Beomtae casually denied it. Nahesu paused, quietly affirming she understood, though her heart sank at how firm his voice had sounded. It felt like a message. The scent wasn't his. It belonged to someone else. Beomtae asked why she brought it up. She denied having any reason and tried taking the bags from his hand, saying they should get going. Beomtae noticed something. He realized she had finally asked. He had nudged the topic a little without knowing where it would lead, but her reaction had worked better than expected. Every time he saw that expression on her face, it hurt. Yet it also awakened a part of him he hadn't realized existed, a twisted side. He thought he had fallen as far as one could go. Now he needed her to fall too. Back at the apartment, Ari beamed with excitement, presenting the braised short ribs like a trophy. She asked how she did, wondering if it made Minhyul want to live with her. She urged him to try it quickly, chatting about how lucky he was to have her, mentioning how she had never cooked for anyone before. Minhyul stared at the dish. He thought about how Nahesu used to pick the carrots out for him. A memory flashed. Nahesu had once asked if the dish was all right. She had seemed nervous, asking whether it was bad, if he wanted to spit it out or if it made him feel sick. Minhyul had taken a long pause before smiling and saying it tasted great. Nahesu had cried out in relief, admitting how scared he had made her, and he had laughed then. Ari snapped him out of the memory, asking why he wasn't eating. Minhyul said he just wasn't very hungry. Ari frowned, questioning how that made sense when he was the one who asked her to make it. She said she worked hard and he could at least pretend to appreciate the effort. Minhyul stood up, saying he had eaten. Ari yelled, pointing out he had taken just one bite before putting the bowl down. Minhyul sighed loudly. Ari asked if he was angry with her. He denied it, saying he wasn't mad, just sorry. He apologized and stepped outside. Ari followed him, calling out, asking if that was his version of being sorry, saying the conversation wasn't over, demanding to know where he was going. She continued trailing him, while Jay was watching everything unfold. Elsewhere, Nahesu instructed Beomtae and asked him not to skip meals. She reminded him it wasn't healthy, even if he was busy with work. Beomtae affirmed he understood. Nahesu told him not to stay up all night either, which Beomtae acknowledged again. She noted how obedient he was being, prompting a soft laugh from Beomtae. She then asked if he was leaving early today. She mentioned that if he had time next time, he could drop by again. If he liked braised short ribs, she promised to make them for him. As she looked at him, she could tell he was distracted, getting a message from Jay about the quarrel between Minhyul and Eri from a distance. Beomtae smiled faintly. Inwardly, he wondered who Minhyul was truly desperate for. Beomtae's thoughts mirrored his, wondering who he was hoping would answer his silent call. He believed nobody else would pick up now. Beomtae finally spoke, saying he would eat before leaving. Nahesu seemed surprised, asking if he meant today. Beomtae nodded, confirming it. He said he would eat. It was the first gift he had received for him in a long time. He added that there likely wasn't much time left, and he was curious to see how the story would end. He whispered into Nahesu's ear that he had restrained himself for so long, and it was obvious. This story was destined to make him cry. He asked her to let him sleep over. Nahesu seemed quite surprised by Beomtae's words while she quietly embarrassed herself. Beomtae approached her slowly, questioning if she didn't want to, but Nahesu denied it, insisting it wasn't what she meant. She mentioned it was that day, her face turning red in embarrassment. Beomtae burst into laughter, causing Nahesu to question the reason behind his laughter. Beomtae continued laughing, unable to contain himself. Nahesu pushed at him, trying to say she was serious. Beomtae then stated he simply wanted to spend some time with her for the first time in a while. He grabbed her back gently, thinking it would be a lie to say he had no inappropriate thoughts. He added he had brought some clothes and even taken the next day off. As he leaned in and whispered to let him come into her ear, turning Na-hae-soo's face completely red. Somewhere else, Minchul kept calling Na-hae-soo, but no one responded. He cursed quietly, frustrated by the lack of replies. A few days had already passed since he last messaged her, and she still hadn't gotten back to him. He questioned what might be preventing her from answering. He wondered if loan sharks had started bothering her again while he had been away, but he dismissed the idea quickly. Paying back the principal had always been out of reach, but the interest had been sent regularly. Besides, times had changed, and trouble from loan sharks had become rare. As Minchul speculated whether she might be sick, but that didn't seem likely either, as Na-hae-soo was usually quite energetic. She had managed multiple jobs at once for several years without showing signs of struggle. Still, the thought lingered. If she wasn't the type to get sick, then what if this time it was something serious? But even then, he dismissed the idea. The Na-hae-soo he knew wasn't someone who would go down that easily. His thoughts drifted back to an old memory, one where he had teased Na-hae-soo when she had caught a cold. He had pointed at her cheek, asking if her nose was dripping again, questioning why her hand felt so cold, joking she wasn't a snowman. Na-hae-soo tried explaining it was just winter. Minchul, being himself, claimed he was helping her and told her to place her hands onto his bare chest. He removed his shirt and pulled her hands onto his bare chest, causing her to scream. Minchul had only laughed, teasing her and questioning what made her so shy, especially since his body wasn't bad to look at. Na-hae-soo had quietly replied it was only because she wasn't feeling well. Na-hae-soo had always struggled with the cold. That dreadful semi-basement apartment they had once stayed in would turn freezing during winters. Anyone would feel weak in a place like that. Her hands were always red, always cold. She constantly seemed to be fighting off another cold. That was the version of Na-hae-soo he had known. Born into those conditions, always enduring brutal winters that made life harder. He had once questioned her grandmother how they managed through winters in a neighborhood like that. Her grandmother had laughed softly, replying they just barely made it through. Minchul had joked, asking if she had some secret winter survival method. He added that it might be easier for him, being a man, but girls caught colds more easily. Her grandmother shouted they needed to wear thermals. Justin, her husband, had interrupted, arguing that once a man had a wife, he needed to keep her warm in his arms. His wife screamed in return, saying girls didn't need husbands, just thermals. Later on, Minchul had gifted something to Na-hae-soo. She questioned what it was, and Minchul replied it was just something he had bought for fun, and told her to open it quickly. As she opened the package, she found a skin-toned thermal inside. She stared at it in disbelief while Minchul burst into laughter, unable to hold himself back. He teased her about the look on her face, calling it hilarious. Na-hae-soo said she wouldn't wear it. Minchul questioned why not. She argued he would make fun of her if she did, but Minchul insisted it was better than catching a cold. He told her those thermals were really warm and promised not to make fun of her if she wore them. He swore he wouldn't laugh, but secretly he worried he might still laugh. It was just too funny. He tried to prepare himself by thinking of something sad, anything to hold back laughter. He even imagined breaking up with Na-hae-soo, but that made no sense to him. The very idea of breaking up with her felt impossible. That thought alone made him feel too sad to laugh at anything anymore. Na-hae-soo eventually changed into the thermal and asked how she looked. She wondered if it looked weird. Minchul blushed deeply. When Na-hae-soo said she would change out of it, Minchul stopped her. He denied it looked weird and questioned how she could look so pretty even in something like that. His face turned red as Na-hae-soo asked if he was alright. Minchul struggled to stay composed, trying not to react. He questioned himself silently, wondering if he was getting sick or just overwhelmed. Time passed. One day, Minchul warned Na-hae-soo and taunted her that she should stop wearing such things because even just a glimpse could not turn him on. He wondered quietly to himself, when had it all started? When did Na-hae-soo stop saying winters felt cold? The scene then shifted to Na-hae-soo's home, where Beomtae got dressed while Na-hae-soo pulled down the futon. She mentioned she had gotten a blanket and would turn off the lights. She told him to lie down first. As both of them lay down, Beomtae questioned her about her clothes, wondering if she wasn't going to change since they looked uncomfortable. Na-hae-soo replied that she was fine, explaining she didn't have pajamas. Beomtae asked about the ones she usually wore. Na-hae-soo admitted it was true, but didn't answer clearly. Beomtae recalled how the last time he had trusted too easily and it had backfired. Now, she seemed to be pushing him away again. Na-hae-soo tried to explain those pajamas looked too tacky and made her feel like a pathetic auntie. She didn't want him to see her that way, which surprised Beomtae. Beomtae softly kissed her forehead and said he didn't know what to say. He mentioned he couldn't decide whether to feel relieved by her lack of self-awareness or be concerned. He realized he had been holding himself back too much without noticing how emotionally drained he had become. He grabbed Na-Hesu's back melons and mentioned that if she wore what she was currently wearing, it might make things difficult for him. But he also stated he didn't hate it. He gently told her to change before bed. Na-Hesu said she could change on her own, but Beomtae offered to help and did so by slowly unfastening her clothes. Beomtae reflected inwardly. If something as small as this had made him feel uncomfortable, he wouldn't have started down this path in the first place. If his feelings had been shallow, he wouldn't have dared to steal her away. She just had to do whatever she wanted, even if she shattered his love or tormented his heart. He was ready to endure it. He only hoped that this time it would be him, not someone else, who remained by her side. Back at the office, Ari questioned one of the employees about Minchul's whereabouts. The employee mentioned Minchul had taken a holiday. Ari asked why she hadn't been told, to which the employee responded with indifference. He stated Minchuan wasn't part of the Kim family, so he just did whatever he pleased at work. Meanwhile, Jae had been following Minchuan and messaged Beomtae, who read the text quietly. Minchul eventually reached the house and noticed the trash had been taken out. He felt a strange sense of tension as he opened the door, spotting a pair of men's shoes. Slowly stepping inside, he pushed the door open further. Beomtae stood there, smiling in reverse, quietly waiting for the act to begin. Jae observed that Minchul was taking a different direction from the official. To be exact, it was the way to his ex-wife's house. Jae speculated while thinking about his employer, whether due to sharp instincts or some supernatural intuition, somehow he knew this guy would return after everything he had done. He still had thoughts of going back there, and something else too. Jae messaged Beomtae, mentioning he would be there soon, in an hour at most, as Beomtae received the Beomtae recalled how he had once taken an undergarment of Na-Hesu's. As he glanced at the drawer, he intentionally placed her garment down, rustled it, tore open a condom packet and put it up there. He believed he had to wait and see as he took off his shirt and laid down, while Minchul, who was annoyed seeing the stairs. He thought coming here again reminded him of how damn steep the place was, making him climb all the way up. He thought Na-Hesu had grown distant, and the reason she wasn't picking up became obvious. He guessed she had gotten sick and hadn't gone to the hospital, letting her condition worsen. He remarked she was so stubborn, and he couldn't even relax for a moment. As he glanced at the trash outside, Minchul was quite shocked. He remarked aloud to look at this. She really threw a fit and deliberately left his stuff out in the open, hoping he would see it, hoping he would take pity. It pissed him off, but then the thought of her hurt and desperate, tossing his things out just to get back at him, made his heart waver, because it all looked like a cry for him to return. Minchul opened the door. Seeing a men's shoe in front of him made him petrify on spot. He cursed under his breath. Something shouldn't have been there, a strange man's shoes. Seeing this, Minchul couldn't control himself. He cursed, questioning if she had been so upset she really went and pulled something like this. He figured she had probably bought them somewhere just so it wouldn't seem like a woman lived there alone. Na-Hesu had always secretly been a bit of a scaredy cat, so he assumed it was only that. But the dread clung to him like the humidity of a summer night, like sticky taffy melting on sun-scalded pavement. It felt too thick, too heavy to shake off, as if the universe wanted to remind someone, as cursed as him, there was a deeper rock bottom still unseen. Minchul stumbled as he tiptoed to the room, only to find a shirtless, naked Beomtae lying there. Beomtae woke up as Minchul saw the undergarment beside him. Minchul cursed, demanded to know who he was, shouted at him to answer, and warned him he could die if he didn't. Beomtae glanced at him but ignored him, tossing the condom right in front of him. Minchul, losing it, dashed towards Beomtae to punch him, screaming where the woman who lived there had gone. Beomtae, stopping his punch, smiled. He responded by saying who knew he had hidden her so well not a single trace could be found. Minchul screamed again, demanding to know where Na-Hesu was. He kept punching at Beomtae, who wasn't going to answer him. Beomtae glared at Minchul, grabbed his face, and dragging him down. He reminded Minchul he had already given him a chance. Minchul asked what the hell he was talking about and called him a bastard. From behind, Jae entered, apprehending Minchul, saying if he was going to fight, he had to take it outside as there was no need to wreck the house. Minchul demanded to know who the hell he was. Jae remarked how scary he looked, claiming he could kill someone with that glare alone. Jae then asked him again, suggesting they take it outside. Minchul screamed, asked to be let go, and demanded to know what had happened to Na-Hesu. Jae, meanwhile, thought he just had to leave a mark on Beomtae's face. He had always been like this, the moment he got a chance. He wondered how beautifully he had been planning to act this time. As he pressed his head, he thought it was so damn touching, remarking it was really tear-jerking. Minchul was thrown outside. He kept asking who the hell those people were, wondering if they were loan sharks. Jae told him to call them whatever he wanted. Minchul demanded to know what had happened to Na-Hesu and what they had done to her. Jae questioned if he was planning to pay off her debt. If they had done something to her, Jae claimed it looked like he would have have to sell a few organs to cover it all, but if he was offering, they wouldn't refuse. Minchul laughed it off and shouted he would pay back the damn money. He insisted he had been paying it off just fine and questioned why they were pulling this crap all of a sudden. He repeated he would pay, so they should bring Na-hae-soo out right now. But Jay revealed she wasn't there. Jay stated he had been busting his ass trying to find her too. Jay mentioning their boss had a real knack for collecting debts and not paying them back. So, he warned him, not to demand they hand her over. If she was really his wife, he had to find her before the other side reached her first and snatched her away for good, leaving Minchul utterly shocked. Na-hae-soo, while inside the shop, addresses her phone and notices no response from Beom-tae-ha. She assumes he may have dozed off while waiting, recalling the moment they slept beside one another. It crossed her mind that he has appeared more mature lately, yet seeing him asleep like this, he still seems quite young. Observing him closely, she figures he is sleeping so soundly that even if someone tried to carry him away, he would remain unaware. Feeling a subtle sense of emotion rising as she observes his peaceful face, she gently tickles his cheek and chin. In the present, she contemplates if she bullied the boy enough. Meanwhile, Minchul, battered and wounded, stumbles into someone unexpectedly. The person voices annoyance, asking if he cannot watch where he is going. Spotting the enraged face, he silently moves away, too startled to react. As the rain falls, Minchul mutters curses directed at the men he believes to be debt collectors. In that miserable house, they arrived in search of anything valuable, invading without permission and dismantling the home Na-hae-soo worked so hard to tidy. They rifled through everything, destroying the space while showing no consideration. His thoughts drift to the image of Beom-tae-ha forcefully engaging with Na-hae-soo, prompting him to clench his teeth while lamenting the persistent, suffocating feeling that clings to him. What remains is more than mere disorder. It is a lingering shadow of something unforgivable. Minchul attempts to reach Na-hae-soo, calling her repeatedly, yet there is no response. He silently pleads for her to pick up, redialing again and again with no answer. The call cannot connect and the line remains unavailable. Standing outside the office tel in defeat, Minchul senses he does not belong here. His rightful place, he feels, is home, with Na-hae-soo where they belong. Yet Jay's words echo. She no longer resides there. Still, Minchul convinces himself she will return eventually. For now, however, she hides. That means he must search, but where should he begin? A voice suddenly calls from behind, addressing both Minchul. The scene transitions to Beom-tae-ha, who lies asleep in Na-hae-soo's apartment. Before Jay tended to him, remarking how Beom-tae-ha had followed someone around, taken up part-time work at a barbecue joint, and now even pretends to be a loan shark. Jay asks whether Beom-tae-ha finds amusement in all this. Beom-tae-ha questions whether he appears to be enjoying himself, and Jay responds negatively. Jay demands to know the plan, stating he is willing to follow instructions as long as payment comes, but from what he observes, the job may be far more complicated than expected. Jay notes the irony in the situation. Beom-tae-ha holds every winning card, yet plays them with clumsy hesitation, navigating slowly and inefficiently through the game. To outsiders, Jay remarks he merely appears to be a poor soul, wrapped in misfortune. Moreover, the considerable age gap between them suggests Na-hae-soo, if she had a shred of conscience, ought to step aside. Even if they press forward, too many secrets remain concealed and will eventually surface too late. That buried truth, which might serve as a weapon to others, is bound to poison her. The entire relationship seems destined for collapse from the outset. Worse than all of this, Jay concludes, is that marriage forms a bond more resilient and binding than expected. Beom-tae-ha, in the current moment, lies awake with troubled thoughts. He once assumed the path would lead only to happiness, yet finds it far more merciless than he ever imagined. Seeing a particular face unsettles him, and he admits to himself that even love, once blooming, might dissolve in an instant. With that realization, he considers the inevitable. He should simply kill him. By removing him, there will be no returning point, and nothing will remain for Minchul to take from Na-hae-soo. Though Beom-tae-ha has attempted restraint, the urge to release himself from this burden intensifies. Who knows, Na-hae-soo might still harbor feelings for Minchul. Beom-tae-ha believes he deserved harsher treatment, picturing how Na-hae-soo might respond. As usual, she might worry more about him than about himself, and in the end, Na-hae-soo will be the one to suffer. Beom-tae-ha's chest tightens with hurt. Elsewhere, Ari finds Minchul and urgently questions his disappearance. She demands to know why he left without notice, why he avoids her calls, and why he refuses to speak to her now. Stumbling emotionally, she pleads for him not to ignore her and begs for any sort of answer. Spotting the visible injuries on his face, she gasps and asks whether he got into a fight, sobbing at the sight of his bleeding skin. She begs him to tell her who could have done this. As Minchul stands there, silent and motionless, he sees Na-hae-soo's image reflected in Ari's concern. While the rain continues pouring, Na-hae-soo stands outside her restaurant and notices that Beom-tae-ha still hasn't replied, even after her shift ended. The night is heavy with rainfall, and she she begins to suspect that he may have left already due to the late hour. She recalls a previous evening when she called for Beomteha, asking where he was and what brought him here. She wondered aloud whether snow was falling too, cautioning that coming daily might not be wise. But Beomteha had disagreed, asking her to let him continue doing so. Now Nahesu reflects that she knows this version of Beomteha would never behave that way, leaving her to question what exactly has changed in him. Suddenly anxious, she dashes off toward her home, moving with urgency. Upon reaching the house, she notices footprints all around her property. A wave of panic rises within her as she surveys the area. She begins calling out for Beomteha in an increasingly frantic tone as she hurries inside, overwhelmed by fear and concern. Minchul reached out and grabbed Ari's hand, trying to stop her, but Ari, still furious, jerked back and glared at him. Her voice was sharp with anger as she demanded he let her go. She made it clear she was still mad. She wasn't someone who would just forgive and forget simply because it was him. Without a word, Minchul pulled her in and kissed her deeply. The kiss lingered, intense and unbroken, as if he had been holding back for a long time. His hands moved lower, gently lifting the edge of her clothing from beneath. Ari gasped, struggling for breath, called him Opa, and whispering that she couldn't breathe. He paused, pulling back just slightly. Placing a finger on her lips, he told her firmly not to call him Opa. He wanted her to say Kang Minchul. Both their faces flushed red. A charged silence settled between them. The air grew heavier as desire flickered in their eyes. Neither looked away, both locked in a moment thick with intimate tension. In the next scene, the atmosphere thickened with raw intensity. Their bodies lay bare, tangled in passion. Ari turned away, lying on her stomach, while Minchul hovered above her, his elbows braced against the bed, his legs positioned outside hers. He was inside her, thrusting deeply, his rhythm hard and relentless. Both of them moaned loudly, their voices echoing with need and release. As the tension built, Minchul's thoughts spiraled. A wave of anxiety washed over him, an unease he couldn't shake. He tried to convince himself that it was all in his head. There was no way Nahesu would ever betray him. No matter what happened, no matter what anyone else did, she always came back to King Minchul. That, he believed, was the truth. In the middle of her moans, Ari cried out Minchul's name, breathless and overwhelmed. But even in that moment, Minchul's mind refused to let go of his fears. What if that bastard had made the first move? What if he had touched her with those hands? His body moved on instinct as he shifted positions, rolling Ari onto her back and entering her in missionary. Still, his thoughts remained consumed by Hesu. She must have escaped before anything happened, before they got to her. It wasn't the first time she had been chased by debt collectors. They had haunted her for years, and yet she always managed to slip away. Surely this time was no different, but the fear lingered. What if Nahesu had given up? What if, while he was away, her heart had crumbled? What if she had been broken, defeated? Images crept into his mind. Visions of Hesu and Thea in an intimate scene. He imagined her bare, exposed in front of Thea. The thought filled him with a raging heat. Unable to contain the emotions, he grabbed Ari and turned her onto her hands and knees, taking her from behind with renewed force. His thrust became harder, rougher. Ari moaned louder, her voice trembling with sensation. But Micho's mind stayed locked on Hesu and Teha. Where was she now? He remembered the scattered mess in that room, the things thrown around, and Tea's eyes, that look in them, as if he already had her. Just then, Ari cried out again between moans. She begged him to finish inside her, her voice raw with both lust and frustration. And with a sniff, she confessed her hatred. She warned him, never ignore her calls or messages again. She called him an asshole, even as her body trembled beneath him. Mincho's mind remained clouded with unease. He clenched his jaw, trying to steady himself, but the thoughts wouldn't stop. It was all just paranoia, he told himself that again and again. Still, a question gnawed at him. Was she upset because he hit Teha? Did it really bother her that much to see him hurt? He growled internally, frustrated. That was enough. The scene gently shifted. In another space, Hesu clutched Teha tightly against her chest, holding him like a fragile child. Her emotions were tangled. Worry, tension, anger, all surfacing at once. Her voice trembled as she demanded to know why he had done such a thing. She couldn't understand his actions. Knowing what kind of person Mincho was, Teha should have avoided him completely. Taeyo's thoughts surged with defiance. How could he have avoided him? Mincho had been wild with rage, desperate to drag Hesu back. The confrontation had been unavoidable. Hesu's voice rose in frustration. Did Teha even realize how often Mincho got into fights? Why had he acted so fearlessly without knowing anything? He always ended up the one getting hurt. What could someone as gentle as him possibly gain from fighting back? Teha smirked to himself at her words. She still believed he was gentle, that he lacked strength. She had no idea how capable he truly was. Playing along, he feigned fear. His shoulder trembled subtly, and he let out a shaky breath, pretending to hold back tears. Concern washed over Hesu's face. She asked if he was crying, if it had hurt him that deeply. With a sly wry smile hidden from her view, Taeha replied that it did hurt. She continued to hold him closely, unaware of his expression. He murmured that it hurt because Minchil had suddenly started yelling at him. The fear had caught him off guard. Hearing that, guilt overtook Haesoo. She blamed herself. She promised that something like this would never happen again. Her only concern now was treating his injuries. She offered to go get some medicine. But as she moved, Taeha reached out and caught her wrist, gently pulling her back. He whispered for her to forget the medicine. Drawing her close, he leaned in and pressed a kiss against her neck. She gasped, insisting that without proper treatment the injury might leave a scar, annoyance mixed with disbelief in her voice. In the middle of being scolded, Taeha still found time to tease her. She called him worse than a dog. With a playful grin, Taeha grabbed her hands and gently pushed her down. He hovered above her, his voice low and deliberate. He said it was a relief to be a dog. It still hurt. His lips were torn, and the inside of his mouth was cut. He leaned closer and asked her to lick it. Haesoo was licking Taeha's lips, wound, while Taeha held her hip firmly. Her licking soon stopped. Taeha asked if she was done. Haesoo kept his hand on her hip and told him he could continue. In the next scene, both of them were naked, intimate, and making out together. They were moaning, and Haesoo thought in her mind, wishing to forget that name and think only about him. Meanwhile, Mincho was sitting alone in his room, feeling hopeless. The scene returned to Taeha and Haesoo as their lovemaking ended. Both were still naked, and Haesoo sat on Taeha's lap while they hugged each other. In the morning, they sat together. Haesoo told him that she ended up putting ointment only in the morning. She told him not to let it leave a scar. She reminded him that he had work today too and told him to get changed and come out so they could head out together when he was ready. Taeha replied that he could stay right there. Haesoo asked if he thought she was some kind of pervert for watching him get changed. Taeha teased that she seemed to like it, and Haesoo denied it. Taeha thought that she did. Memories of past days flashed through his mind, and then he said he would wait outside with a smirk. Taeha put on his formal shirt and struggled a little while tying his tie. Haesoo came near him and asked if he was done. Taeha replied that it was almost done, but since he was a little clumsy, he asked her to help him out. Haesoo asked if he found it hard to wear a necktie and wondered how he managed it before. Taeha told her that he just requested someone who could do it for him. Haesoo asked herself whom he used to ask, thinking it must be someone really close. Hayuno, Sin, she offered to help and asked him to bend down a little because he was too big, making it tough for her. Taeha bent down, and Haesoo started tying his tie. Taeha said they looked like a married couple. Haesoo asked what he meant. Taeha said they looked like a married couple. Haesoo denied it and told him not to say that, but Taeha kept repeating married couple. Then Taeha asked her to tighten his tie a little more. Haesoo said marriage was reality and told him that when he found the right person, then he would become a couple. She said she would cheer for him. Taeha thought she was lying. Last night she was licking wounds, and this morning her lips were breaking hearts. He found it annoyingly lovely. Later, Taeha went to his office. His assistant informed him about his next meeting, and he nodded. His assistant kept staring at him, thinking it was strange. Though their existence was always peculiar, she never showed it. She noticed the wound that made everyone whisper as soon as they came to work. For some reason, he had a joyful expression, and then he kept a stricter distance than usual. From behind, Taeha's brother came to the assistant and asked why she was staring so badly. She got startled. He greeted her good morning and said their secretary was great overall, but her perfume was way too strong. He wondered whom she was trying to impress by spraying that much perfume. He placed his hand on Taeha's shoulder and asked if he didn't have anyone who would get upset if he went around all drenched like that. Taeha didn't say anything and walked away. His brother complained that he was not even answering him now. He thought that seeing Taeha all roughed up was a bit too much, and wondered if he had gotten into some kind of love triangle, leaving a married woman behind. Then he spoke to someone, saying he needed to find someone. The man asked who. He replied that it was his brother's girlfriend. The man asked whom he was talking about and what was with that reaction. He said nothing, just that he never thought the second young master would have someone he was seeing. The man agreed, saying he couldn't believe it either. He noticed Taeha's eyes and felt disgusted lately. He thought his beloved little brother treated his older brother like some family mutt, so he decided that he had to find her no matter what. He needed to find out what kind of girl she was. Byung Tae spoke about his brother with cold certainty, his tone carrying a quiet weight. He believed that, knowing his brother's twisted nature, the woman was likely hidden somewhere, bound tightly with ropes, kept away so he could savor her presence in complete isolation. His thoughts turned to where he should begin digging to uncover something of value, something that could lead him closer to the truth. A man nearby hesitated, his uncertainty clear. He questioned whether such extreme measures were even necessary, suggesting instead that someone be assigned to quietly monitor the young master. Tae responded with a low, amused laugh, his expression sharp. He insisted the man did not truly understand how disturbed his brother was. Despite the polished image of a gentleman he displayed to the world, beneath it he remained deeply suspicious and unpredictable. Tae reflected that perhaps the endless flattery surrounding him had made him this way, sharpening instincts that felt more animal than human. He warned that anyone reckless enough to get caught spying on his brother would face consequences, ones he would not be able to take responsibility for. Tae let out a faint chuckle as he shifted the conversation. Information, he explained, had to be unearthed with care, drawn only from environments that existed beyond his brother's line of sight. For now, it was best to watch carefully, to observe his own actions and use them to piece together the answers they needed. The scene drifted to Taea's office, where a bespectacled woman sat silently, her eyes fixed on him with quiet intensity. The space itself belonged to Jihye, yet as the woman arrived, her attention remained drawn to Taea, her gaze lingering longer than she realized. Another woman approached from behind, startling her, and she admitted softly that she had been frightened. The newcomer teased her gently, questioning whether she was staring far too intently. The woman with spectacles confessed that even from a distance, she felt an odd sense of satisfaction just watching him. She admitted she could not imagine herself in the same room with a man like Taeha, the thought almost surreal. She wondered aloud if a job could truly hold such allure, confessing that her mind felt scattered, as though she had lost her composure, and now she only wished to begin working as quickly as possible. Her companion laughed, finding her words amusing and lighthearted. Her thoughts deepened as she gazed again, wondering if this rare opportunity was a gift sent from heaven. The notion of an affair with a young gentleman crossed her mind, a thought she acknowledged as scandalous, yet perhaps it was the very reason behind her fascination. She reflected on how little romance truly existed when love involved a chaebol. Even when such relationships formed, they often left everyone hollow, their lives weighed down by expectations. She reasoned that a man like Taeha would likely entertain countless women freely, only to choose, when the time came, a daughter from another chaebol family to marry. Their quiet talk shifted toward the chairman's wife. The bespectacled woman asked if the reference was to the director of the PEC. Her companion confirmed with a small laugh, remarking on how frightening the truth could be, as a brief image of the chairman's wife appeared. They spoke of how even Director Bach, with all her influence, often carried herself like a nagging mother-in-law. The bespectacled woman admitted she longed to experience what people called the love of the century, a kind of passion yet to come her way. She mused aloud that it had not reached that point, but urged her companion to imagine it, how easily women would throw themselves at someone with Taha's appearance and powerful background. Life must feel effortless for him. Even if conflicts arose, he would never bow his head, for men like him valued themselves far too highly. She was certain of one thing: any woman who ended up with him would inevitably endure great suffering. Far from their idle chatter, Taeha himself revealed a softer, more vulnerable side as he reached out to Haesu. He sent her a playful crying sticker, telling her he missed her deeply. She replied that she was busy with her part-time job, keeping her tone casual. Taeha admitted he could not bring himself to focus on his own work. Haesu gently reminded him that once he received his earnings, he needed to work diligently and not stray. Her words triggered a sharp memory within Taeha, recalling the moment she had once told him to find the right person and marry, offering her congratulations as she did so. Those words, so blunt and unyielding, echoed in his mind, yet despite their edge, he felt an overwhelming desire to cling to her entirely, to hold on to her so tightly that it became a suffocating, aching need, simply to hear her acknowledgement and blessings again. Driven by this emotion, he sent her another message, promising he would come for her the next day. She responded, urging him to keep his word. Taea's thoughts lingered as the night drew on, focused on a single, undeniable truth. He did not want anyone else in the world but her. The scene shifted to a quiet flower shop where a young woman, working part-time alongside Haesu, stood outside holding a bouquet. She felt the lingering chill of the season, despite the spring breeze making its presence known. Her thoughts lingered on how she would be viewing the cherry blossoms alone this year. As she stepped inside the shop, her attention caught a man who had just arrived. His appearance felt out of place, his aura standing apart from the rest, making him seem suspicious. She noted that he did not look like a customer. The man approached her, making a remark about a certain woman inside. The girl froze momentarily, immediately realizing his words must be about Haesu. She composed herself and firmly told him to take action if he truly liked the person. She advised him to ask directly, at the very least to buy flowers and request her contact. She reminded him that Haesu already had a boyfriend and told him to leave. The man stood stunned by her words, unable to respond. She turned and walked back into the shop, muttering to herself about how unsettling the encounter felt, and sighed. Her gaze shifted toward Haesu as she considered whether to share what had happened. She hesitated, thinking she had already dealt with it, but the unease remained. Speaking to Haesu still felt uncomfortable, yet she reasoned that if the man returned unexpectedly, it would be better to warn her. Before she could approach, another woman spoke to Haesu, complimenting her appearance. She noted how radiant Haesu had looked lately, often changing into brighter clothes. The woman curiously asked where she had bought them. Haesu replied that they had been given to her. The woman pressed further, asking if the coat had been a gift as well, hinting at whether there was a man involved. When Haesu seemed uncertain, the woman remarked that it was unlikely to be a man. She observed that Haesu Jesu's already beautiful face had blossomed even more, suggesting she had plenty of people around her to care for her. The woman thought to herself that Jesu's life seemed full. There was a husband, a younger lover, and with her capable nature, she would always manage on her own. She even wondered if she should buy a similar outfit herself. The woman complimented Jesu's clothes once more, warning her that if she accepted such things, she would eventually have to return the favor appropriately. Whoever the giver was, especially if younger, merely accepting gifts could appear improper. Jesu agreed quietly, thinking that it must be true. Her thoughts drifted as she remembered her own words about repaying debts. She reminded herself of the promise she had made, to repay everything without forgetting, even as her worries had caused her to lose sight of it. She reflected on the resistance she felt, the effort not to grow accustomed to such uncomplicated gifts. To her, these things were not love but mere offerings. Even if they belonged to her now, they would crumble and vanish like grains of sand. Her mind began to wander, wondering what clothes she should buy for herself. Her figure was already fine, yet she considered what Taya usually preferred to see her wear. She recalled how it had all begun with something small, something seemingly insignificant. From that, prejudice had begun to form, leaving behind a faint crack. She remembered how Teo always dressed differently, his appearance constantly changing. At an age where such things mattered, he seemed fixated on it. She also remembered that he had a job now, which led her to wonder if he was straining himself, buying expensive things to maintain a certain image. Despite his frequent complaints about not wanting to work, he continued focusing on her, still staying close to Jesu. Jesu realized she did not truly know what Teja was doing. A sudden doubt crept into her mind, feeling almost like something inevitable. The more she felt liked by him, the deeper he seemed to invade her life, leaving her confused. From the moment even, her own sadness began to feel hidden beneath his presence. Suspicion took root. Everything about him began to feel shrouded, as though wrapped in a strange, quiet tension. It became mysterious, unsettling, and suspicious. In her mind, Bomtea's image felt less like comfort and more like a shadow creeping closer. Jesu received a call from a friend, only to be told that a new part-timer had already been hired and that she should have contacted them sooner. The casual tone left her momentarily silent, the sting of the words lingering as the friend almost offhandedly said they missed her before ending the call. Jesu, keeping her composure, reassured herself aloud that she was truly fine, masking her disappointment, and politely asked to be informed if another position became available in the future. After the call ended, a wave of reflection washed over her. She thought about why she had quit her last job in the first place. She had believed that stepping away would finally allow her to breathe a little, to give herself space to rest. Yet despite her intentions, life had turned on her quickly, and she now found herself scrambling for income once again. Her grandmother's gentle words echoed in her memory, words filled with pride, telling her that she worked far harder than most people her age ever did. Jesu acknowledged the truth in that sentiment, but new reality was harsher. She was already staying in her current home at a rent cheaper than the market rate. Yet even moving somewhere similarly affordable would require her to stretch her finances further. Her tightly wound daily routine had drained her, consuming the energy and youth she had left, leaving her worn down and hollow. She reminded herself that she rarely went out of her way for others, never making sacrifices beyond what she could afford. Yet now, with Kang Min-chol's sudden intrusion into her life, she felt pushed out of a home she could no longer remain in, even if leaving came at a cost and was done for someone else's sake. There were still uncertainties surrounding her decisions and her future, but one thing she felt sure about, at least deep down: she was doing her best and she was a good person, even if the weight of the world sometimes made her doubt it. Her grandmother's imagined voice gave her a fleeting sense of comfort, promising that when they met again she would receive a gift and be asked about her new workplace, as if to remind Jesu that someone still cared. Later that day, Jesu entered a small clothing shop, the faint scent of fabric and cologne filling the air as she approached the counter. The owner, a confident woman with a discerning gaze, quickly struck up a conversation, asking if the purchase was for herself, a friend, or perhaps for a man. Jesu hesitated for a moment before admitting that it was for a man, someone she wanted to give a present to. The admission felt strange on her tongue, as referring to him only as a guy felt awkward yet technically accurate. She confessed her uncertainty and asked the owner for advice, openly admitting that she had no clue what to buy. The shop owner, clearly experienced from her years of running the store in the neighborhood, took immediate control of the situation. She began asking practical questions about the recipient's build and style. Haesu described him carefully, mentioning his towering height, at least 6'3", possibly 6'4", or even taller. She hesitated when it came to his physique, avoiding overly specific details, but she made it clear that he favored dark clothing, mostly black or gray. She noted, almost as an afterthought, that lighter colors might suit him well, even if he rarely wore them. The shop owner, relying solely on Haesu's vague description, conjured an image in her mind, though the imagined figure bore little resemblance to Taeha. Despite this, she reassured Haesu with unwavering confidence, claiming to be skilled at selecting for people like him. She presented a piece of clothing, insisting that it would make a perfect gift. She boasted about her decades of experience in the business and even mentioned that someone had recently purchased something similar, declaring it to be in line with current trends. Haesu accepted the recommendation despite a lingering unease, clutching the neatly packaged gift as she weighed her decision. She briefly considered another style the owner had suggested, wondering if it would suit him better, but ultimately finalized her purchase and left, her thoughts tangled between uncertainty and quiet anticipation as she made her way home. Meanwhile, elsewhere on a quiet, dimly lit street, a masked man approached a young woman, startling her as he called out to her. She spun around, wary, only to hear him introduce himself as being from Dreamy Entertainment. The name alone caused her to stiffen in shock, the thought crossing her mind that she might be on the verge of debuting. The man quickly dispelled that notion, stating it was not about her. Instead, he held out a photo of Taeha and asked if she recognized him, explaining that they had likely taken a class together. The girl hesitated, admitting she did not know him personally, but another girl nearby overheard and interjected with recognition. They began recalling their shared electrical class, describing him as the incredibly tall student that everyone seemed aware of. They spoke in awe of his unique aura, speculating aloud that he might be preparing to debut as an actor, given the mysterious attention surrounding him. The man clarified the purpose of his inquiry, explaining that they were looking into Taeha's past. They needed to know if there had ever been incidents serious enough to damage his career after debut, whether involving women, personality flaws, scandals, or any other controversies. One of the girls responded honestly, pointing out that despite everyone knowing of him, no one truly knew anything about him. He had never been seen with a girl, and no rumors ever surrounded him, as he kept his personal life deeply private. It was then revealed that the man investigating was none other than Taeha's older brother, Taehi. After wrapping up his questioning, Taehi stepped away, taking a slow drag from his cigarette as he mulled over the lack of information. His bodyguard, standing by, asked if they should continue digging deeper into Taeha's past. Taehi dismissed the suggestion with a weary tone, calling it a lost cause. If Taeha had ever been the type to attract controversy, whether during university or high school, something would have surfaced by now. Concluding that further effort would be wasted, Taehi chose to shift their attention elsewhere, leaving his younger brother's past shrouded in mystery. On her way back, Haesu paused as her gaze fell on a stall of fresh fruits. Their vibrant colors and inviting scent tempted her, but the price tags quickly pulled her back to reality. She reminded herself that she needed to hold back. Every penny mattered now. She had to save as much as possible if she wanted to move out soon. Still, a strange unease lingered in her chest. No matter how she looked around, it felt as though someone had been walking beside her the entire time, a gaze silently following her, never breaking. The persistent weight of someone's eyes made her grip her bag tighter, unease seeping deeper with every step. Pulling her phone from her pocket, she quickly sent a message to Taeha, asking him to come to her location as soon as possible. She told herself the first step was to head back to the house, hoping he would meet her on the way, yet even as she continued walking, the shadow of footsteps trailed close behind. She glanced subtly over her shoulder and confirmed what she feared. The man she had sensed earlier was following her, his pace steady, his eyes locked on her. Her thoughts raced as she weighed her options. If she went further along this road, the streets would grow darker, the area quieter, and any help farther away. The sound of hurried steps closed in as the man approached her directly, closing the gap between them. He extended a business card toward her, forcing it into her line of sight. He spoke confidently, claiming to work for a reputable company, a large corporation she surely recognized. He pressed her to give him her contact information, insisting that it was natural for a man and a woman to get to know each other this way. Haesu remained silent, her lips pressed together as she continued forward without answering. The man's tone shifted, turning sharp and mocking. He accused her of being arrogant just because someone had called her pretty, sneering that she did not even look that young, and questioning why she was being so selective. His hand suddenly shot out, gripping her wrist without permission, his unwelcome touch tightening as he blocked her path. Haesu's thoughts spun, landing instinctively on Taeha. She thought of the calm, slow tone of his voice that had lingered in her mind since the day they met. Despite her unreasonable requests and moments of hesitation, she believed he would come to her, that he would not leave her alone in this moment. Her voice rose sharply as she pulled back, her words cutting through the man's persistence. She told him she had already refused, demanding that he let her go. She declared openly that she was a woman who had been married and divorced, that empty compliments meant nothing to her. She stated that she did not care about his supposed company or wealth, and that she was already seeing someone far better, someone younger, far more handsome, and beyond comparison to him. Before she could take another step, a figure appeared behind her, moving with silent precision. Teja's presence was sudden and commanding, startling Hesu as she turned slightly to see him there. Without hesitation, his hand slid around her waist, his calm strength grounding her. Standing behind her, Teja confirmed her words with quiet authority, leaving no room for doubt as his steady gaze locked on the man before them. Hesu looked up at him as the weight of his arms settled gently but firmly around her waist, his presence grounding her in a way she didn't know she needed until that exact moment. Her fingers clutched the strap of her purse tightly, knuckles pale from the tension that had just moments ago seized her entire body. The man in front of them, aggressive, entitled, and utterly uninvited, was still standing there, but Teja's focus never wavered. He glanced at her briefly, just enough to reassure, then turned his attention fully to the man, his expression unreadable, his tone low and even, yet edged with a sharp clarity that made it impossible to mistake his intention. There was no need for dramatics. Teja simply made it known that the woman standing beside him had already expressed her refusal, that she had no need for explanation, and that she was not alone. She belonged to no one, but she was with him, in his care, and that was more than enough reason for the other man to step back. His voice lowered slightly as he leaned toward her, his words brushing against her ear with a mix of amusement and inquiry, asking who the man was and whether she was growing tired of him already. The question caught her off guard. The shift in tone, so sudden it sent her mind spiraling. She looked up at him with wide, startled eyes, her breath catching in her throat as she tried to piece together a coherent response. Her first instinct was to deny it, to assure him that the thought hadn't even crossed her mind, but her words stumbled over themselves, tangled in embarrassment. Then came another quiet accusation, lighthearted on the surface, but not without weight. Was she using him? Was he someone easily discarded? The questions were ridiculous, and yet they hit with a peculiar sting. She rushed to refute them, shaking her head as she fumbled over her reassurance. There was no way she would do that to him, no way. Without waiting for further interaction, Haisusu reached for his arm, wrapping her hand around it and turning away from the confrontation. She tugged him gently along with her, wanting nothing more than to put distance between themselves and the man still standing at the end of the alley. She didn't need to look back to know he was watching. His silence was enough. The disbelief must have been clear on his face, the stunned look of someone whose imagined entitlement had just been stripped away without ceremony. He hadn't expected to lose her to someone who didn't even raise his voice. Teja, calm and composed as always, spared the man one last glance, a quiet dismissal. Then he followed Haisu without hesitation, letting her lead them out of the dim alleyway and back into the flickering city lights. The further they walked, the easier it became to breathe again. The air didn't feel quite so heavy. Jesus slowed her pace a little, her steps less urgent now, and glanced at him through the corner of her eye. She asked if he had truly come that quickly, if she hadn't just imagined the way he had appeared, right when she needed him. He nodded, without fuss, confirming what she already knew deep down. Still, the guilt crept in. She wondered aloud if his work would suffer because of her sudden call. Wouldn't they be upset with him? But Teja only teased in response, asking whether she would take responsibility if he got fired. The way he said it, light, almost playful, made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She looked away, too flustered to form a proper answer, and instead began rummaging through her purse. Teja raised an eyebrow, curious and confused by her sudden focus on the bag. She didn't explain at first, her fingers sifting through loose coins and crumpled receipts until she found a small folded bill. Just 2,000 won, barely enough for a drink or a snack. She handed it to him with all the seriousness in the world, telling him he should buy himself something since she felt bad for dragging him out like this. He stared at the money in his hand, then at her, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. The gesture was small, almost silly, but it was so her. Earnest, thoughtful in an awkward sort of way, and unexpectedly soft. They continued walking, the night stretching on around them, quiet and almost companionable. At some point, Jesu's curiosity resurfaced, the question slipping out before she could stop herself. She wanted to know more about the company he worked for, about what he did. It wasn't much, just a simple question, but she hoped for a real answer. Teja's response was as casual as it was deflective. He told her it was just some random company, nothing special. She repeated the words back to herself, more to taste the shape of them than anything else. Just a random company, that was all he offered. And yet, something about it felt off, too vague, too clean. The quiet thrill she had felt just moments ago began to dissolve, replaced by a faint hollowness she couldn't explain. She didn't press him further. Instead, she asked if he really had to leave now. He confirmed that he did, and she nodded with reluctant understanding. She told him she was okay now, that he could go back to his work, and added softly that she was glad to see him, even if it had only been for a little while. Before they parted, she reached into into her bag once more slowly this time, and handed him the gift she had bought earlier. The wrapping was neat, the corners still crisp. She hoped he would like it. There wasn't much else to say. He didn't answer right away. She gave him a small smile, thanked him again, and turned away. The walk back to her apartment felt strangely quiet, the noise of the city seeming to retreat behind the sounds of her own thoughts. She reached the door, offered a final glance over her shoulder, and wished him well, told him to take care of himself. He didn't move. He stood outside for a long while after she had gone, the gift still in his hands, fingers brushing over the edges of the wrapping. He didn't open it. He didn't leave. Something held him there, some invisible thread that hadn't quite let go yet. In a quiet corner of the building, low voices stirred among the employees, casual as they seemed, but heavy with observation. One of the older staff members, a man who had been around long enough to witness the changing tides of leadership, mused aloud about the difference between the father and the son. The chairman, in his view, had always been impeccable, flawless in conduct, but almost mechanical. There was no warmth in him, no ease. Everything was too precise, too unreachable. But the son, he seemed different, more human, they said. He smiled more easily, laughed on occasion, seemed approachable in a way the older man never did. Perhaps it was his youth. Perhaps he had not yet been weathered by the weight of responsibility. Perhaps he still had something untouched inside him. Secretary Ha, standing just within earshot, said nothing. Her gaze remained neutral, but her thoughts didn't echo the easy assumptions they were making. She had watched him more closely than most, had learned the rhythm of his silences and the truth behind his expressions. To her, his warmth wasn't something natural, it was something honed. Even the way he smiled, the curve of his lips, the pause before his laughter, it was all deliberate. Nothing about him was dishonest, and yet nothing about him was entirely open either. He wasn't pretending, but he wasn't revealing himself either. And so when she noticed the slight shift in him the next day, it didn't go unnoticed. His expression had changed, not visibly, not enough for others to detect, but to her, who had memorized the usual lines of his calm, there was something tight around his eyes, something vaguely distracted. The way he sat, the way he flipped through documents, even the way he set down his phone. It all carried a faint undercurrent of restlessness. He didn't speak of it. He didn't have to. It was unusual, and for someone like him, unusual meant significant. A request came not long after. A break. A pause in his schedule, which he rarely, almost never allowed himself. That alone was strange, but what followed was stranger. By the next morning, she was informed he would be absent for 2 days, citing illness. There was no further detail, but something about it rang hollow. She didn't believe it. In reality, Taeha wasn't sick. He was elsewhere, far from boardrooms and conference calls, taking out his rage on the man who had approached Haesu. The photos taken in the alley had surfaced, blurry and invasive, and Taeha's fury was unrelenting. The confrontation turned violent quickly. The man's sneering accusations only fueled Taeha's anger further, until fists met flesh and the alley echoed with the sound of impact. Jay, who stood silently nearby, remained unfazed. Violence like this wasn't new. He pitied the man, not because he felt mercy, but because the man had unknowingly stepped into something far beyond his understanding. Jay warned Taeha, reminded him of the surveillance, the stakes, the inheritance at risk. Taeha didn't argue. Instead, he told Jay to keep a close watch on Haesu. There were things he still had to do, and she couldn't be left vulnerable. The car ride back was silent, the sound of rain hitting the windows steady and hypnotic. Taeha sat deep in thought, planning, calculating. Everything was progressing as intended. If he moved too quickly, he would lose control. But when it came to Haesu, his patience frayed too easily. He hated waiting. Without warning, he ordered Jay to turn the car around. Moments later, he was standing outside her apartment once more, rain soaking through his clothes, hair clinging to his forehead. When the door opened, he didn't wait for her to speak. He stepped inside without a word, eyes locked on hers. The surprise on her face turned to concern at the sight of him, drenched. She began to question him, but before she could finish, he reached for her. He pinned her gently yet firmly against the wall. His breath was uneven, his eyes dark with something unspoken. He asked to stay, not with words of weakness, but of need. In that moment, soaked and breathless, desire burned between them, fueled not just by passion, but by an ache that neither of them fully understood. As Beom Taeha went on to kiss Nahae-su deeper, tangling his tongue with hers, he slid his hand slowly yet deliberately through her clothes, his fingers moving with a clear intention to grab her, making Nahae-su flinch at the sudden contact. Nahae-su thought that this was the same hand which used to tease her, a hand that usually took its time, moving with a certain slow cruelty that kept her on edge. Yet today, his touch felt unusually hurried, almost impatient, and she could not help but notice the difference. As he went on to uncover her, she felt quite flustered by the sudden boldness. She called out for him, telling him about his own clothes and asking him to wait for a moment, stating that if he just did it right away. Nahae-su recalled that just moments ago she had been lost in her her own action, trying to indulge in a small illusion she had created for herself, imagining Beomteha in her mind. She had been doing something like that entirely alone, and there had been a chance she might have been caught if he had entered. But as Beomteha's touch deepened, his thing exploring her further, he remarked that something about this felt odd. He remembered she had said earlier that she did not mind him leaving, yet here she was now, drenched so much. When he questioned her about it, Nahansu only told him to be quiet. Beomteha then asked her what she had been doing by herself before she arrived, his tone half teasing and half curious. Nahesu denied knowing, though deep down she thought she should not have walked in so directly. Nahesu thought that the heat between her thighs was almost unbearable, and Beomteha whispered that he would just rub her for a little while before they started. His rod moved against her in slow yet deliberate motions, sending shivers rushing through her entire body. She realized that her skin felt flushed and burning, each touch leaving a lingering heat behind. Her movements pressed against her most sensitive parts, heavy and warm, and her body climbed uncontrollably with each passing moment. Yet, no matter how much he did, it still did not feel like enough. Nahesu mumbled quietly for him to do more, to stop playing around and just do it quickly. Hearing this, Beomteha felt a mix of surprise and satisfaction. He hugged her closer, stating that she looked like she was struggling, as though she had never truly felt enough before. Nahesu tried to explain that it was not because of her, it was because he was always so intense, pushing her further than she expected. She shivered under his touch, thinking that he was only rubbing against her and wondering why she felt so unbearably sensitive this time. She realized that every time she was with him, she became so caught up in the moment that she had never really taken a good look at his face. When she finally did, she thought he looked far too clever for his own good. She questioned silently where a boy who looked like that could have learned to do such shameless things, calling him a brat in her thoughts. As she avoided his gaze, she thought she wanted to punish him for it. She squeezed him suddenly, making Beomteha flinch in response, and he moved toward her with a look that seemed to question whether she was challenging him. Beomteha thought that he did not know if what she was doing counted as a punishment or a reward. Nahesu told him to stop teasing her and just do it now. They undressed themselves, each piece of clothing falling away quickly, and soon Nahesu was upon Beomteha, questioning why he had suddenly lifted her up. Beomteha simply stated that he needed to do it like this. Nahesu realized she had never done it in such a way before, not even with Kang Min-shu. She felt quite embarrassed, hanging on to him in that position, and asked him to wait a moment. Before they started, she said she wanted to tell him something. She apologized for using him as an excuse to lie, saying that they were dating when they were not, and for thinking about him by herself. She said she was sorry if it had upset him, but Beomteha only moved with her, ignoring the pause she had tried to create, making Nahesu gasp out loud as she clung to him. She breathed heavily through the intensity, while Beomteha remarked that her apology was not the kind he wanted while they were doing something like this. If they were not dating, then what exactly were they? The question hung in the air between them. Beomteha wondered if he was just a replacement, someone she had planned to use until she grew bored and then throw away. He remembered Nahesu's earlier words, where she had said that Beomteha was far too younger and that he was much more handsome than she had expected. Such words had raised his hopes far too much, and yet she always drew a clear line, as though he was not allowed to see into the empty space left behind in her heart. That distance made him impatient, even though her body was so close to his. Still, no matter how much he wanted more, she felt far away in ways that mattered. He told her to relax, and she muttered that she was completely relaxed, though Beomteha knew better. Still, he felt relieved that at the very least, their bodies were completely compatible, even if the emotions between them twisted in complicated ways. The way she felt against him was almost too much, every sensation sharp and intoxicating. He thought that she felt so unbelievably good, and Nahesu stated softly that they should do it more often. Beomteha selfishly crossed another unspoken line, asking her if they should do it every day. Then, with a hint of mockery, he added whether she would get sick of him faster that way.